Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 7. It's me, Vaughn, and it's been a couple weeks since we've all been here together. I'm joined by a representative from each of our 4 new rookie teams. They're going to be on the desk with me to talk about something that they have not experienced before, which is the All-Pro voting season. So, we in the North American Strikers League always like to award or recognize players who have had standout seasons in one way or another. This season, we're actually going to have a couple new awards. We won't reveal them now. That will come when the ballots arrive, but we're trying to really spice things up for this new season, and we have so many potential additions to the reward season. So we're just going to go ahead and dive right into it. First of all, I'm going to run you through the basics. Ballots will be going out towards the end of the season. If you are an active player in nasl alongside other people in the community, you are going to get one of those ballots and you can vote. It's going to be a great time. Really looking forward to it. Always something that a lot of players strive for. So it's really cool to see it still happening today. So, first award I want to talk about is the Most Improved Award. Now, I always really love looking, if you look back in the history of the Most Improved Award, I think it's really, really fascinating because a lot of times it's players who have become staple names in the top level scene, but weren't until that season. Like last season was Hungry Boy, who is probably regarded as, when he's actually here, one of the best midfielders on the entire continent. So that's pretty cool. So most improved, just gonna turn it right over to Josh because this is the first time he's been on the desk. Josh, who do you have as most improved for the season?
Uh, Me personally, I think Hungry Boy is probably the most improved in my point of view. Every time I play him, he's really hard to play against. I think I've improved a lot, so going against
True.
him is a challenge.
Hey, that's good. I mean, that is true. When he's actually here, I'm so
Yeah,
down
when he's
because
here, yeah.
when he's here, yeah. I mean, I'm sure everyone on this desk has gotten slaughtered by RTF in a scrim at least once with their starting roster, so you can definitely feel that. How about you, Tempo Melon?
I personally think I would go with Nan Chaotic because I've actually played
Mm.
against him in the last 2 seasons in Nasty and NASA, and I've seen him make that improvement every season, especially this one. And I've been very impressed with him this season, especially in NASA as well. So
I
I'll say
agree. I think
Chaotic.
he's had the biggest. I don't target's not the word I'm looking for. He's definitely had the biggest skepticism towards him, I think, this season out of the newest players. And I am very, very confident in saying that I think he has earned his spot as a national brawler towards the end of the season. It's been really cool to watch, actually, the progress, even just one season playing. And I think it speaks a lot to the work that Polar Cortex is putting in and also just the competitive environment nasl is in. Like, if you make it here and you have that dog in you, you can improve really fast. So, speaking of Polar Cortex, I want to talk to his teammate, A, who will not be allowed to say either of his teammates. So, A,
Darn.
who would you put as most improved?
Yeah, no, I wasn't planning on doing the teammate thing anyways. I think it is going to go to Frightfully Fresh because going off
Mm-hmm.
of a 10th place Demons Raw, I mean, he was technically like a sub, like sort of, but like he was also playing a lot
Yeah.
of the games, so it's kind of hard to like say it's all down to him and stuff. And like realistically, it wasn't, and I don't think he actually played that bad last season. But obviously, you're going from 10th place to like first place at the time, at least.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an obvious choice in my opinion, but it's also like it goes to show how much the Rat Pack have put into getting to where they are today. So I think their entire team could realistically deserve it, but I do think Fresh deserves a lot of flowers because I think Tempo and Carmine have been getting a lot of like credit and Fresh hasn't. So shout out Fresh.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point because Fresh has been, this is his 4th season, I think. Hold on. Yeah. I
Something
think
like that.
4th season being a starter, 3 if we don't include Demons Raw. And I don't think I've ever seen him perform as well as he has, been as high in the standings. He obviously made playoffs before his last call. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure he has beaten me more times in Nassau than I'm beaten him over the
Oh,
lifetime of my career because I think I'm 2-1 versus him or something, or 2-2. I think he's won more times than me, but the point I'm trying to make is he's been around for a while, but he's never really been in that upper echelon of team. And now he is, and I think a large part of Rat Pack's success is because of him. Like, he's gone from those lower placement teams to arguably being like the best goalie in the league right now. Like, that's super cool. So last but not least, let's go to our goalie on the desk. Speaking of goalies, and Weston, I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm going to cheat a little bit and give one honorable mention where I think he's going to win other awards, so people might not vote for it. But shapeshifting, even though he's like an S tier winner, has improved a ton in the midfield role. So I think that's been super impressive. But I'm going to go with Mr. Humble, who said I've improved a little bit at the start. But Josh, I think, has improved a ton, and I think we'll get a lot of votes.
Facts.
And Snake has been a big part of HMG looking so good, but so has Josh, and he's played super well. And just from last season and seasons before being in NASA, and how he's looked compared to now, and them taking maps off of really good teams, I'd go with Josh. Period.
I think that's a great point. W Joybait. And I think actually even HMG related Milkman has improved a lot too. We saw the Vice the other day. Who would have ever thought he was a melee kid into the max before this season? So I don't know. It's been really fun watching everyone improve a lot. So last thing I want to do, we're going to skip over some of the other awards because I want to start us relatively on time, is we're going to have each representative of their position. Midfield you'll combine to decide together, but we're going to have each player from a role decide or choose their own top 3 all-pro mentions for a role that's different than theirs. So my goalie will pick midfielders, my midfielders will decide on the all-pro brawlers, and my brawler will decide on the goalies. So I just heard from Weston, so let's go to the other end of the spectrum, and I want to hear from Tempo Melon your top 3 choices, ideally ordered, because I think it's more interesting because you will have to vote on them. Reminder for anyone, when you do your all-pro ballot, you cannot elect your own team. So this would be right now at this point in the season who you would choose for those top 3 spots.
Okay. Excluding Fresh, obviously, I think I'd put top goalie as. Oh gosh. I don't know. I think honestly, Trevor Milkman, for me, I think he's have a crazy second half of the season. I think it's been really, really impressive. Behind him, I think it would be you, Vaughn. You had a pretty solid season yourself. And then third, I think I'd put Zorro. I think he's had some insane performances in the games.
True. Very true. Dude, W Sam Zychinski the fool. W. Okay, midfielders. I need you guys to come together and decide on your 3.
Josh, do you want to say your 3 first, then I'll say mine, and then we'll come to an agreement? Or
Sure.
okay.
First, I would have to say, despite the EKC record, I think NedCD is my number 1 right now. He's actually insane when I watch him. I don't know how he does it, but yeah. My number 2, I think, would have to be Tempo Melon. I think the Luna pick is really diverse. You know, it's really hard to play as a brawler. A lot of people don't know how to play it. So yeah, I would say Tempo's number 2. And then for my number 3, ooh, I'm a little biased for the Bombardiers, so I'm not gonna do them. So I'm gonna go with Bells. Every time I play against him, he's actually a freak. I hate playing against him, so I'm gonna go with Bells.
Okay,
All right.
so yeah, we've got similar choices. I do not have NX in my top 3 simply because I think the team just hasn't been performing as much, and that kind of dwindles my, praise for that guy. But he's been phenomenal, so like I definitely have him in the top 5, I think. For me, I'm going with Bells as my number 1 because he has been I want to say he's been the best player on Sad Boys this season. And I know that's like a super hot take probably because I mean you have Kainub and Vaughn backing you up, but this guy's been putting in the work and it's kind of like his season. I think it's his season. I've been saying it since week 1. So he's my number 1, and then I've got Tempo as well in second. I think it's just obvious what she's been doing. It's been fantastic for the team. And then I was tossing up between Threezy Breezy from the Bombardiers and Joker from Demon Time, but I'm also down to just slap NXCD in somewhere in the 3 and just call it that.
I'm down.
Works for
Okay.
me.
W ratings. All right, last but not least, Weston, talk about your midfielder 3.
I'm gonna start with shapeshifting. I think he might be some people's MVP pick, and I think will be the number one midfielder for most people and for me. Um, I'm gonna go with Carmine as well because I think Fresh and Tempo, of course, have improved a lot. Carmine's the one also, has been around for a little bit. Doesn't have the rookie pop and returning to being a starter. He was already there, but he's played so super well. And of course,
True.
they've been really impressive in the standings. Then the
Weston,
third
can I
one,
interrupt you?
yeah,
Can I interrupt
go
you
for
real
it.
quick? So what I'm hearing is this is gonna be the first time where you are cutting Shianzu or Kainub then.
Yeah,
Okay, just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of
I'm,
that. The Age of Dawn's low key dead as hell. So okay, Weston, now that I've interrupted you, who is your third? Or both. You could cut both.
I'm
All right,
I'm
what's your third?
considering cutting them both, honestly.
Based. Go with your
I'm
heart, bro. Go with your heart.
My heart
Not your
is
brain.
Josh period to be third. So I'm gonna go with Josh third.
Amen.
So Kainu and
Amen.
Beyonce, get out of here. It's not your time
Amen.
anymore, old man.
That's
So
facts. It's the new play, bro. New age of midfield. We got multiple role swaps, and then we got Josh coming up as well. I like that out of you. I like that a lot. I love that answer because I think this is going to be the first time where at least one of those two may not make it on the ballot. We may live in a world where they're both on it, but I just think that's interesting because I feel like in past seasons it almost was a predetermined fate about what midfield would be. You just kind of swapped up the numbers. So I think that's really, really interesting for me. So without further ado, let's go straight into predictions because I want these games to start. First off, we have RTF and EKC. All I want is a prediction and the win-loss. And then I want one person to talk about it. The person for this matchup is going to be A. Otherwise, I need everyone else to say which their prediction will be. A, you'll be last. So let's start with Weston.
I hope it's starting rosters. I'll go with
It is.
2-1 RTF.
Okay. I think it is. I shouldn't speak, but okay. Anyway, Josh, what's up?
2-0 RTF.
Tempo Melon.
EKC 2-0.
Beast. And then A, and talk a little bit about why.
Yeah, I will go 2-1 for RTF, assuming that these are main rosters, because I think that is just the huge, like, that's been the focal point on both of these teams the entire, like, these past 6 weeks has been will their midfielders show up or not. And so I assume if both of them are firing on all cylinders, I think Hungry Boy is, I think subjectively just better, and I think that'll be what the difference is for RTF to come up on top.
I agree. I'm gonna go with RTF as well. I think that this is the battle of the potential potential man rosters that never have their full team. But I just feel like Hungry Boy, if he was here the whole season, we would be talking about him as a clear-cut MVP frontrunner because that guy has looked like an absolute beast when he's been playing. So I'm gonna give it to RTF as well. But next we have Dog Slayers versus Demon Time. I'm gonna ask that Josh talk about this matchup. So we're gonna start with Tempo Melon and go ahead and give your prediction for this.
2-1 time.
All right, Weston.
Drakar's banned, so they can get a map, but I'll say 2-1 dogs.
No, that's only right. That's only right. A.
2-1 to time.
All right, and then Josh.
I'm gonna say 2-1 to time, but I think Dog could actually pull this one out. Demon Time hasn't been looking like themselves recently, so I think they have a good chance at pulling the game or even winning the series.
That's true. Josh got to pass Weston that
Let 'em know.
Demon Time beating Sauce coming off of their win against them last week. I'll go with the dogs. It's a 2-1 dogs masterclass. Unfortunately, Weston had to be nerfed. Jakar is not allowed this weekend for nasl due to patch changes, but that's the only way Demon Time could ever have a chance to win, so I don't even blame him. Next, we're going to have Rats versus Polar. For this one, I just want the two people on this team to give their 30-second speech on why they're going to win and why people should root for them. Let's start with Tempo Melon.
2-0 Rats, and I think we're going to win because we have a lot of momentum, and I think it's going to keep going on and on for the rest of the season. So that's all.
Aiden, A.
I'll give it 2-0 to Polar because I've been studying crazy style on this team. I know exactly what they're going to do. I know exactly what maps they want us to take us to and everything. So free Drakar ban, like how can we lose, man? Like it's
That's facts. That's facts.
we
Okay,
know
for the other
exactly
two fellas, can I just get your quick prediction and we'll move on after that?
I go first.
You can go first. Go ahead.
Okay. A has me ready to run through a wall. I'm going 2-0 Polar.
Beast. Josh?
I'm saying.
I'm gonna go 2-1 to Rats because I really like
Alright.
Harmon. So
I'm going to 2-0 Polar because I know what it's like when you're the first place team and people will just vote against you for the vibe. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Polar. Next, I have my team, Boys versus Bozo. Obviously, a little bit of a fraud boys watch. We've all seen the Ratman Rob power ranking where we were ranked 6th. But all I'm going to say is I am sure that every single team in the league has played against us outside of Saturday matches with their full rosters and gotten super dog walked. So I know we have the ability to beat anyone. Hopefully we can show up on the day. We'll just have to see, but I have a lot of faith that we can get it done today. I feel like I'm playing really well. So I know that if I focus, I will be able to win. Hashtag Coach Yoki. So I'm going to give it 2-0 to myself. So everyone should cheer for us because now we're the underdogs, guys. We're not in first place anymore. So everyone should cheer for us. So I'm going to give it 2-0 to myself. And then let's just go down the list. We'll go Josh and then and then Tempo and then Weston.
Vaughn's a little bit of a HMG glazer, so I'm gonna
That
go
is true.
boys
That is
2-0.
true.
Yeah, I'm gonna go boys 2-0.
Like religiously an HMG Glazer. It's kind of ridiculous. All right, next.
I forget who it was. It's me.
It's you, yeah.
Fortunately, there's no Boza Bunch subs in this game, so it's gonna be 2-0 for boys.
There could be.
You never know.
Oh, true. Break glass in case of emergency. Obscure breads. Go. That guy
Yeah,
bet nowhere to know. That guy kicks our butts every time. Next.
I think boys have a chance to take a map this week, but it will be 2-1 Bozo.
Of course, I understand completely. All right, last but not least.
I'm going 2-1 Bozo too. I believe in Breads and he's gonna lock up his sub of the year here.
Okay, I'm down. Is he actually playing?
I have no idea, but
Okay, beast.
I'm writing the narrative.
I'm down. Knowers no. Breads is Bell's like goat. Knowers no. Bells thinks Breads is like the best player on the planet. So last but not least, we have HMG versus Bomba. I think this is obviously the match of the week, and it's not close. Josh, tell me a little bit about this match.
We have a little bit of a Bad Shot Boys rivalry in the midfield position, so I'm gonna be ready for that. I think I'm gonna try my hardest to beat Shape, so I think it's gonna be a really interesting game. I obviously have us winning 2-0, so yeah, just like that.
I'm going to back it up. Local HMG Glazer, as always. I don't think I've ever voted against you guys. It's a 2-0 HMG sweep, everyone. Like, it's just that easy. Better warm-up wins. That's how it goes down in nasl. Okay, Aiden?
I'm going to give it to HMG as well. I think this is like going to be
Beast.
considered an upset. I'll give it 2-1.
All right, Tempo Melon?
I think it's a Bombardiers 2-0 sweep.
All right, Weston?
I'm gonna go HMG in 3 maps. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Beast. Well, we just had to be a little extra. In 3 maps. All right, pal. We see you. Like, tip your hat to me. All right, that's going to be it for the desk. Don't go anywhere. We have RTF versus EKC coming up shortly, and those all-pro votes will be sent out in the next couple weeks. So don't miss that. If you are eligible for that, you will be sent one. So thanks again. This was Vaughn on the pre-show. You'll probably see me again on the post-show. You know how it is. This is North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 7, and we'll be right back with Game 1. We'll see you very soon. Adios.
Welcome, everybody. North American Striker League, Season 7, Week 7. I'm joined here with Envy NYC, and we're getting in really quickly onto our EKC versus Return to Form match on Amy's application. How are you feeling, Envy?
Feeling pretty good today. We got some stakes in the chat this time. Like you say, Week 7, we're getting pretty close to the playoffs. At this point, you might be able to kind of visualize what some of these playoffs might look like and where the teams might be standing here in some of these seeds. RTF right now at a 2-4 record, EKC 1-5. So we're kind of playing maybe to survive getting into these playoffs as we start it up here. We're getting in, starting out here with Adrenaline Rush and Orb Dancer on our Amy's application. So, yeah, Adrenaline Rush is pretty interesting when it comes to kill you every couple of seconds map, huh?
Oh, yeah. And this is one of the more controversial awakenings, I think. It is just recently rotated in as a couple days. And on Amy's app, you know, in XCD, I believe he was talking about it earlier in the NAS channel, saying, God, I want to play Ad Rush today. And I told them we could. And, you know, I guess we're holding up to our promise as EKC do get this first barrier and a kill, but, like, they've got a bit more work to do.
NXCD, unfortunately, first to be slain there by Adrenaline Rush. But wow, crazy score there by the good old RTF, returning right to form, getting that first point here. Man, everyone with Adrenaline Rush on that team, so it's not going to be easy here for EKC to sneak these ones through. Although if we can get this flip here on Hungry Boy, Leo Leon might be able to help them get the score. Trying to do a little bit of damage to Soren. In return, going to have to spend that flip to stay alive there. Going to maybe pick up an orb in a couple of seconds. Hungry Boy trying to get it past Katsuna with the help of Muffin Kui. Actually distracted him enough for the Death's Touch to land another kill. Adrenaline Rush activating, giving you 5 seconds, 6 seconds off your cooldowns as well. A flip spent, barrier stolen, but a kill also exchanged there too, and a barrier as well. EKC ends up getting kind of the midsection of that trade there. We just have a little 2v2 for a few seconds until Leon shows up and tries to score this one.
Yeah, and it's a bloodbath. We've already seen 5 or 6 kills. I might be wrong. It's a lot, though, and immediately people are just respawning, and they're all below half HP. It is quite a violent patch, and it is clear that they've got the message. Both these teams are pretty feeling like they just want to beat each other's teeth in.
Yeah, I mean, everyone here is such an easy kill target. Maybe since Katsuna and NXT are going to be kind of the kill targets there, Soren picking up this Orb Dancer might be able to stack it up, kind of sneak it on through and get some value out of it. Although, you know, Luna without the Adrenaline Rush is kind of interesting. Might be able to find some value. Wow, great reset there. Actually, it wasn't really a reset. It was just a strike into a cooldown spent for Leo Leon to get that one sinking into the bottom corner there. Well played. Had a reset after it though, but you know, that works.
Yeah, take what you can. And that is going to be RTF up 2 points. And on a game like this where, you know, every every ounce of XP matters so that you can get those high value damage awakenings. This patch it's a lot of CD awakenings. Taking these early sets will do wonders for this Luna and Zentaro, and also just shutting down the Spice.
Yeah, and right now, Muffin Kui's kind of getting shut down a little bit. They don't actually end up cleaning up the kill. They do grab the barrier in return, though. Of course, getting a little bit close there, and they do end up finding a kill onto Muffin Kui, and now pretty much uncontested. EKC is going to slam that one through. Look at all the Adrenaline Rush going off. I mean, man, even if you get a kill after the fact, after the Boris ball is like scored or basically at the same time, you get that cooldown from Adrenaline Rush. So that's like crazy good value to get a kill right before the goal.
Absolutely, and we can see the damage pile on to Leo Leon immediately. Frame 1, he's alive for now, but against Zentaro and Rune, it's going to be so hard to stay alive as NXT slots him into the top corner.
Yep, now in 2v3 here for EKC. Can they sneak this one through? Maybe deal some damage to Hungry Boy. Soren now finally has that flip. NXT working on one of their own. Muffin Kui fighting their way out here. A big banish coming out, dealing a lot of damage to Leo Leon, who's going to eat that goalie orb. NXT really close to the goal, has a flip lined up, goes for a wild angle. Katsuna gets the degree redirect off the center. Okay, now I might see why people have NXT as the best brawler.
I mean, this is still well, I'm pulling a blank. This is still Aerosmith and Glove. They may have a rough season, but they are by no means completely out yet. And they're going to show it, but they've got to survive this power play that RTF has managed to get a hold of. And they actually do. Wait, they survived.
Yeah, but unfortunately, NXT sacrificed the Blood God for a few seconds there, and Katsuno might be following very shortly, as Mamakui is going to block this bottom side here with Leo Leon, gets it through with that pendulum swing, but now it's Leo Leon who's on the front side of being slain. Actually kind of turns that one onto Soren, but then NXT finds it themselves in a little 2v2 action. Hungry Boy and Muffin Kui gonna try to hold the line here, though the line is broken, as the barrier also is going to drop. Katsuno returns a little bit before Leo Leon. Not going to be able to find the score just yet, as the top side is going to be covered. Soren gonna go top a little bit there, but no one really has a cooldown to help it through. They do pass it right to NXTD there. He's going to go for another one off the black hole, but not going to find it much there. Again, NXTD wins the situation to actually cause a couple of cooldowns to be spent. Mafakui now having that flip is going to be able to hold for a little bit longer as the banish comes out, whiffs. Hungry Boy takes that barrier, and now we have a situation where one of these flips will probably be scoring.
Yeah, and a good clear by Moffin Kirby, and suddenly it's really scary. Core floats over to Leo Leon, who is just left uncontested and able to slot it in, and that means that RTF will claim this first Amy Zap game, and Vice, as the MVP, it will definitely have options available to her.
I agree with that statement. She will have a lot of options available to her, possibly looking at the explosive entrance already. Got that one loaded on in there. Really great for Vice. NXTD looking for the Sparks. Yeah, Sparks back. Kind of interesting to see if they can get that one going, but we do have Spark of Agility there, also taken from the other brawler. Rune grabbing Hot Shot, right? Rune grabbing Hot Shot, right. Glass Cannon for Soren, going to get a lot more speed, and especially with that Orb Dancer. And Boots, we actually have Boots Luna. I forgot to kind of touch on that, which is not the most common pick of all time, but Boots just kind of good. And now we have Super Speed Luna. We'll see what they can do there, as Last Awakening being picked up is Team Player.
Yeah, and well, Team Player will help a little bit if they can get lines of value, but they do have one less teammate to work with at the moment. And I think that's going to be really what this comes down to, is just how much damage did both these teams get. The Glass Cannon on Luna is going to help a lot. That Spark of Focus, not Spark of Focus, Spark of Strength, not going to do a lot by itself, but Sparks did get really buffed this patch, and they're very threatening, even by themselves. 26 power and Spark of Strength. Spark of Focus gives you like 16 by itself. Like the numbers on them are insane. So the spark scaling is there, even if it's just 2 sparks. Interesting.
We'll definitely be keeping that one in the old noggin. That's kind of how it used to be in the old days, right? You take a spark, kind of threaten the whole thing, and then everyone else is denying it and getting kind of half value. But if they're good by themselves, it's going to be even more threatening than before, as the barrier not going to go down just yet, but Leo Leon will be sacrificed themselves right there. Katsuna and NXTD pushing as hard as possible, gets the flip, going to self-score there with the pillar. The Shadow Swap ends up placing the death trap for Katsuna, for EKC. That's a goal right there. That's a goal and a half.
Yeah, and it just goes back and forth. I don't really feel like either team is too dominant right now, but Katsuna has found these banishes so often, and that's an ad rush proc. That's a second one, and somebody needs to help Moffin Koei, because I don't think he's going to have the resources to defend this one.
Well played, EKC. Yeah, pretty classic situation where you get a nice Rune Banish, a Pillar placed, a stun, and then, you get the Crater Maker combo with it, and then, hey, if NXTD is around, why not just throw in a Slice and Dice or a Rush in there to finish them off. And that's infinite damage, as we just saw. Getting Katsuna as our first pick there. Getting a lot of value out of that hotshot already. Extra special. Not really what you want to see from the enemy team. Going to be spending a lot of energy trying to evade some of these banishes there. Rapid Fire back in town, only at 25% though. Going to be taken up by Moffin Koei, which is still quite good. Fighter Flight also back in here, refreshing some secondaries as well, as is pretty good. Not too crazy on the rest of the team. Damage picked up by Hungry Boy though. Health picked up by NXED, which I think is actually quite a solid pick. This Intaro just needs to survive, having Siphoning Wand to also just deal a lot of damage. So we'll see if they can actually just take an advantage here with some of the damage they just picked up.
Yeah, I think that will be the deciding factor here for this next set, but it might be wrong, because it's just a bloodbath every which way. Moffin's found one. I think Hungry found one of his own. There's so much damage on the board, and Return to Form While not able to put it in, they do get the barrier, though. Scary hook. Thought that was looking like NXCD might be paying the price, but he's okay for now.
Nice positioning there from Katsuna to not let the ball go too far past them, with Hungry Boy trying to make it on through. Whoa, actually Soren ends up dodging at the path splitter there with the boost from Leo Leon, who's standing really close to the front lines, but they do get it out with our triple goalie interaction there. Though winning a strike war or an interaction by itself, Soren could not reach. Leo Leon taking credit for that point there, possibly from the assistance of the cooldown from Heavy Impact. Pretty good.
Could be, we don't know, but it is important to note that with every point that happens, that is one more banish that Katsuna gets to throw, and he's been incredibly lethal with them so far. Oh, it was actually evaded this time. So a little bit of pressure relieved and a lot of pressure put onto them, actually, as the Supernova chunks out everybody.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, right? We have evades being spent for this banish, but a Crater Maker following right behind it. Look at all that damage being sent there, though. NXCD helping Katsuna get a kill there, too. Who also has a flip right on the front side. Spends the banish, can't find a kill, but was on some pressure, although Mafinkui does not fold just yet. This barrier is going to hold for at least a little bit longer. Soren now against Leon for just a moment. Hungry Boy gets it on the bottom side, spinning into the Thunderstrike to get positioning there. Goes in with the Supernova, a flip, an evade. Not enough to get a kill just yet. The Crater Maker combo is going to knock Hungry Boy right out of health with the Oni Blade, is going to secure a kill. Leon on the front side almost makes it there. But now we have a 2v3 for EKC.
Yeah, with Moffin forced to burn that flip to dodge the evade, that means he's got to survive this rune pillar, and it gets around. That was a very scary spot to beat. NXCD finds it around.
Well played. Leon only 2 or 3 strikes off of landing a flip by themselves. Sends it up, tries to keep the speed, maybe to get it to Hungry Boy, but Katsuna teleporting right on in where they need to be and secures the goal. Definitely it's kind of risky, right, to keep the speed and just kind of let the core go as fast as possible, but we got Rune. We got Rune teleporting all over the map. Keep your eyes on that little shadow for the swap. It's definitely one of the most deadly things that could happen as we load up the Supernova, the Oni Blade combination there. No one really taking too much damage. Hungry Boy at half health. NXCD does find the barrier, though, which is pretty huge. You can see that it's been kind of a struggle to get these barriers, although, as I say it, every barrier in the whole entire world gone down to nothing. Leon holding on by just a thread. Katsuna dealing so much damage to Leon can now just sit there and kind of not res, but keep their health up as Leon once again is being the threat target of the kill.
Yeah, we can see Katsuna just dumping these pillars into Leo on as often as they come up, but it is very hard to kill Asher outright, and it's getting scary because she's not dead and she's got the core and she's got it through. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing Asher, I'll be honest. We're seeing what Asher does is if you don't bully her off the core, she'll get it eventually and she's going to find her way through. Like, she just brute forces it, and Luna can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, Soren even evaded there, the barrier beam, but it actually hit the ball a little too hard at just the right angle and could not gain control of it. Losing to the pillar there, but we do have Hungry Boy behind to play a little bit of goalie to keep that pillar, that barrier up. A lot of damage being sent onto Hungry Boy now, though, from NXCD. We do see the Siphoning Wand helping to not recover, and that'll definitely secure the kill. The rush going crazy. I mean, the Adrenaline Rush allowing the cooldowns. It's just, indeed, as you said before, a bloodbath left and right with these players. Banished comes out. Pillar's going to deal some damage. Doesn't really get the correct angle of the second one. Is going to be broken instantly. Leon playing a little evasive, but this wand is just a problem.
Yeah, wand is very impactful, especially when you have so many CDs and you just get ad rush proc on and on. They try to balance this power play out by killing Katsuna, but they can't find it, and NXCD is going to find the barrier, and with a flip to work with, it might be one more.
Oh, yeah, understand. It's like you want to wait as long as possible. You don't want to hit the ball anywhere near the guy with flip, but unlucky, you end up in a situation where they didn't even spend the flip to get the goal. Just that's just what happens. We got that kind of pressure. EKC looking pretty good right now in the energy department, at least. Although the ball is kind of right on top of them. Mafakui does not lose the barrier there yet. Soren blows the flip, gets the barrier. One of the best. Oh, nice save from Katsuna, keeping their own barrier up. One of the best values you can get out of the goalie is spending the flip, getting the barrier. Leon finds the next one. Now it's NXCD here with a little bit of possession. He's got the passive, spends the Only Blade, does the combo. I'm sure there's a name for that little combo there, but I don't know it right now, as the Thunderstruck is going to go in, but not far enough. Leon gonna hold on for dear life. A flip from Hungry Boy gets it right through, and that is a secured goal for the side of RTF, taking full advantage in this set now. And could it be Vice taking another Awakening? It's actually Muffin Cooey.
Yeah, and Rasmus is going to be quite happy with what he's got available. And notably here, Rasmus kind of needs to deny the Spark of Focus. If he doesn't, NXCD gets it, and with that Spark of Strength that he picked up last round, yeah, it's a very scary Awakening, but that does still mean that EKC, they're going to get the Awakenings they want, the bulk up, the 1-2. Like, that right there is just a ton of damage. And, I mean, you get a lot of cooldowns for RTF. Inner Focus, Spark of Focus.
Yeah, for the most part, we saw the last draft. It was kind of a RTF that was getting a whole lot of damage, and now EKC is picking fat damage. Catalyst being back is interesting. It doesn't look all that different from before. I guess you get 0 from dealing hits, but it's at 4.2 right now, which is pretty strong, although we see a kill spent from EKC onto RTF. Another power play. It's actually just been power plays left and right. Beautiful shadow swap from Katsuna is going to keep that barrier up just in case they don't score, which is indeed what happens as Hungry Boy returns to the pitch there. Soren against Leo Leon. The assistant of Katsuna is going to get it right up, not through Hungry Boy. A banish in here, going to try to get a combo on to Hungry Boy. It's not going to work out just yet, but that's another power play for EKC. They are taking full advantage of the it's a real positioning thing here for from RTF. EKC is taking too much advantage of it.
Yeah, and this is a really brutal comp that EKC has drafted up with the Luna, the Rune. It sucks because if you dodge the Vanish, you eat Nuke anyways. But if you don't dodge it, you're gonna eat Nuke as well as the Vanish, and then throw a Zentaro on there. And there's just a lot of pressure that gets put out by this backline duo that yeah, I mean the damage. Like there's so much damage threat.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you could just wait until the Banish lands and just like have the Crater Maker up, which in turn kind of spends some energy from the opposing team at trying to dodge it. But like with that extra special, you got a lot of Banishes coming your way. Hungry Boy using that Supernova, not really handling the mark just yet. We got to get some kills, we got to get some damage onto EKC. If RTF is trying to survive this though, looks like Leo Leon taking the brunt of the damage here. Once again, a Banish. Going to go for core control there. But Hungry Boy kind of has full reign of the situation. Actually gets the core back to him. Really great from Leo Leon to get forward with that adrenaline rush. Muffin Cooey also quite fast here. And they get it in. They get it through with that breakthrough skill from Leo Leon.
Yeah, and it's really important that Muffin found the kill that he did, because I don't know if they win that play. It was looking really bad. Leo is incredibly low, no evade. Like these hooks are very impactful if they land, but finding them's really difficult. It really is. Like into like a Rune who just secondaries away. How do you ever find these consistently? But
yeah, I was gonna chat about NXCD getting their face smashed a little bit there, but Leo Leon grabbing that barrier. Dealing some damage over here to Katsuna as well. Holding this top line, even against the pillar, gets it through onto the opposing side. A kill from Muffin Cooey with the hook. Everything you could want as Rasmus onto Amy's app. Oni Blade going to stall the core for just a moment. Hungry Boy not going to spend the flip. Leo Leon stun comboing Soren to not reach the ball. And that's going to be a perfect score from RTF. One thing that is really good about having Asher standing on top of Luna, she clearly can't use any moves. You know, you can't boost there. You can't even hold out the whammy. So, going to block completely.
yeah, it's a brutal spot to be in, and it's this is an even more brutal spot to be in when RTF has 2 flips on what is possibly match point if they can claim this. They've gone through 2. Muffin still has his, but a ton of being damaged. Okay. A ton of damage being filed on, and suddenly it's not as scary as it looks because NXCD just needs 1 touch to get it through.
Soren is approaching ever so slowly there, but could not go any farther. NXCD almost getting possession of that ball, has that flip, might spend it for a kill. Katsuna now looking extremely weak, sort of out of nowhere. Loading up the Supernova, does actually score that barrier. They do blast Leo Leon out of there, but sucked right into the orb. Didn't flip. Oh, we whip Lashington. Muffin Cooey unfortunately can't get control of that ball, and NXCD makes it in. EKC now trying to bring this last set back.
Yeah, and they are in an okay spot to do it. They've got to get through Muffin Cooey, and with the flip on his back, and it's going to be a bit rough. It's already hard enough to score on Muffin, but a Banish will actually do it. And now it's suddenly way, 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 way less threatening, and the passive from Zentaro comes out along with the slice and dice. And yeah, EKC showing up. They're here for the for the bloodbath, the ad rush. This is what they wanted. They're here in set 5. They might be able to do it with this draft.
Yes, sir. They might indeed be able to do it with this draft. Zentaro, their first pick, allowed to pick up any kind of damage they want or health, goes for supreme damage. Stinger and Siphoning Wand combo is not what you want to see as the opposing team. But Moffin could be getting a surprisingly valuable awakening here for Rasmus. Tons of extra knockback and damage from that Deadeye. Soren going to try to either deny health or take it for themselves. Berserker, a little bit of a buff in this patch. We'll see. Gee, 80 power. Okay, well, let's see if Berserker gets any value out of this fight. Phone dies instantly. We'll say, yeah, that was Berserker right there. Size for Katsuna, which is decent. Lilian getting Tempo Swing, which is actually pretty good. Gets some healing.
Yeah, I'm not sure other people's opinions on Berserker, but from the very limited scrim time I have with it in this patch, it seems really, really good with these inflated numbers. But yeah, I don't think it's going to matter because the Supernova is going to sink it in. Oh, and they'll claim one little Adrenaline Rush proc, get some CDs back for the next kickoff.
Yeah, no more value. Like, you can't get more value than that, right? Get the goal, get the kill, get those cooldowns. Quite perfect situation there for Hungry Boy. Katsuna spends that banish. Can't reach anyone there. Lilian now gonna go for stuns on Soren. Yeah, that's the Asher thing right there. Can't maintain control of that barrier. It's gonna go down. Lilian gonna try to fight through from the top side. Big pull there from Moffin Kui. Is gonna instantly slay and grab a power play for themselves. Oh, Katsuna helping to get that one through, possibly because the size of the build different there. Could have kept that one up. Gonna also keep this barrier alive here. Moffin Kui with that Death's Touch. Banish again onto Hungry Boy, but no combos to go with it. Gonna survive for at least a short while as they take the goalie orb to keep themselves up. Soren kind of sticking a little bit close to the midfield. Possibly has all those cooldowns up. A lot of speed. You can already see that the glass cannon is pretty much stacked up there. Leolin trying to go for a little flick action there, but can't get it. Monumentalist. All of a sudden, I see Monumentalist onto Leo Leon as the entire warship is being sent on there. But the Oni Blade not going to manage to get that goal either. And boy, this point could end here because of this banish.
Not quite, but NXTD's still trying. Soren unable to find the rocket forward. Supernova, it's all coming out. Leo's in the corner. It's so scary. And it's just going back and forth. Both teams flips coming out. Hungry Boy unable to find anything. And it just goes back and forth, back and forth. Nobody's in a spot to really get a score. But that's a nightmare scenario. Leo Leon trapping Soren in the bottom corner. The pass splitter does not discriminate. It's going to push anybody it can away and just it's going to pass split. That's what it does.
It did its job like outrageously well there. I'll be completely honest. Now RTF just has a ton of energy. Banishes the core, hits Moffin a little bit there, but not too much harm done as the barrier still holds. A lot of harm done to Katsuna though, left and right, taking a whole lot of extra damage. Death's Touch keeps the barrier up as well. We got a couple of pillars coming out, but it's not going to keep this barrier up. Katsuna really low off flip, so close to the thing that it was scored himself right in there. RTF scoring the last point, taking the first game over EKC. Well played, Leo Leon.
Yeah, and that was a well, I mean, it was a bloodbath. But we said it would be, and it was. We can count up the kills. It's looking 17 for the side of EKC, 12 for RTF, if I counted correctly. If I didn't, don't tell me. But, I mean, RTF's looking really, really good. Leo is putting in big work on the Asher. Moffin Curry dropping a O+9 on the goalie. Goalie Rasmus, for that matter. Not even like a Luna. No, goalie Rasmus dropping an O+9. They might be the best to ever do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the best to ever do it. Look at those kills. That's the goalie getting 7 kills, activating Adrenaline Rush for themselves and their team. I mean, that is some incredible value. I mean, all the redirects in the game also imply that everyone's pretty much good. Everyone's involved. No one singularly died all that much. But look at the beautiful orbs there from RTF. We got a nice 21, a nice 22, a 23. Like, beautiful synergy from these guys. The other team, they have nothing. 28, 14, 10. Look at what's going on. Nah, but for real. Well played there from RTF. The kills left and right, and man, those adrenaline rushes were wild. It really did look like EKC was going to take it. Like the kills that they got felt more significant, felt better timing. Maybe just like, I don't know. I thought EKC had that one, but we have RTF slamming it on in there. Slam. All right, we're going to the next game. WAP.
Oh my god, it's Demon Days on an explosive reptile start. Holy. Okay, so
Interesting.
we know EKC wants to kill.
He's right.
Obviously, right? Shocker. But with an awakening like explosive entrance, I am of the opinion Zentaro is really, really good this patch. I think that character, NXT played it, on the Amy's game, and it was doing a lot, honestly, in terms of like damage and stuff, without really an awakening for him. You had Ad Rush, but that's not like really like a damage awakening. That's kind of just like, oh yeah, if we find a kill, it'll help us there. But explosive, you throw in like, I don't know, an Amy, Vice. Like there's so many picks that want this awakening, but I think Zentaro is really, really big right now. Initial patch read. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. But it could be a really impactful draft that I think they've got to be really careful. Both teams have to be really careful trying to figure stuff out, because I don't think you can just draft explosive and win. Like I think Reptile's actually pretty strong. I think it makes people really hard to kill, especially like X Asher. Those characters are still fine.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Reptile Remedy is probably actually is definitely the most defensive awakening that we have in current rotation. I mean, I'm not really sure if there's anything so much better than Reptile Remedy, even in current in existence. Like Unstoppable back in the day was like, oh, you can't mess with this guy for a while, which was like pretty sick. But now we just have like overwhelming amounts of health and a really good amount of healing as long as you are involved. We get the bands sent in. It's friendly, nice, happy, fun game. Maybe we'll have a bunch of Reptile Remedies. We got no Vice. We got no Finny. We're handshaking. We're having such a good time. Maybe we're just taking explosive entrance for distance. Maybe it's just distance time. Or we're still gonna play Siphoning Wand. We're gonna play explosive, and this Zentaro is gonna go disgusting.
I think even with the Finny Vice ban, we're going to see a lot of damage. I think both these teams just really, really like killing, to be honest. EKC, that is... I mean, there's a chance it's Soren on the Zentaro, but it's probably an XAD. RTF going to fire back with an Amy something. Amy Rasmus. Yeah, I mean, okay. Rasmus on the Moth and Kobe. Yeah, Rasmus on the Moth and Kobe.
Definitely picking Moth and Kobe in this draft.
Yeah, I imagine both these teams probably just round out their comps with like one more damage dealer. RTF probably going to pick like an X. We could go Asher. Maybe even a World VC.
X would be nasty here. X would ruin everything, actually. All the fun and enjoyable stuff that you could think about playing against this team would be gone instantly when they pick X. Just gonna bell ring your brains out as we have Era being picked on over there from EKC. Possibly, that could be anyone's pick there, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that's probably Soren picking up that Era, NXED, and we got here from Katsuna. What we got here from Katsuna? Estelle. That's my pick. 100%. Lock it in. Oh, I'm a genius. I didn't see it, chat. 100% I didn't see it.
Beastly prediction. And that's going to be Leo Leon back on the Asher. Initial impressions? I don't really know. I don't know how Asher feels this patch. She did get her, I believe it was her knockback resist.
Oh, removed,
that was what
right?
was finally
Completely.
touched. Yeah, it finally got removed. But like, she's got Reptile. I don't think she's gonna go explosive. She could if like we're really, really messed up. Like we really just want to dash punch people. I'm down for explosive, but I think Asher just wants Reptile and has the opportunity to stack into like peak, bulk up, and be like a late game threat. And I think RTF has the backline to kind of like allow that to happen. Hungry Boy and Moth and Kirby will definitely do Moth and Kobe and Hungry Boy things. I think they're both very capable of winning the initial sets early on by themselves, especially with with Hungry on the Amy. And with explosive entrance, I don't like, this is such a weird draft. Like, I don't know how I feel about either of these teams because I don't like Era either.
I feel like we're probably going under the impression that if we take, Reptile Remedy, maybe we take Reptile Remedy, the Era doesn't really see too much threat as she can't like escape all that well from some of this damage, especially being most likely in the goalie position, of course there. But it's kind of it feels rough to play against the Centauro right now because it's still like it could be one explosive engine Centauro and then it's still all the damage you kind of want, and it would make me feel like, damn, if I didn't take Reptile like against the Centauro, it's kind of bad. Might be dying a little bit there, but explosive entrance is pretty good for basically every character here. I'd still say it's like pretty good on Asher. It feels like 35% is like such a perfect number for just like reaching the distance without missing with like almost every dash. Like you would never have taken 70% dash on Dubu, but I would consider taking a 35% dash on Dubu roll and being like, you know what? This is not the worst thing I've ever done. Just like a perfect distance, especially if you're like Juliet too. Like she just gets to reach where she needs to go, and it's like, damn, it covers things that you didn't think she could cover. But we'll find out in just a few seconds if they really wanted that health or something else.
Yeah, Ed, well, loading in. Return to form. They really like their HP. That's 3 Reptile Remedies. The Lizards are out in full force tonight. Even if Drakkar himself might not be. Oh. But as we load off, we can see it's about what we expected. Just a lot of damage or a lot of HP scaling for the side of RTF, while EKC opting into the explosive entrances. Katsuna did play on the side of caution, though, and pick up Reptile for himself.
Understandable. As I was expecting, like they might have been a little bit too afraid of this specific Centauro action going on. I did think Soren was going to probably play the Era here in for the goalie spot on Demon Deus, but we do have Katsuna doing it instead on the midfield. Lilian approaching down here, almost getting that flip, almost knocks it through, but Soren blocks nicely, and now Katsuna is the one who is a little bit weak here. Gonna try to maybe get some health somewhere. Gonna have to strike that ball just a little bit, pass it on over. Doesn't actually get their hands on it. NXDD looking for a kill. Soren does make it there with the Rose Warp, which also got changed ever so slightly in this patch. Now has more cast time, I believe, before you actually end up reappearing and summoning that little bullet. And Moffin Kobe going to block that one here in overtime. Lilian not going to flip too far from the goal here, though, which is a good opinion, or good. It's good. Good gameplay. It's a good decision. That's the word I was looking for, chat. It was a good decision.
Yeah, and it's going to get rotated around. NXD will try to find something. Not quite able to yet. But it's suddenly looking really scary as Soren has to use everything just to get this out. And Leo's got the ball. Not using the flip quite yet. Wants to save it for something more, but it does give time. Oh my god, Soren! Wait a minute. He's locked in.
Yeah, well played there from Soren. Nice evade. Okay, gonna get sort of checkmated there with Leon and overtime and flip and goal and in and that. So, well played from RTF to at least place themselves in a position like that to make their goal. NXDD here does have a flip. Might be able to get like a cool double barrier situation if they get some big advantage. They possibly get a kill, although, again, this Reptile Remedy is doing a pretty good job of keeping everyone up. I'm not really seeing NXDD getting all that much damage, at least not to stick just yet. But actually, I mean, NXDD doesn't have Reptile Remedy, might actually get themselves kind of owned. Amy is no stranger to dealing tons of damage. Lilian going to also help get NXDD the heck out of there. Going to spend that flip, can't find control of that ball with that passive. Getting the path splitter as well might result in a double barrier here. Assistance of the turret is going to get it on through, and now 0 barriers for EKC, bro.
Yeah, and Katsuna's alive for the moment, but there is a lot of pressure being put onto Soren here in this corner, and the NXT will be able to help a little bit, but like without Katsuna able to really help get involved, it means you don't have a good offense going because it just stays in the corner forever. And you finally get a break free, but at the cost of Katsuna's life. And now you have to survive the power play afterwards. And Leon just catch the pass and sink it bottom corner.
Damn, Moffin got there with that Death's Touch. Soren did basically everything to get in front of Leon and making sure they couldn't get the ball. But right when they got it past this Asher, the Death's Touch gave it right on back with a lot of force. So nice play there from RTF. Fighting on the bottom side here, though, sending a little Arenado in there. It's not going to grab that barrier just yet. Lilian looking a little bit weak here, though. Half health and counting. But we don't really have a lot more damage coming in. They're going to do a little bit of coordination there to try to make it so Lilian can't really heal up. Given some size from Katsuna over to NXCD a little bit there. Muffin Kui trying to fight it out of the top side. A flip there from Hungry Boy is going to certainly clear the ball. But Muffin Kui seems to be out of cooldowns. That barrier is going to go down, but Hungry Boy is helped defending this top side. Muffin going to block the mid. NXCD does not need a flip to get the first barrier. Now just has to approach ever so slightly. Waiting for some cooldowns. Gets the slice and dice, a little flick to get it through, but Muffin Kui is going to block that one pretty easily. Really just a job of getting it over to NXCD, who, I would say might have waited a little too long, but the rush was nice. Nice block, though, from Muffin.
Yeah, Muffin Koei back to what I think people have known him for, being a robot in the net and never letting anything through. Although, he's got to survive this one as Katsuna and NXCD get a little passing play trying to go, and not able to find it quite yet. Muffin Koei will find the out clear. Soren, Leo, eyeing each other down. Who will flip first? It'll be Soren. For the time being, Soren is okay.
Lilian almost does another blocking out Soren situation, but we do not get it past that bumping side thing, bumping radio guy over there. Regardless, Hungry Boy sending it on down to Lilian, who can't seem to get hands on the ball either. Gonna probably try to wait for the flip after they get that final barrier, but man, Soren is just holding the line. They can't take this barrier from this man. Katsuna now just got a flip. NXT got theirs. It spends it frame one. Still going to work on building the next one, though, as Muffin Koei could still defend their own open goal here with the flip of their own. Lilian, just kind of health is dwindling here. It's really just a race, right? If they can get Lilian off the map before they get this barrier, they'll probably secure the goal.
Yeah, and we can see as people kind of just stall around. They're waiting for anything. Just something needs to happen. Leo, we're actually going to flip here, and with everything to put it in, it's looking pretty good. But now he's going to survive, and that's getting harder and harder to do as the time ticks by, but the shimmies are shimmying, and he's okay for now.
Yeah, get one strike on that ball, you heal a surprising amount of HP with that Reptile Remedy. Once again, making things so difficult there with the Path Splitter. Ooh, like 2 to 3 frames off here, Soren, of getting that flip. But Hungry Boy does manage to sink that one in there, getting the MVP as well, striking the ball just a few more times than anyone else. What can their pick be on this map? They have a chance of getting things like Hawkshot, some speed, Berserker. Going for Hotshot there. Cooldowns is definitely understandable, especially taking away from Estelle, which is quite good. Soren is going to opt for speed either way. Actually, speed and damage on Glass Cannon is going to be quite nice. Monumentalist is going to be probably a deny there from Era, but it does at least do something on Rasmus. A little bit of healing here as well is nice for NXD. Some fighter flight action for Lilian when getting staggered and get your secondary back. Not too bad. And Katsuna's going to take Tiny Little Titans. I don't know why I said it like that.
All right, look, guys, we gotta have a discussion. Fire Up's not that weak, okay? We need to pick this Awakening, all right? My little NASA brain is telling me we have to pick Fire Up, okay? I promise you, just try it. It's so broken. But
You heard it.
sorry, momentary rant over. RTF do get the first 2 barriers. Oh, actually a goal as well as Leon will just strike or Soren, finally winning the win. Soren's been playing like a beast. Like, come on. Like, I don't know. I feel like Soren is, like, super locked in, but Asher is just so difficult to deal with in these... Well, I mean, when she gets the ball. Doesn't really matter where she gets the ball. When she gets the ball, she's so difficult to deal with.
Yeah. And doesn't even have slicks. It's just using the boost when crossing midfield there to help with that speed. A kill finally done onto NXCD. Gonna get them off the map for just a little while. Lilian and Hungry Boy are going to try to manage to get this goal with the assistance of Muffin Koei in the middle, but they do end up clearing it out. Oh, big flip, big blast there from Leo. Is going to take Soren right off the map. Now let's see if they can hold the line against this power play. Okay, NXCD does kind of jump out of position, but still holds it. Muffin Koei keeps their barrier up by themselves. Lilian taking all yellow health there. Almost instantly dies. Going to do a retreat just a little bit there, staying midfield, make it a little harder to kill. Every couple of strikes does keep them up, keep them healthy. Lilian trying to make a combo there. Does actually get the kill. Soren help comboing off the map. And Now if we can just get this barrier here, EKC, they will be able to score this goal. Here it comes, and it's in.
Not quite, almost. Not gonna fall into the hands of NXD quite where they would like it. As the damage is piled onto Hungry Boy, Flip will probably be used to take it off, and with the core flip, yeah, I mean...
Oh, that's had some latency.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just gotta, like, wait and then, like, use the flip to kill somebody. You know, like, it's more XP that way. You get the kill XP, it's better for you as a brawler.
It was super funny. Yeah, starting out this next point here, NXD here, looking at just about no health. Can we finish this kill off? Would actually give them a little bit of energy if they do die. Someone holding for as long as possible. Does actually win out there, taking a cooldown from Hungry Boy, keeping that barrier up, taking some energy too. Okay, Katsuna gonna go for a double, kind of stuffed a little bit there, but does at least get one for their troubles. Soren gonna block this bottom side pretty easily. Lilion intercepts just about instantly. Not gonna get a kill on Katsuna. The final barrier drops here for RTF. Right on up to Hungry Boy, who has this flip. Hopefully they don't have to use it defensively, but that might end up in a situation because EKC is really just holding this whole midfield down. They can't get it. They just can't get the ball past these bumping bumps.
Yeah, and it's looking... Oh, Arabeam from Katsuna. That is a rough spot to be. One of the few times that Arabeam really feels like it can score is when she gets set up in this corner, like right on that like little diagonal. It's just really hard. Like if you don't strike, it goes in the net. If you do strike, the beam puts it in the net anyways, you know. So Katsuna are going to be able to claim that, and a little unfortunate bounce means they're going to lose. RTF is going to lose their first barrier, but they're okay. They're chilling.
Not looking too bad. It's a good positioning there, though, from EKC to hold the line onto that one barrier, but they do end up getting it out. Oniblade comes in here, though, does not spend the flip. Hungry Boy actually going to flip defensively, which is actually not too bad for NXCD to hold their own. Now spends it right in the face of Hungry Boy, stuffs it frame one. Moffin Kui now looking a little bit low, grabs the goalie orb, and now going to be pretty good to go. For just a few seconds there, Soren does end up losing a barrier there to Moffin Kui's pendulum swing. Hungry Boy's going to try to help get it out there. One nice wait. Oh, maybe a combo here from... Nope, Leon can't find it just yet. A nice evade from NXDD, though, and a great angle from Moffin is going to land that final barrier. Once again, so much value getting barriers with the goalie flip. Clearing it and taking things offensively is so good. Another Oni Blade goes in, but strikes it right on through. No one really can get these kills. It's like the Reptile Remedy is like kind of working until Soren blows Leon's head off, and now the power play commences.
Yeah, and with Soren involved in the strike shot, probably waiting for another ability or two. Before he commits. There it is. The Crystal Thorns will claim the barrier, and that is the value of the Estelle being able to get involved. Hungry Boy, unfortunately, not going to be able to pick that up. That means no flip for this overtime, which is quite impactful. Like, this might just be an EKC set if they, unless Hungry Boy or Leo could find something. Oh my god. I didn't think it was going in, and then I looked back over there, and it was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I was butt clench situation where it's like, oh my god, literally a pixel to get that one, and then it comes right back. Can't get the Rose Warp in time, unfortunately. 2-2, at least in this set. NXCD is going to fight onto the bottom side. Someone's going to try to hold some sort of possession on the top side. They do end up getting both the barriers. Goes in immediately with that passive. Can't find the goal just yet. Soren moving out pretty far with the assistance. Katsuna gets it through, bewitching the entire enemy team and myself into a set win.
How long have you been holding on to that one? I got it now.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Zentaro's got some options. Honestly, not a lot. Like, Inner Focus, I guess. I mean, Inner Focus is still really good, but, like, NXTD's gonna get his, like... They're just gonna get curb stomp, so I don't know if they'll actually go to scale it. Other than that, Rasmus picking up team player, that'll be quite nice for Moffin Kui to get this ball up forward to their Asher. And I actually, wait, this draft's really good for RTF. Oh my god. Wait, they get team player.
Like haywire.
Yeah, right? They get team player, extra special, and bulk up. Like, that's such a crazy draft for them, no? Like that's...
I 100% agree. Hey, at least Chrono Boost on the Era, which is like also quite good value there. But yeah, I would say that RTF won out just ever so slightly there in that Awakening draft. We'll see how much work this team player can put in. Moffin Kui had it last game as well. actually got some good value, although overtime didn't commence all that often. Squished into the corner. They can't find it, though. The ball's not going to get it on through. Katsuna can't get it, but hey, Soren, wow, half field, that's the Estelle special right there. It's the goalie standing midfield. What are they going to do to me? Nothing. Actually, Estelle just shoots that far. Point for EKC.
Yeah, it's actually really nice on this map too, because like the barrier's already up. Like you're already at midfield line pretty much anytime your team has like offensive possession. So it still gets a ton of value in just being able to slam abilities downfield and possibly find something.
Yeah, true. Like every time, like someone, it might have been Vaughn that went over like Damien Dias once. I don't remember who it was, but someone was chatting about it, and it was just like right when the barriers go down, every one of your team can just stand midfield because you have so much like extra buffer there. So it makes the map feel even smaller when your barriers go down, which makes total sense. I mean, look how far Estelle is just kind of standing, blocking the front side of her own barrier, which like kind of in turn puts a little bit of pressure on the opposing team naturally, as Leo Leon is going to be shattered just about completely there. Going to stop them from getting heals, and a good combo there. Just going to be the slice and dice into the passive strike. It's going to get that kill. So we're going to hold the line here for a few seconds until the turret is gone, but Hungry Boy is really doing a great job stalling, taking a barrier of their own. Now Lilian has returned. Well played there from Hungry Boy. But now it's going to be a rush from NXED with a strike to go with it. Stunning Mophinkui and taking the next point.
Yeah, and honestly, EKC's feeling really in control of this game. Like, I know it's pretty close, but I feel like maybe it's just this set, but also near like the end of that last set, it feels like they just get so much pressure, and Leo's just not able to survive long enough because, I mean, how can you? Like, yeah, you've got Reptile, but you can't make a play on this HP. Look at him. He can't do anything. Oh,
yeah,
no.
taken out there, which is exactly what you were saying. Lilian just cannot live. Soren is also doing a great job of simply defending, just about getting a flip as well. The next barrier goes down. 2 players on EKC are about to grab a flip and about to take the next set. So kind of a catastrophic moment here for RTF. They can't find their way through. Soren spends that flip and now completely under pressure, and a coverage from Hungry Boy with the stupid glitch pop. That was incredibly placed. It's just like, imagine you're Soren there and you just want to get out of there, and the world, it collapses. And I don't know. That's just an RTF classic, I guess.
Yeah, an RTF classic. Leo Leon has stream pulled up. He heard me talking about how he couldn't do anything. He was like, all right, you know what? Watch this. Check this one out. And they might do it again. Unfortunate breakaway means Soren loses his first barrier, but he's got one more. And, you know, also another point to work with if things really go wrong.
Extra speed that Kitchen is getting here. Did it save there? Which is, no, all good, bro. Just yelling. We love fucking letting me know what's going on right now as the one barrier is going down. Next one about to. Man, Path Splitter, it just, that's a whole character in itself. 3 seconds, free character on the board. Mophinkui gonna at least block their final barrier here. Double flip. Now it's reverse. Double flip for RTF approaching the goal. Although NXED can almost make it through. They do get a counter flip, saving their own lives right now. A pass coming out from Katsuna. Huge. Everyone should start passing at this exact moment. Lilian gets the flip, going for it, and does not find the goal just yet. Hungry Boy giving himself a little bit of extra core speed, but still doesn't manage to get it. Soren gonna pass the ball as far down, but losing the strike war to Hungry Boy. Katsuna can't get control. RTF. Oh, man. It's 2-2 again.
Yeah, okay. Well, they've definitely they heard me. They wanted to make sure it was close. Sword is playing like a beast this game, I'll say it. That guy's going crazy on this Estelle pick. And I mean, oh my god, the damage comes out. And RTF, we're getting a little low, but you know, they're actually okay. I'm just kidding. They got an orb. Everybody's chilling.
As long as you're just kidding, I think everything's good. Except for Hungry Boy, who's dying horribly at this exact moment. Although he's dying horribly as Soren's barriers. Again, big situation where Mophinkui now gets to move up a little bit farther than you could possibly want. Stuff the flip there on Hungry Boy. NXED almost managing to get one of their own. Katsuna going to take the bottom side here with the extra speed. Although you do lose size, Soren can't stand into the Path Splitter. We're going to teleport right through it. Still alive. As Katsuna's going to help block. NXED losing simply a strike war. Did not recognize the threat of Leo Leon, who also didn't flip. Man, that was just like a gentleman's agreement. We will strike war here, and the better man will win, and no one flips.
Yeah, and that feels bad. Honestly, that feels really bad for EKC fans because this is a violent draft. Oh, god, Spark of Focus and Stinger for no, actually, wait, hang on. Something went terribly wrong, I think. It's actually drafted. I don't know. Okay, they didn't. Neither of them picked up Spark of Focus. We got a couple. I mean, Stinger on Zentaro is going to be good for EKC. They also got peak performance on their Era. So even though they lost the set, they are chilling, actually, surprisingly. The only thing I'm really scared about on RTF is the heavy impact on Amy. That finally gives her some power to work with. But, like, I don't know if it's going to matter.
We'll definitely find out if it matters. I think this power will be the difference between her actually just knocking people off the map, which Amy is also quite good at. I think we're going to block the top side there, though. NXT going for kill on to Hungry Boy, seeing blood. So Soren spending a lot of extra cooldowns. Getting it through, though, man. And you spend those cooldowns, you keep the barrier up, you feels good, man. Although eventually, through the determination, Leon gets it through. Great redirect. That was actually a team player redirect from Moffin Kui to Leon. Extra core speed. Soren can't get their hands on it. And now RTF, which looked like EKC was doing so good controlling the game. I agree with that a little bit earlier. Even Katsuna getting thousands of speed awakenings here. RTF is changing the game as we know it.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're going to do it again as Leo gets the core once and immediately confirms. Asher is looking plenty fine this patch. I don't think she's affected too much by the nerf. Yeah, RTF are trying to dig this out of their corner, and it just goes around and around. Around and around and around. Oh, uh-oh.
Speed finally gets to them. Katsuna manages to get their hand on the ball for just a moment. Going to block the bottom side here, though. Going to try to strike with Hungry Boy as well. Getting pulled out of position. Soren does get to keep the ball on through. Leon once again at just about nothing. Katsuna maybe going to try to deal some damage. NXDD is going to. They shatter him now. Can't do nothing until he reses all that health. Goes for the kill. That would be an explosive entrance Oni blade distance, which is quite good. Great setup from EKC once again, which looks like they have a lot of control. Hungry Boy going to stall as long as possible once again. They do get it through. Man, they get it through so hard in assistance with that drum that they actually score instantly. Soren well played with that Rosebord.
I'm very curious to see what Soren's like goal participation is this game, because I swear it's got to be at least 5. Just off. We're only like set 3, so you know. Or is it set 4? I don't know how to count. But Katsuna's in the corner looking a little scared as they pile the damage onto Hungry Boy. EKC opening up both barriers, and Hungry Boy live for now.
Again, a lot of value coming out there, though. They get both barriers. They stun. They destroy Hungry Boy while getting both barriers. And once again, you can't ask for value unlike getting that kind of crossfire. Leon going to try to block as much as they can. NXDD going in with that flip. Moffin Kui almost blocks it, but Katsuna is like pretty fast with all these speed awakenings and extra health. Katsuna actually, I love the build that they got going on here. Like immortality and speed. What else could you ask for on Demon Days?
Yeah, it is a brutal set of awakenings to have, and it's things are happening. The damage is not landing quite where we'd like it. And I think NXT just used everything, and Hungry Boy's just going to get an orb and probably walk away. So now it's looking like an RTF offense that's very, very strong. So I'm forced to burn the flip and not even going to get a barrier with it. Oh my god, there's so much blood. It's just everywhere. It's being spilled. Somebody save Leo.
Leo seems to be unsavable for the most part, taking the brunt of all the damage, but does find a way to get that barrier. Again, great value as you are shattered and just about done. We get it. An Oni Blade coming out. They finally do end up cleaning up Leo after all that. Moffin Kui, look how close they are to the goal, trying to end it, and they do. Oh my god, they wear down Soren just enough to get that strike on through, and well played there from RTF. Looking at game point. Game point right now for RTF. Actually, it would be a series point here from RTF, so EKC is going to actually have to work a little bit harder in this point. Nice evade.
Yeah, and they do claim the barrier at the cost of their own as well, but I'm noticing a problem, and it's Soren doesn't have the cooldowns yet. In his build, he's just got his base kit to work with, and I don't know, the Asher comes into the corner. It's so scary.
Ooh, insanely scary, but they find another kill. NXDD cleaning up Hungry Boy no longer on the mat. Lilian gonna hold, gonna stall White nicely there, but a lot of combos is gonna get that final barrier. Down to the bottom side, Muffin Kui gonna put it onto the top side. Path Splitter comes out and evade as well. Lilian once again, and just about nothing but bewitches the opponent once again. Katsuna in position to make it happen. EKC is not done yet.
Yeah, EKC is here, and they really need something big in this draft, and they just might get it. Notably, I'm looking at a rapid fire for your Estelle. If she would like it, that would help a lot. You've seen a lot of value out of these Estelle beams already, and it is going to just be the rapid fire. It's back. It's not quite the rapid fire it once was, but 25% on a 10-second CD. That's 2.5 seconds, I think. So check me. Oh, NXT got an ad rush. Oh my god, it's cinema.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say ad rush on this exact Zentaro, doing what this Zentaro has been doing, probably is going to give them an average of 6 seconds of cooldown per kill every second of the day, because lots of kills coming out from NXDD, specifically on Leo Leon. Look, they only picked up 1-2 punch, which might do something at some point, but they are being destroyed as quickly as possible. NXDD sticking to Leo Leon, stealing the orb, dealing damage, gets the only blade, literally playing every position they possibly could in that moment, and completely eradicating Leo there. Spending the flip, not going to land much more than a whole lot of damage onto Hungry Boy, who gets the orb at perfect time. They're working on trying to get this last barrier. Soren spending the Crystal Thorns to try to get it through. There's the strike shot, but it's not going to work out. Hungry Boy does manage to grab the opposing goalie orb and stay alive for the moment. Still up. Slice and Dice as well is not going to take up the kill. Soren's going to hold the line here, though. They finally get the kill onto Hungry Boy. NXDD reading the future there with that rush, placing themselves perfectly. Muffin Kui and Leo Leon holding this line as much as they can. Soren flipping to not let the ball go too far past, but they are out of time as Hungry Boy does return to the board, but they are still out of barriers.
Yeah, but Moffin's very low, and the Slice and Dice won't need to claim the goalie. It'll just sink the core, and immediately, I feel like letting Ad Rush fall into NXTD's hands was an insane draft blunder. They just get so much value out of this Awakening every time it's picked. We saw it on Amy's app, even though it didn't work out, but it was... I don't think it was any fault of the Ad Rush.
I knew it. I knew that NXT would go with that flip just for some good damage. And it's actually kind of paying off. Moffin's at nothing. Hungry Boy's at nothing. A threat of dying every couple of seconds here, though, to NXT's cooldowns. Waits for the rush. The positioning was good. Gets it onto Muffin. Hungry Boy also completely slain. EKC looks like they have all the control in the world here, though. Leo Leon getting a surprising amount of health from maybe that tempo swing or something. Stays alive until they are completely vaporized in an ace situation. EKC is about to take this next game, bringing it to a game 3.
Yeah, and I'm starting to lose the hope for RTF. I don't see how you get through the Centauro. He's already got one barrier. The damage is piling on. And XCTZ, okay, he's gonna get another kill soon. Watch Leo's HP bar get plummeted.
Yeah, looking not too good. Actually, Hungry Boy has way less health. It's so much less health that it's already gone. EKC, though, taking it. NXTD with every amount of damage you could possibly imagine on this Centauro, placed perfectly onto RTF. EKC taking that game, evening this one up. Wow, that was more of a bloodbath than I thought we were going to see with those reptile remedies. But, I mean, one Stinger, Adrenaline Rush, nasty.
80,000 damage on the Centauro, by the way. Oh my god. 12k. Okay. First of all, yeah. Let's take a step back from NXCD for a moment. Even though he got a lot of the plays made at that last set, Soren, it was incredibly locked in that game. Played like a beast on the defense. It was very useful in the early sets to get them through the point where this Centauro can scale. And then eventually it just got to a point where, that one awakening. I think we've all done it where we let one awakening fall through that we shouldn't, and then somebody just snowballs away with the game. Sometimes it's Ad Rush, sometimes it's Prize Fighter, sometimes it's like a Chrono Kai. It's insane. It really is. It's the value that they got off that Ad Rush proc felt game winning.
I mean, the numbers, they simply don't lie. 80k is pretty disgusting, and all the kills going with it. NXCD was able to just get around with the explosive entrance, do the damage to the player they wanted to, and had the kill confirms, could basically solo that situation on the front lines there and just kind of make the power plays happen. That's exactly what they set out to do. But yeah, I agree with Soren. Definitely did a really great job of blocking as much as they can, playing the behind the barrier interactions as best as they could, which definitely held so much time, gave them so much extra time for NXCD to just sink those kills, get that damage in there. And Katsuna, fastest thing alive with all of those awakenings. Smallest thing alive too. Little among Titans there. But now we're gonna go to our final, most interesting map of all time. You've never seen this before live and in person. It's Atlas Lab. Tell me, chat, have you seen Atlas Lab before? Maybe you've seen it once or twice, but that's where we're going.
Yeah, we're gonna, I think it's Atlab. It's one of the few maps I think that has like been a staple for so long, and I feel like I can never really get tired of it. Maybe it's just because I don't play enough of it, but like I feel like I've gotten tired of the other like the other maps that have been in the game since the beginning, that have always been here in the map pool. But Atlab always feels like a nice like palette cleanser, right? Like,
oh yeah,
it's got some damage. The black hole's there. Sometimes it blows you up, but it's also pretty easy to play around. You just blow it up whenever you don't want to deal with it. Throw the ball into it, throw an enemy into it.
Pretty good. You know what map I'm super tired of? The Night Market. I feel like Night Market, unfortunately, it's just been like run into the ground. I don't know. Night Market is just so seen. It's so seen. And I'm really glad that Night Market is very banned in this set. And you know what? Atlas Lab, hey, it's been around for just about the same amount of time. But I don't know. Atlas Lab feels so much more like interactive. I don't know. You feel like you get to do a little bit more on Atlas Lab. It's more fun. I don't know. There must be something cool about Atlas Lab because we've been playing it almost as much as Night Market and we're just pogging over it still. So I love a little bit of Atlas Lab. And now we have Inner Focus and Aerials as our star. We did see that Zentaro from last game also had Inner Focus, who was just cooling down as much as physically possible. But we also have Aerials to go with it, just as powerful as an Awakening.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the draft's going to look like when we get in. Waiting for EKC to ready up. But I think big things have been done on the Zentaro. And especially on like an Inner Focus start, I feel like you could just slam this and lock a bunch of damage. Oh, we're going into the draft pretty quickly. RTF, first banning the Amy away from somebody on EKC. Not quite sure who it's targeted at. I want to say NXCD, but we never know. It could be like Soren, Amy.
One of these kittens.
One of the cats are gone. We'll see what EKC fires back with. I don't really know. Asher, maybe? Like, Asher's been pretty strong now. It's just going to be the Hungry Boy Vice. Put the fries in the bag. My fault.
Fries are entering the bag as we know it. Or are they? We do have a Zentaro showing up once again. Happy to take Inner Focus, most likely. Or maybe you could go for the Dash Awakening on round start, which isn't the worst thing in the entire world. RTF securing that one for Leo Leon, which is going to be pretty strong. As we see the Estelle also being picked for EKC. We did see Soren kind of pog right there with the Estelle, but could still land on Katsuna either way. But hey, why fix what's not broken? Am I right?
I agree. I like the Estelle, and we're going to see the Katsuna Juno. That's a big question mark because, I think a lot of people like to complain about every pick that gets nerfed in the patch, but Juno got like hit. Juno got hit pretty hard. They tried to like buffer back with like the little like, oh, here's like 20% on your like, oh, like how quickly it falls down. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think that character got hit a good amount.
There is some funny. I have some funny contention there onto Juno. I'll talk about it in just a second. There, as we do see the Kai roll on over there for RTF as well, which is pretty good. And Kazan, oh, I'm a Kazan hater, but we do see them. Not that common in nasl, actually. Surprisingly, we have a few characters that really just like pick it, right? Like Mafia Korea and like Name Chaotic and stuff. But we do have the Kazan showing up right here along with the Juliet. Yeah, interesting thing about Juno is like I always felt I always felt like why, I don't know, Juno could just get no power at all in the game, and it's like 0.1. We were 1 second into overtime, and she hits the ball harder than like someone flipping, and I'm just like, bro, why the blob got fangs? Why the blob got fangs? I don't know. I was always like, eh. So this change is like, I'm actually pogging over this change. I feel like that was a little annoying for Juno, but I realize that people are probably like, oh, this is probably a little too drastic. I'm pogging.
I get it. I understand. Sometimes as a player, you really like the change when you're not when you benefit from it, like, right? Like, you're not playing Juno, you don't care.
I don't
about
play
it.
Juno. That's the thing, probably.
yeah. So we'll see. It is going to be very interesting because I have not seen a lot of Juno gameplay this patch, or like we haven't seen a lot of gameplay this patch in general. But the very few I've seen, when I've seen Juno, it's looked pretty underwhelming. Not even just like not as like like it just didn't get piloted well. No, I mean I've seen some dedicated Juno players lock this champ, and yeah, it feels like something's missing. Maybe her
could
core
it be
speed.
200 power on her passive thinking? It could be that. But here we go. Loading on in here to the Atlas Laboratory. Once again, the Zentaro choosing Siphoning Wand to just slay the opposing team. And they're doing already this whole series, doing a really great job of that. The Zentaro has been doing so well as Moffin Kui picking that Kazan. Nice classic pick here from Moffin. It's really cool, actually. Because I'm a Kazan hater. That's all good. That's all great. But Kazan goalie, I think it's actually pretty cool. I think there's some interesting things you could do here with Kazan goalie, especially with the size that you get from Powerhouse Vultures. It actually makes you a serious threat. Katsuna taking this aerials, which is pretty great. Inner focus onto NXCD. I'm curious to see how much value we get at inner focus from this Juliet. She probably gets a lot of stacks there from the ult too, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely. Whenever she ults and then she just starts generating stacks, it's you get a lot. You get like 15 or something from just the ult alone. It's a little crazy. That's a lot. yeah, right. It does. It's certainly a lot. And Katsuna brought down a little low. Gonna play the corner. He's alive. He's gone. She's gonna leave. Go grab your orb. Sometimes you just gotta take a leave. Momentary break.
True.
Uh-oh.
Get on out of there. Big Atlas Orb pop onto Katsuna, who's now at nothing. Moffin also is no slouch here on this Kazan for finishing off kills, taking their place in the midfield to just deal some damage. Kazan, one of the very few characters who is like, actually probably might be the best character in the game at securing kills from Shattered State. But, you know, remains to be seen. Zentaro's also insanely good at it. So NXCD is trying to approach here with this flip. Once again, in a situation where we're probably thinking, oh, okay, never mind. I'm not sure what we were thinking there, other than kill Leo Leon. Didn't work out in that situation. Gonna flip for a little bit of damage. Trying to get some evade going on here. Dealing some damage back to NXZD. Goes for the Oni Blade, but NXZD standing in the Oni Blade allows just a millisecond there for Katsuna to get the evade. Or, whoever the other person was to get the evade. Atlas Lab goes off, pops it up. Now no barriers left for EKC.
Oh, and the triangles come out. It's beautiful as they do their little dance around the core, and they're gonna find it with the help of Hungry Boy Giga. I mean, that was really well played. RTF played that power play phenomenally.
Gonna have a lot more power plays to be playing in here. There goes the ult. Damage, double combo there. Right. NXCD taking that one. Power play already commencing here. 10 seconds into this point. EKC getting a little bit of energy. Gonna push it onto the bottom there. Katsuna grabbing flip. NXZD taking a little bit of damage, trying to get it through, but Moffin Kui also is taking a little bit of damage. Hungry Boy trying to make it happen with a flip of their own. A defensive one from Katsuna is gonna clear it out at least. Hungry Boy moving so far close to this barrier. Has Barrage, but Soren once again blocking it perfectly. Soren is actually just so on point in this whole series, IMO.
Yeah, he's been very, very locked in, coming off. Oh, he won something recently, I think, but maybe we shouldn't be talking about him while RTF is scoring. No sad boys angles to be found as Leo and Moffin abusing the strike on CDR, but unfortunate that because it's not gonna matter. They dropped the power play.
Yep, Katsuna. Oh my god. You see the Juno strike with friends doing one core speed. Maybe a little crazy, but sort of feels good, man. A well-played point, though, from RTF to secure that one. Moppenkui now having this flip for this big old Kazan. Might be able to make something cool happen. I would love to see something really cool happen, although NXCD is going to make their play with maybe a double barrier as Soren keeps the ball into NXCD's hands. A flip from Moppenkui defensively is going to be exactly what EKC is looking for, as they're going to put it onto the top side. Yep, the blob jump is going to stuff Hungry Boy's strike. A flip from NXCD, gets the barrier, gets the kill. Now it's all EKC.
Yeah, and they're going to try to find something. The Blink's not able to find it, but they've got possession for now. Thorn's not able to put it in quite yet. Beam, not able either. Hungry Boy and Leon holding it down for now, and with Moppenkui back up, I think that power play is over.
Well, there might be another one showing up soon, as NXDD has taken a lot of damage already. Moppenkui pulls them right into the blast zone of their goal. And now a power play on the reverse side. RTF might be able to make it happen, though. We're stalling out some time. Soren going to use that primary. Going to walk in front of Leon, as you should do. A flip from Leon now, stuffed by every blob in the world, but they do manage to get that last little barrier on the bottom side. And now the actual last barrier is going to go down here for Soren. Jump in there from Katsuna. Pull from Moppenkui. He's going to clear it pretty easily, though. A primary from Soren gets it right through, but their midfielder can't retain control of the ball, and now the barrage is actually going to get it through. Wait, that was like Ariel's barrage. Crazy value from Hungry Boy. Well played.
Yeah, Hungry Boy is putting on a show on the Kai. I think he scored all 3 of those goals. Or if he didn't, it was like, because it got stolen, it was like realistically, like he scored all 3 of those goals. He's going to be rewarded with a rapid fire. It does kind of suck, though, because you're giving up Explosive and Chrono. And, you know, Chrono used to be contention for, like, used to be one of his favorite awakenings. I think Kai players really like that awakening. But I get it. Barrage, I mean, there's just so much CD in the game that rapid fire will be good on its own. Soren, though, did pick up a team player. There is potential there if they can find it. And also Juno starting with the spark scaling with that strength will make up a little bit of that nerf that you just received.
Could actually work out. Yeah, it looks like I like the rapid fire pick there from Hungry Boy. They get the value out of aerials as well, so they kind of can get some cooldown on that primary, not feel too bad about giving up that chrono boost, which I do agree was like Kai's like champion awakening. A barrage once again, scoring that goal. That move is sort of like unlike any other, actually, man. It's like some situations it's sort of unbeatable. Like you have to play it so specifically and perfectly to beat barrage. And wow, just a classic football turnover from Katsuna. Jumps right in front and throws that one on in there. Nice awareness there from Katsuna. And the aerial's helping too. Lots of distance.
Absolutely, and we'll see if they can find some more of those to claim. But oh my God, Moffin! Wait, Moffin's a beast and goes for the boys angle just for love of the game. I guess maybe the middle is a little scary, but they will lose that top barrier, and Moffin's just going to try to hold this second one down.
God, I love when people hit the behind the back, brother, and they actually get it. Like even if he miss, it's like you gotta respect behind the back, bro. You gotta respect it. Just kind of like you gotta be respecting NXZD, who's gonna blow your freaking head off with that flip. Down for 6 more seconds here, Hungry Boy. But Moppenkui is holding. Okay, you almost checkmated there, but a flip from Leon is actually gonna keep that barrier up. The saving grace, Moffin's golden goose, a guiding angel, also stealing the barrier, doing such a good job for the team of RTF. Leon sort of carrying this point on their back for just a moment. This Hungry Boy is not going to get possession of the ball in just a second. Can't actually beat some of these orbs. I love the dribble there from Katsuna to stall the time. And once again, Barrage kind of awkwardly lining up that angle for Soren. Not ready for that one. Going for a evade, just in case maybe the Giga Blast is showing up. But a nice point there from RTF. Looking like a lot of control here from this team.
Yeah, and I don't really know what needs to happen for EKC to kind of get control of the vehicle. Because right now, it's kind of just looking like even if they find some moments where they've got, you know, this first barrier initially, like RTF just seems really, really dominant.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. It's not really like a ton of kills are happening one way or the other, so I can't just say, oh, you should be living. But it's this barrage. Honestly, the range of this barrage and how often it keeps coming up because this rapid fire is doing such a good job of stealing these objectives. Possibly getting a kill here, though, too. Gonna end up shattering Katsuna. NXTD is gonna not find the flurry. A flip here from Leon, really close. That was either well timed or somehow well reacted there from Soren, but gonna stuff it either way. A flip from Hungry Boy, 2 flips, maybe just too much for Soren to handle, and the team is looking good. RTF going for a little bit of, I guess we'll call it a taunt in this game, taunt action, hitting the pose there, 1 or 2. Hungry Boy feeling himself.
Yeah, and Leo Leon does have the CDR stacked. I almost cursed him, but he's got the ult to dodge the dash punch. On the flip side, Soren does have the inner focus fully stacked as well. Other than that, nobody else is really close. Oh, Leo Leon, he's doing things.
Pretty crazy when Leo Leon is doing some things. Oh man, that's Kazan top spins not doing too well in that interaction there, though. NXD also grabbing a kill, activating those pummelers, getting some extra speed to just get super involved. Gets the ult. They find a way to get the ball right on through that flurry, which is really crazy. Well done. They do end up losing the barrier, but not before their teammate comes back. The power play is over. Muffin Kui just kind of walking out of range of NXD's dash punch there. Soren gets control of the ball, gives it over to Katsuna. Gonna try to move up just a second here. Not gonna relinquish too much control over to Leo Leon, as Katsuna's gonna help get it out of the top side as well. A flip from Katsuna. Certainly going to be used on offense here. Maybe in just a second, a flip there. It is nice. Well played, bottom angle, Muffin Kui. Oh, it seems to have overflicked that top spin. Regardless, I don't think it was going to stop it. But yeah, nice one there for me at KC.
Yeah, and it seems like they're still in this. They've still got some life. They can claim this set. It'd be really good for, honestly, any of the players MVPing. Hot Shot is really going to be impactful either on Juno or Estelle. And somebody did not respect the black hole. And I won't name drop them, but you can look at who's not on the field.
I might be able to figure it out, but I'm not going to give anybody any spoilers here. They do return to the board. Leo Leon full health, full cooldowns right now, spending a lot of them, dealing some damage to NXDD. That wand trying to work overtime. Does a decent job of healing you as well. Yeah, actually a good job of healing you as it gets them back up to about half, a little bit over. Katsuna now under half is the prime kill target, does evade the Giga. Soren can't find control of the ball, loses that barrier. They do get a kill though. Power play for EKC, but not too many cooldowns. I say that RTF might be able to stall this one out. A flip there from Moffin is, yeah, well stuffed by the flurry, but with the team coming in, they do hold the barrier once again. Giga onto NXDD, pops the ball. Blob is gonna get it done. Don't need core speed for that one to make it work. Perhaps Juno is just good enough by herself. Wink, as Lilian is gonna try to get this one over to Hungry Boy, who has this flip. Gonna spend it a little far from the goal, maybe a combo, but doesn't work out. And at a point, we'll just keep going.
Yeah, and oh no, Soren! Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That means RTF is gonna claim second set, and they've got options on options, but they learned. they learned. No, I want them to take fire up as well, but they've learned the price of giving NXCD this ad rush. They're gonna take it. Kai probably not gonna get too many adrenaline procs, but hey, it's 1 second off, and Julie doesn't have it. That alone is very, very important.
Muffin, fire, Muffin, fire, flaming, Muffin, flaming, but he actually took it. Muffin, flaming fire. I mean, look at this thing. It's not that bad. 50% speed for 6 seconds. Just all you gotta do is be like, beep boop, guys. I'm in comms. I'm about to flip. Get ready for extreme speed. It's insane. There you go. Fire up, going absolutely ballistic. And we'll see that in just a few seconds. So we're going to lose the bottom barrier there to the tenacity of RTF. So they're going to try to get it through the top side. NXT does find another dash punch to get a kill. If they had adrenaline rush, ooh, this would be really rough. Flurry goes through. Oh my god, they actually get it out. Nice strikes. Oh, they get it out against the blobs as well. Muffin Kui and Leo Leon, dream team right now, but looking so weak, running out of health. Actually healing up with basically wand and tempo swing, and Muffin Kui grabs an orb. They're good to go until NXCD comes in here, ruins their party. Katsune on the bottom is going to help get it through. Soren also might be able to move up here, but there's, man, this barrier, this is the iron barrier.
Yeah, and RTF, so consistent in holding down this power play, and NXCD is just setting power play after power play. They'll eventually find the barrier. NXCD not able to find anything. Coffin turning it on its head. Will have a power play momentarily if they can hold, but oh no, the overtime, the red speeds. Juno is finally doing Juno things with the help of yeah, with the help of team player.
Yeah, that was just a clean team player. That's red core, but score. It's too fast for you. That's just the team player overtime situation. Nice one done. Actually, it's a great redirect angle there from Katsuna. Both barriers down there from Soren real early. Unfortunate, and Katsuna also looking at just about no health. They're going to grab one of their own. Katsuna not backing down, going to hold forward there. Almost gets the second barrier for their troubles. Going to actually still hold the line and now barraged into orbit. They are going to find themselves on out of here. Moffin Kui and Hungry Boy going to try to duo pass this one on through mid lane. Getting a little too close. NXCD love when the opposing team gets a little too close. A stun from Leo Leon comboed with Moffin's strike is going to get it through. Soren, who currently still has a flip. Leo has one of their own. I mean, really great value there from RTF. Getting the score, keeping that flip.
Yeah, and we want to mention, Katsuna did pick up a double spark, a second spark. So, if they can win this set, and, you know, Katsuna can get high up in the MVP order, oh, good insta-flip. Sword survives the double barrier. And it's looking really, really scary for them, actually. Hang on, what's happening?
Leon fighting for their life. I guess Soren's technically fighting for their life. Leon fighting for that barrier. Looking a little low, maybe now fighting for their life. Might be able to pick up one of these orbs. Gonna go for the goalie orb, healing themselves up nicely. As Moffin Kui and Hungry Boy are going to try to get this final barrier. Soren does commit to the primary. They lose a teammate in return. They lose the barrier as well. EKC is in full control right now. Ball does get past Leon. Oh my god, Moffin Kui is so big to grab that hook as well. Katsuna looking super low. Going to end up backing up just a little bit there. Not trying to get Giga off the map. Now in the hands of Soren. Going to primary it on up. Right through Hungry Boy with a nice Rose Warp. NXED, though, does have this flip in full force. Will they spend it? They do end up spending it just for damage, trying to get the kill onto Hungry Boy, but the team player is active, and I'd say the EKC certainly has the advantage in overtime.
I do agree with you with this 140 power over or hot shot or whatever judo. They don't need the red speed though. Katsuna will just second strike the pop-ups. Not reliable enough to. I mean, honestly, it's reliable enough, but Katsuna is just winning. He decided he was going to win that interaction.
Well played as well. EKC trying to bring some of these sets back. I mean, RTF is basically in full control of this game and possibly ending the entire series. But Katsuna is schmixing right now with these blobs. No power needed. Holding the line. Not making it so Soren has to spend any cooldowns until the player comes back. Now has those cooldowns to use. Barrage comes in hot, gonna spend that flip directly at the barrier, which kind of a mix-up in itself. Kind of like that. Does allow Moffin Curry to block it with the hook. Katsuna's gonna fight it on the top side. NXCD, not too many cooldowns it looks like. Spends the primary there to get a little bit of damage. The black hole is gonna spawn up once again. Lots of blobs coming in there. Wait, maybe Juno's OP now because her ult just keeps coming up. But NXCD, maybe also OP, getting a dash punch. The pummelers are active once again. Hungry Boy looking at just about no health, no orbs, can't do much. And can EKC take this barrier in this power play?
And we'll see as they did set up in the corner, just trying to get it forward, but Hungry Boy a little too fast. And it's actually going to be NXCD that finds a kill, a little far away from the enemy net, but that's fine. They've got time to get it forward as long as Hungry Boy unable to find anything. And it just resets. Soren tries to keep it up to NXCD, but Moffin Kobe is a robot whenever this goes on and gets picked. It's so hard to get through him.
It really is a task right now. Even with this team player, I'd say really good advantage to just have these red balls on this strike, but it's not enough to get it through. Moffin Kobe and Hungry Boy, who gets wild Giga Blast. EKC now looking at only 2 players right now. Hungry Boy flips real close, gets it on through, and now it is true series point for RTF. They're looking strong. They're looking good. Can they clean this one up, or will EKC bring it back with this single flip? But it is parried by Moffin's flip. The energy is about even, actually.
Oh, little boy.
Oh, my
second
God.
boy's like, wait, he's a beast. RTF, it just does it again. But Moffin Kobe's going to pay with his life. And XCD is probably going to claim 2 barriers. And EKC looking like they're sitting comfortably as they remove these stacks from Kazan, if it will even matter. And I don't think it's going to.
Oh, man. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Gets a beautiful angle. Moffin feels good, man. Instantly dies, loses the entire point. Oh. EKC taking full advantage of that positioning. Well played, NXCD. First awakening here with this Juliet. What's it going to be? Heavy impact? Maybe. I don't know how good fighter flight is right now for Juliet, but yeah, it's going to be that heavy impact, getting some damage, getting some cooldowns. Well played. Here, you mentioned the hot shot a little bit earlier. It's going to land on Hungry Boy. Even more cooldown for that barrage. Only one little thing has to touch that core to get that cooldown back. Fighter flight for getting your secondary back there too for Juno, which is cool. Surviving with the Reptile Remedy. Missile prop. Soren going to increase the range of basically everything except for the beam, and crazy value Deadeye for Leolian. I mean, we will be seeing this value show up for sure. Am I right, Wop?
Oh, probably. But I mean, they just need to win one more. Then, you know, Leo gets one dash away, and then he can actually proc it. I was about to say, if we had a fourth boys angle, I would have been outraged. Okay, like that would have been. We're getting too whimsical. We gotta like just hit the barrier, please.
Man, Beyond the Back is so crazy too, because in the, I'm not sure if there's even a mod for it, but in your training mode, we don't really have access to Atlas Lab. You can't just practice behind the back, and so you kind of just have to be good and just do it enough times, which is pretty awesome. So love to see that one. The final barrier does end up going down in this power play. NXCD and Ketsuna get it on through. Soren going to block this one here. Hungry Boy, nice backing up to maintain pressure and control of this ball. Leolian comes in and basically going to leave because they got their face smashed in there instantly. A flip from Katsuna is going to whiff completely. Soren going to get it through onto the mid side. Hungry Boy can't get possession of the ball either. On up with this flip, but another situation probably going to occur where we're actually going to flip pretty far from the barrier there. I'm not entirely sure. NXCD also going to flip a little bit midfield here, possibly to stay alive. Soren get that cool strike shot team player going on. Giga is also going to go a little bit wide there in a strike war against the biggest Kazan you've ever seen. NXCD, truly the hero of the day here.
Yeah, NXT's been putting in a lot of work and just finding like power plays, and even if they don't like relate to anything, but just finding power plays and eventually getting through Moth and Koei either by, you know, killing the Kazan or killing a teammate. Lots of things being done here. Actually, I mean, I say that, and then every time I would think they're gonna get a barrier, Moth and Koei like finds a way.
Yeah, look how close Moth and Koei is to the goal. I mean, they're completely trusting Hungry Boy to block the top side, and they're like, yo, I'm going to take this whole bottom side. I'm the biggest Kazan you've ever seen. Honestly, not a terrible situation, although NXCD is winning the strike wars that matter, stealing that last barrier right under their nose. Now someone's going to have to block this one here. They do end up grabbing it, which means Leolian's flip is completely online. You already know, waiting for that last barrier. Flip center stage into the top side. Soren, you just block what you can. You do your best, but it is a completely open goal against Flip. Can't feel too bad about that one. Understandable. Moving on to that next point, it's even.
Yeah, it is even, and NXCD and Soren both have this inner focus fully stacked. Leo soon to have his as well, but notably, the thing I mostly care about is that Moth and Kobe doesn't really have their stacked at all.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you just count the CDR.
Oh, I was not doing that.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not your job. That's mine.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, anyway, getting this barrier. They cannot actually get this barrier. Soren not going to want to flip here, though. NXCD looking quite weak, but turns it instantly with a couple of flips. They actually get a power play, activating Homeloaders once again. Behind the back, Hungry Boy catches the ball, keeps the barrier up. Mafia-Koei striking through and above the entire enemy team with this closed Kazan form. Kazan has two forms, if you guys didn't know, by the way. So we're going to block the midsection here. NXCD going to help try to get it out, but Leolian does find that barrier. Mafia-Koei having a complete flip here. Going to move up, try to block the top side, but the team player, once again, is going to make it so Mafia-Koei probably going to have to stay a little bit closer to their own barrier. Spends that flip, whiffs completely. Katsuna going in, trying to get it through. Soren also going to try to get it through this Oni Blade. Spends that ult, gets it through that. Oh my god, great rush. Soren, such a good job until it finally goes down. The team player might be able to take this barrier from RTF. We'll see.
Yeah, oh, good hook's going to find the clear. Katsuna not going to flip there as it kind of just gets rail gun from Soren to NXCD. Oh, Katsuna's flip. NXCD with the flurry, and it's shut down by Hungry Boy for now, but they do still have like pretty decisive favor when you've got so much core speed here over time.
Wow. I just can't keep mentioning the difference between Juno having that 200 extra power on her passive and not having it. She just does not get red balls anywhere. Oh man, missing the wall there. Unfortunately, Soren ends up dribbling the ball directly to Leo Leon, center of the board, which gives them the perfect flip of all time, which is a little bit unlucky there. But now it's going to be complete series point for RTF. Big time gameplay coming out once again. Playoffs is coming out pretty soon. This is week 7. These players are trying to really just stay in the game for the playoffs. It's not impossible that if EKC loses this, they will not have a chance to make the playoffs. But NXCD is saying, actually, we're staying in here, though. Big kill coming out. Soren blocking these barriers, at least one of them. Now they're trying to get it through. Hungry Boy, though. Oh, he's on point, bro. He's keeping it alive with his Moffin.
Yeah, Moffin definitely wants to win. As a little scary there as Theo piles the damage onto NXCD, and Gigablast goes wide, which means NXCD is safe for the time being, but they are not done quite yet. He will surely see them pile the damage on, but it doesn't matter. Moffin losing the barrier, and now EKC has the opportunity to score.
Big time situation for EKC. Katsuna going onto the top side, spends both their cooldowns, doesn't get it, takes some damage there from Mothman Koi in return, and man, they're off the map. Katsuna is gone, but two players are a little weak. What can be done? Soren does get it through, but it does come back kind of quickly there. NXCD is going to do their best to at least block some of these passes. Soren has team player here with NXCD, which kind of makes it a little awkward here to try to stall in this 2v, well, in that power play that was occurring just a second ago. Going for this Oni Blade now. Leo Leon finds it, ends the game. RTF takes it over EKC with a well-played combo and passive from Leo Leon. Going on up, making their playoffs look a little bit better, RTF.
Yeah, that was a pretty important win for both of those teams in terms of playoffs. With only 3 weeks remaining, you know, holy stat line. 350 redirects on Hungry Boy, but I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, both these teams really did need a win. RTF mostly need it just to kind of like, I think they need to win it, like all 3 of their games, just to like be comfortable. I think they can still make it in even if they lose one, but they do need it to be comfortable. And EKC really needed it, but that is not the end. You know, there are still more games, and maybe there's some world where EKC, you know, stars align. We never know until it actually happens. But they put up quite the showing today. Even if RTF did win, they were close games, nail biters. I feel like we went the distance on a lot of these games.
No, totally agree. There's a bunch of times in actually all these games where I said EKC has complete control. It is kind of their game to lose. Like at that moment, and that's whatever set they were playing in that time, I was like, EKC has got it. They're back. They're bringing it in. But RTF was not done. They returned to form. They're back, and now they're doing quite well, taking this one. I mean, between 15 kills from NXCD, it was like, damn, how could this have happened? But it did. Regardless, well played there from RTF. Moving on up into a 4-4. It's going to be a 4-4 record there for RTF. Not looking too bad, keeping that one even. But we're going to get a couple of other players loaded up here, though. In a few minutes, we will have Demon Time against the Dog Slayers. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes for that one.
Guys, we'll be okay, maybe we're not. Maybe we're chilling.
Anyway, should we dance? What should we do?
I don't know. I've never been left out like this.
Can they still hear us on the street? Hey guys.
They probably can.
Hey guys. Fancy seeing you guys here. And
悔しくないのかさびれて舞台を前にうろたえるのかあらがって切り開いて見返す番だ目を離すな歴史を塗り替えてやるさダンダンダンダンダン勝って完成巻き起こして時ダンダンダンダンダン待ってあと少しせめぎ合うしっぱし挑みたい掴みたい刻みたい革命の火ぶた切って伝説の花掲げてゆこうさあねちゃんちゃんじゃん僕に飛び込んで熱狂を起こすと放射になれねちゃんちゃんじゃんタイタニックぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで大地蹴って蹴って蹴ってブレイク
Match point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass is wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
'Hello, everybody. I'm back again. Envy is with me again. We're here. Our second game of the 7th week of nasl. I'm sure there's a better way to say that. Demon Time versus the Dogs. This is a match that I think there's a lot of standards on this match. I think if Demon Time win this, they're pretty comfortable. If the Dogs win this, it's a pretty big upset, I'd say.
Could agree with that. The Dog Slayers definitely got their work cut out for them. In fact, we are probably going to stall a little bit here. Maybe redo the character choices or awakening choices. Somebody might have screwed something up. Regardless, yeah, we do have Dog Slayers here at a 1-5 record right now. We got Demon Time at 4-2. So it's kind of like a situation where Demon Time is like, okay, so we're probably good. We want to get a better seed situation, like you're saying, get a little comfortable. Dog Slayers might need this. Dog Slayers might legit. Okay, we're starting again with only 6 people. Fantastic. Or 5 people. All right. Yeah. Luckily, nothing is messing up on our end. LOL. LOL in this lobby right now. But yeah, Dog Slayers might actually need this one to make the playoffs. It's kind of a rough situation here for Dog Slayers, and Demon Time is no joke. No joke gameplay coming out here. Gumi, Shianzu, Snake. I mean, it's like Gumi, Shianzu, Joker actually is I heard they're a pretty good team. Did you hear that?
I did hear that actually. That's what they're saying in the streets.
Did you hear that?
I'm also hearing though, that this team isn't as I don't want to say they're not doing as well as we expect them to, but they're not as consistent, I think, is what we expect. They've had some moments where Gumi gets bored. I'll say it. I'll say it. As a person who's casted a lot of the Gumi games, that guy just gets bored of the net sometimes and decides that he's got to go next point immediately. So as always, we'll see how he's feeling.
I guess we will.
On the flip side, on the flip side, Dogs, a team are struggling as their first season in nasl. They've got quite the roster of teams to beat, and this is certainly one of the harder ones, in theory.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Man, first team in nasl, though, how cool is that? Still, hanging out with all of the kings right now. And in fact, well, getting a little stuff there from big old Joker. Got a demolitionist action. Big Asher's gonna make things rough. But yeah, no, it's cool to see all these new teams showing up, and a lot of the players that from other teams that are joining forces here, seeing what they can do. And these is just a team of good players. We'll see if they can kind of clutch this one. They are going to take that barrier straight under time, although Joker is going to manage to get their own, and it's going to be a score there for the Dog Slayers. Well played. In fact, they're looking so good, they're probably going to take this entire series from that point momentum. Am I right?
I'm down. You know what? Yeah, I'm down. Dogs sweep. It's not even going to be close. Yeah, I am curious, though. We're seeing the Mako. And the Mako is not a character that we've seen too much of, I don't think. Not really favored. Dubu kind of does her job a lot better. That was a scary clear. They're bailed out for the moment being. I don't think the team's going to matter too much. I'm lying. But I don't want to talk about the Asher character right now. I do want to keep yapping about the Mako, though, because it's not a character that holds it down quite the same as the Dubu and the Atlas. Even the Asher does, right? You're mostly picking it for that offensive buff, that offensive support.
Man, but Dubu got super omega nerfed. You saw the extreme Dubu nerfs? How can you even pick that character anymore, Fought?
Right, the very, very extreme Dubu nerfs that was some damage and knockback off his secondary. I think he will be gutted from that. I don't think we will be seeing any more Dubu this season.
Hold on, he got 2 seconds on his primary, though.
Oh, is that real?
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I think I'm pretty sure it's primary from 8 to 10 seconds. But regardless, super nerfed. Oh my god, horrible. Man, Mako's in. Fantastic. Weston getting it in. Boom. Ult. Base drop. Getting Nicki Millen in there. Flipping Gumi. Spending all the opposing resources. Twisty gonna run for their life, but still block the goal. Then die. And then it's gonna be time taking the first point. Dog Slayer sweep. Dog Slayer sweep. Dog Slayer sweep.
And it's a slow sweep, they're getting the broom out right now. Because Joker,
so sweet.
Yeah, Joker stole it. Joker's got the broom right now, and it'll be rewarded with a peak performance. Very, very useful. Yeah, this is a little scary. I'm gonna be honest. Era's gonna get Chrono Boost. Wow, this is peak performance on Asher and Chrono Boost on Era, and Estelle gets something as well. Explosive to cover the map. I don't know. The draft feels really bad. Yeah, you got Hot Shot and extra special, I guess, but do they even really like those Awakenings that much? I don't think they do.
You do not underestimate Luna Hot Shot. Honestly, I'm pretty sure with Hot Shot, she can just red ball the core before overtime. Again, don't quote me on that. I mean, don't quote anything I say, to be honest. But dropping the barrier, which is totally fine. Gumi moving really far up. Yeah, you can see that. The boom, the whammy, making red ball instantly. Now we're gonna outplay the water cannon. All right, we got top side gameplay, setting up the Maelstrom, blocking any interceptions there. Maybe looking for just something really cheeky. Twisty still holding the bottom side though against the Joker. Oh, boom, boosts right on in there, taking that barrier, activating their own water cannon incoming. Boom, gets on in there, but the Joker is going to nicely block that one away. Now Shanzu's chance to score. Nice evade there from Weston, but we are kind of locked in here. Couldn't clear basically anywhere but up, and Shanzu had the cooldowns to get it on through. Path Splitter. Not making things easy for Weston.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing... Okay, Gumi's question mark pinging his teammates for some reason. Red speed off the Mako cage is very frightening, actually. I don't know why it's doing all that. It's got no reason to. Dogs claiming the barrier, and I mean, I'm curious what the game plan is for this Inky splash zone, because I don't know if I like Luna Rasmus on this map. Honestly, don't like Rasmus. I think that character sucks.
I'm not sure. Can't say for sure. Stuffed with Pendulum Swing. Gumi, I guess, just had nothing left other than hope in their heart. But Twisty's going to snuff that one out and keep this flip. We actually have triple flip on the side of Dog Slayers. This feels like a Dog Slayer sweep on this set specifically. Here we go, starting out with the drum, the bass, the Shianzu jumping in, trying to steal the barrier from the opponents. One flip goes down from the Joker, one from Weston. Now a flip from Twisty to get it through. Shianzu kind of stuffs it with just a strike. Nicki Milan's chance to get it through. All right, onto the opposing side at least. Incoming Crater Maker. Everyone spends evades. That's at least some value out of there. Blocking the top side Joker. Not expecting Weston to maybe not strike there, though, but keeps the barrier up, going top side. Gumi going to send it through the Maelstrom, which is going to give Joker basically free reign to get that one through. Weston survives the Crystal Thorns as well, and it's just a rough time getting the ball through Shianzu and Joker. They do manage to finally get the barrier, and there goes Luna. Oh, but there goes Joker. Hold on.
Yeah, and Weston and Twisty going to try to find something, but with this double range, the Era Beam and the Stell Beam will come out eventually. Not seem to have right now, and that does mean they've reset. The beam, or the water cannon comes out and sets it up for Shianzu to sink it in. But I want to mention Weston went a little crazy on the defense there. He was holding that barrier down, like kind of mogging Joker on it. I gotta be honest, he just was. I call it how I see it, you know?
No, we like that. We need to call it. We need to start calling it how we see it. Flips being built onto Demon Time right here. Gumi and Shianzu just about have double flip. Twisty gets it through with the Pendulum Swing, though. Drum and bass helping give some speed. Nicki Milan might be able to get something through, but no boost active, it looks like. Beating Joker in that interaction is going to keep that barrier up as well. Down onto Twisty, but Shianzu jumps on in there with a double distance from the Dashberg. Ult not too favorably, though. Mako's ult sometimes just kind of does what it does, and Joker happy to push it through with the barrier beam. 2 points here for Demon Time, and Shianzu's the one.
Yeah, and it's really, I mean, it feels a little brutal. You know, like there's not much. This Asher character seems really strong. I don't think the Asher nerfs were enough. I feel like every time we see her today, she just goes crazy. But Estelle does get mind control. The Estelle does get rapid fire. Twisty will pick up the fire up. I believe that Awakening is really strong, but that's oh my. Ad rush on Joker, always something to be wary of. We've seen the value that Ad rush gets, even if it didn't win the last series it was picked. Either of the games actually it was picked. No, it did win the second game it was picked. But Deadeye on Luna is also going to be really, really impactful.
I agree. I think Deadeye on Luna is pretty good, in fact. And I think Nicki Milan is good enough to make it crazy good value. Nice score there, though, from the Dog Slayers. All right, here starting off this point once again with the drum and bass. We do have extra special. They can start off every point that they want with that one. Gonna block the barrier, but Shianzu's double distance. These Rose Warps are actually just getting it done. Although Nicki Milan's looking quite low. Joker's really trying to get the value out of that Adrenaline Rush, but Stolen gets that barrier with the boost. Shianzu gonna try to get it out of this. Oh, Crater Maker! Craters have been made. Makers have been made also. Nicki Milan getting credit for that one. Dog Slayers, sweep.
Yeah, and the dog sweep, it's inbound. We are getting there. If Weston can hold the barrier, and he does, beautiful clear around the barrier beam, actually. And now Twisty in the corner trying to find something to flip use.
Oh.
And oh, wait, it's beautiful. The hook follows, and it hits on the goalie. And, I mean, yeah, we're kind of just resetting as the beam comes out. Oh, Joker, unfortunately, stuffs. There's not much you can do about it. Asher's broken.
Lucky that Asher seems to be broken. Cannon here favoring Demon Time. Pull, Pendulum Swing, Twisty. Okay, you know, I think you're right. Gumi got maybe a little bored. Was definitely just hanging out in the midfield, trying to make stuff happen. But Twisty was like, actually, dude, I'm beating that ass. Boom. It's going to be Dog Slayers.
Yeah, and Twisty will be rewarded quite heavily with I don't know with what. Sparker Focus or Inner Focus are probably my initial go-tos. It's gonna be oh, right, with the fire out. We're energy maxing. But that does mean that the Inner Focus will fall to Shianzu. If Shianzu can get that stacked, oh god, if the Spark of Focus fell to Joker, I think there's been a drafting error. That's a lot of CDs. That's just a ton of CDs for the side of Demon Time. And not a lot for Dog Slayers besides the Catalyst and the Fire Up, like, compatibility, I guess.
Yeah, surely this Catalyst Fire Up situation is just going to get completely out of hand. Twisty flipping left and right, giving the opponents, or giving the team speed. It's going to be crazy. Okay, hold on. Joker almost stealing the entire game real quick. Triple goalie situation. We're trying to get this one out. We got the cannon. One death goes through, and Path's player just splits Weston's. Yeah, I mean, okay. Demon Time takes that point, but honestly, we have hope.
We do have hope, and there is a lot to be hopeful for, I think. But I do gotta say, it's already looking a little scary with just how much CDs Demon Time got, but Twisty does not care, and she'll just take that initial barrier for herself. That's the adrenaline proc for the Joker. And Twisty's going to try to find a hero play here, but there is none to be found, and that means suddenly the Joker, as an uncontested core in Weston, there is nothing in the kit of Mako that lets you stop him from doing what he wants to do.
That is true. Can pretty much agree with that one. Okay, game point here for Demon Time. Dog Slayer's not done yet. Okay, goes out for another base drop. Okay, sort of winning the kickoff just a little bit there. Gets the ball past Shianzu. Now in the hands of Joker. Weston's going to clear up. Nicely past the pass splitter. Not going to lose the barrier just yet. Crater Maker going to blow literally board wide. Actually sends them to Canada, Africa, wherever you'd like to go. Gonna try to hold this barrier though once again through Joker. Twisty stunning. Gumi tries to get it in. Tries to sneak that one before the walls there have opened, but Shianzu is like, yo, dude, you're out. Got the cooldowns. Gumi gets it into the opposing cannon. Oh, blasted out of the flip, and now in the Joker's complete control, and sends it on through. Demon Time taking game one on the Inky Splash zone.
Yeah, and that one feels pretty bad, I'm going to be honest. That is... Oh, that's not Dog's map. Or no, that is Dog's map. I thought that was I thought that was Time's map because of how often I've seen them on this map, I feel like. But no, that was the Dog map, and now Time gets to go to their own to Night Market, which is a scary map for them. Honestly, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something Dogs could do to kind of fight back. But it felt like Demon Time were here in full force tonight. Joker scored on, besides that 1 point, basically every time he touched the ball.
Yeah, Joker got a lot of good assistance there from Shianzu. The extra dash distance from both of those dash perks Shianzu made such good use of with those Rose Orbs. Kind of an unclearable situation there for Weston. But it could have just been... I don't know. You know, it's a rough spot because Luna, I feel like Luna is pretty polarizing when it comes to, I don't know, everything. She's not really a traditional midfielder, but she does boost does unlike any other, which it can get you across the board without having dash perks. But you can't go through people. So she can't really back up that easily. She can't. She's just all or nothing all the time, right? She's either full force into the enemy's goal, and she can't really back up a little bit to help her own goalie as much. So she it's really just now's the time, this is the play, and if it somehow doesn't work out, I mean, you're kind of gone for a while, and your goalie just has to kind of work their way through it. And that's when Joker was like, I'm huge, I'm Asher, I'm Barrier Beam, I'm in. So maybe it could have just been a Luna situation on that map, but still very well played from Demon Time, using those cannons just about perfectly. As we're going to go to the next map, like you said, it's going to be a little Night Market action. I know things about Night Market. We know things about Night Market that you'd be like, wow. And some of those things are going to involve a speed gate in the center and maybe Juliet running at you. Starting off again with Inner Focus. This seems to be the awakening of the day, Fwop and Monumentalist.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm getting a little tired of the Inner Focus. We gotta get this awakening out of here. I'm just tired of seeing it as a start. I don't mind the awakening by itself, but like as a start, I feel like it's so. I don't know. Maybe it's just fatigue of seeing it 3 times. Don't quote me on that. But dogs, we'll pick up the Kai for Nikki. Does Nikki have a Kai? I don't know.
I've seen Twisty play Kai.
Is that
Kai
a Twisty
Brawler.
Kai Brawler? I'm down. I'm down to see it. But that does mean Time is red side on Night Market and is going to have a lot of options available to them. The Amy being the first one they picked. And I'm curious what Gumi's feeling. Because I think Gumi has a lot of unorthodox picks. Maybe the Rune, little Monu Rune action. It probably wouldn't be.
I'll
Monu.
take
It'd
Rune.
probably be like, yeah, I'm down for Rune, but
I'll take
like
a little Rune.
they could also just slam the Asher here. I'll be honest.
They could slam the Era too.
They could. Yeah.
Could start slamming Era. I mean, goalie Monumentalist. I mean, all right, goes for the Vice. Goes for big old damage. Gonna get that Inner Focus action going. Good damage already showing up here for Demon Time. They love damage. If there's one thing I know about Demon Time, they love hitting the opponents and putting them off the map where they're quite dead. Hey, Era showing up here with Kazan. Pretty solid team. We'd love to give Kazan size. Kind of insane. And Zentaro, again, man, Zentaro is the hero of the day. That's 100% going on to the Joker right there.
Yeah, and notably, dogs. This draft is a little interesting because if I'm looking at this correctly, that is Weston on the Kai.
Okay, that could work.
I imagine. I mean,
Sure.
Era or Kai could go midfield, but I think right now, just based off the initial meta read, Kai goalie seems to be up like big time.
Agreed.
The 6
I
seconds
agree.
on the 6 seconds on the CD plus the strike refund on everything and all the CDR in the kit means that you get a lot of barrages, a lot of gigas. So I'm curious how he'll do on the Kai pick. And personally, I don't like Eric Kazan. I think Eric Kazan sucks. But like,
Really?
I also don't-
Erickson sucks? Oh, man.
I just think like I don't know if
What do you think?
Kazan like
What do you think?
I don't think Kazan gets enough like value out of the size to really matter, or not even the size. It's honestly like the power. I don't think he does enough. Like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, was I wrong? Oh,
You
I'm
were
wrong.
wrong.
Just kidding. It's Eric.
Erigoli.
Shock.
Oh, wait, so I was right. Oh, let's go. I said Smash Era or something. All right, nice. We got Erigoli coming in here. Kai, I mean, I think Kai is like, maybe I'm a noob, but I think Kai is one of the heroes of the game right now. Like, I feel like that character works everywhere and is just so good at their job. Just feels like a really strong pick these days, kind of like picking Estelle in midfield. Although we don't have Estelle in our game here. We have Kazan, which is again another interesting pick. But now we have Kazan Brawler. We did see Moffin Cody plays Kazan as a goalie a little earlier. Getting a kill, the Joker is certainly going to slam that one as the power play commences. 2v3, gonna be rough to get it on through, and actually a lot of damage for Demon Time. Amy's also really good at dealing damage along with these two demons here.
Yeah, Twisty opted into Mag Souls, which is it's okay if you can dodge the skill shots, but you can't really dodge Amy secondary. Like it's kind of on like the Amy to mess it up, unless you're like super duper fast. They can kind of mark either Nikki or Twisty to kill. They're both very squishy, and this time it's going to be Nikki Minilan, and Twisty will try to fight back some way somehow, but I don't know if she has the resources to do so.
Maybe not, but the assistance of the speed gate definitely changes the game just a little bit there. As they find a kill, Twisty pulls him right on into the blast zone there. Joker nowhere to be seen for at least a short while. Strike shot to get the ball through. Twisty losing every drop of health that they could ever have. Getting hit by that supernova, of course. Weston not ready to pick up that back pass. Approaching ever so slowly here. Gumi gonna wait for the last moment to get it on through. And again, it's a situation where if the opposing team flips that close to your goal, it's a really tough spot. Honestly, I feel like the best thing you could do is just not strike until, like, just literally don't strike. You wait until the entire flip wears off, and I feel like that's like just your best chance, because trying to strike it through the actual flip is like not even on you. I don't know, just play it to what you can play with.
Yeah, it is brutal as Nikki Menelin tries to find something with the Giga Blast, unable. Twisty had to retreat for an orb momentarily, but she's back and ready to start playing the game again. But Joker and Xianzu are going to find one barrier, and, well, they're just going to deny the orbs. They want to play their damage game, even if it means they may lose a barrier. They're okay with that.
Seems to exactly be the situation that we're looking at. Nikki Millen getting knocked all over the place, and they did indeed lose that barrier. Gumi going to go top. Twisty's going to try to gain control of that one, though. The glitch pop almost did not work out in Gumi's favor. Nikki's still trying to find a way to heal it on up. A flip from Twisty almost scores it, but Gumi's going to stuff that one and look for a kill. Gonna dodge on that glitch. Actually, I guess she's missing the glitch pop for the most part. And totally in hit stun. Joker gonna try to grab the ball here with Xianzu. Gets it through with the power cord. Gets the flip. Hits Twisty. Joker can't get it through. And the Dog Slayers survive.
Yeah, and a big supernova means Twisty is very killable, and it's right there with the Vice Primary. That means that they got a power play, Demon Time. They've just got to find a way to get it in. It'll be Joker, just a stray core to the bottom.
Yeah, nice shot there in overtime. A little too fast for Era without any of those cooldowns, and definitely took the strike shot, which I don't think is a bad idea, but of course you don't have boots to get yourself around, so it'll give and take, of course. And Joker will be our first pick here for an awakening. What's it gonna be? A little extra special action, a little range, a little damage. Peak performance is nice for keeping yourself up. I mean, you're gonna have to take some health against this team for sure. A deny, most likely from Xianzu, to keep the health away from the opponents. Fire Up showing up. Fwop's favorite awakening the entire game. Fire Up has dropped onto Weston. 1-2 punch for Gumi, and hey, Chrono Boost is quite good too. I don't even think this went that badly for Dog Slayers. Not at all.
I agree. The peak performance is going to do a lot in terms of just keeping Twisty alive, and also, you know, earlier I was talking about how you have to just dodge those skill shots. Well, you can actually do that with Kai whenever you pick up a dash awakening. Chrono Boost might be his best one, as they try to get some sort of offense going. They can't find anything. Nikki, a little low as well.
They're going to have to now dodge and use cooldowns to help Twisty get it through, although Twisty does find that final barrier there. Some damage over to Xianzu, but his team really just... This is definitely the I don't have enough damage to kill comp that Dog Slayers is running. It's a little unfortunate, because like even a regular team with just non-super damage can just hit some crossfire when trying to get a barrier and find a kill with coordination, but it might not work out here with Era and Kai, although we do have Demon Time. Knocking Twisty to just about nothing, working through this power play as well. Mostly going for damage. They're coordinating a lot of their stuff on kills, because we can see that Dog Slayer still has 2 of these barriers up. They're not barely passing midfield, they're just killing people on their side.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a game plan and they're going to stick to it. They're going to put the damage out. And if they lose some barriers, that's okay, because they'll hold it down, and, you know, eventually they'll find a kill and then commit off that. And right now the damage is on Twisty. Unfortunate glitch pop, though. Sets her right up to just kind of strike the ball in.
Classic Twisty mind control. It gets the opponents to score on themselves when they think they can get 50 kills in 1 point. That's the Twisty classic right there. Now gonna have to work on getting a little bit of evade, a little bit of energy so they can survive any of these situations. Okay, Xianzu actually has to flip after that, which is nice. Weston using that, flipping as well. Not entirely sure if we needed a flip there though, but spending it, at least giving the fire up, which isn't too bad. Give some speed to Nikki to help them dodge it on out, but the Joker is still eyeing this Kai. Nice evade timing. Oh, okay. Well, then you just... Yeah, evade actually has a cooldown, everyone. It's like 4 seconds, so after you evade, you can't really do anything. So, power play here for Demon Time is going to make that work out. But again, it's like they're spending so many cooldowns getting kills. This is a classic kill comp thing, right? They're spending so many cooldowns getting kills that they're not getting any barriers, not getting objectives.
Yeah, but we can see Joker
Look
fully
at him,
invested on this side of the map, but it doesn't matter because this is what the kill comp does. They don't need to get the barriers immediately. They'll find it eventually. With time, somebody will go down, and then they are going to sink it. Oh, good little primary to hit stun Nikki out of the way and sinking it between. Yeah, that's kind of like what the kill comp wants to do, though. They don't need to score right now. They just need to keep, like, they need to not lose, and then eventually somebody will die. And then you do your thing. Then you score.
Okay, but what happens if Twisty just scores because they're balling?
No, you worry about that when that happens. That wasn't.
Okay,
They gotta go through a whole other barrier. They're okay.
A whole other barrier. Oh my gosh, no resource. Oh, no resources here on Gumi. Twisty could actually make it happen here. Garage keeping it in Twisty's side at least, but man, Weston and Nikki are both just about nothing. Topspin, almost a mix-up there. Actually gets the hook mix-up. Twisty. Oh my gosh, Kazan soloing this entire game right here as the other two players run around with their heads cut off because they really can't do much more, especially with no evade. Weston about to die, staying midfield. Nikki taking over at the goalie spot there. Also looking at just about close enough to get a flip. Has to get their hands on the ball maybe one more time. Yes, indeed, one more time. A flip. Nice, it's gone. It's in. Dog Slayers. They're doing it.
They're doing. This is the sweep. I'm down to see it. And they do kind of have. It does feel like they've got they're adapting really well to the damage game here, where they kind of just, yes, they're struggling with the damage a little bit.
No.
That's to be expected. But that's a unfortunate supernova, and somebody died, but it was not one of the dogs. Oh no! Oh no!
That was a Maelstrom from Weston actually that got that kill up there. So that was godlike. A lot of kills. Only, still alive though. Twisty might not be alive. Perhaps not long for this world, as some might say. And neither is Nick, neither is Twisty there. And it's gonna be score from that power chord. And Gumi was just waiting with that flip, so it was going to feel nearly helpless. And still has that flip for this point. But Dog Slayers, when it all comes down to it, kind of finding they're kind of finding the goals.
Yeah, they're fighting it, and they just need to. That draft helps a lot, and I think they'll get, if they can win this one, it'll be really nice, because NATO is huge from Weston, and walking up with this flip, they've got the barrier and possibly both. Possibly a goal if... Oh, it's going to be shut down, stuffed down, but that's okay. You got so much value out of that offense.
Yeah, not bad at all. Ogumi is beyond the barrier. He's beyond time, but does end up making it back. But Twisty, I'm telling you, Twisty, it's a matter of time. You give Twisty too much time, and they just get it through. Nice one, nice win. But yeah, no, really great plays there from Weston to move up is all the way. I mean, I'm bugged. Is anything happening?
Yeah, we're in the draft. In the era, the era is gonna pick up probably team player. It's just gonna be team player for Weston. There is, however, a ton of damage in here. Notably, Amy's gonna pick up the Deadeye. And honestly, that's the main thing here. I said there was a ton. There's not really. I lied. But Gumi picked up Deadeye and Joker with a Stinger. That means there's a lot of damage here and not too much survivability for the side of the dogs. Among Titans might be helpful for dodging some of that damage, but I mean... Do you need a stream? Dude, are you in the lobby? Do you need a... Okay, well, I'll boot this up for you in case you need this. Momentary break from Envy's been shot dead in the streets. Rest in peace, Izzy Yoshi. Another one has been claimed. Gumi will blink forward and try to find something. The damage here for time is coming out strong as Joker finds the goalie of dogs, puts him in the net. Nikki is probably next on the chopping block. Able to get it out for now, but the damage is being piled on as Joker on the hunt for Nikki. Unable to find anything yet. She does live, and NATO keeps things alive for the time being. Gumi kind of just kept catching that ball, keeping the play alive as overtime ticks over. Joker hunting this kill so much, finally finds it. And Gumi and Shianti are going to walk it up. The damage piled onto Twisty immediately. The orb denied, the flip on Demon Time are looking good. Weston's is forced, and Joker will catch it, putting themselves up a point in this third set. Hello?
Wait, it's back.
I didn't do that. Anyways.
Wait, am I back? Hello?
Are you back? You back to the dead?
I'm ever so slightly back. Wow, that was sucky. Internet down, but no problem. You know what, Flop? You take it first.
Okay. Yeah, we're back to get you up to speed. Demon Time claimed last point through some violence of their own as they pile the damage here onto Twisty, and we can see all this being pumped out. A good Giga Blast from Nikki Middleton will mean that the dogs actually fight back and claim another point.
I love when the Dog Slayers come back and claim another point. Man, unlike any other, that's for sure. I'm definitely not having a delay right now because of the Discord stream. That'd be so funny, wouldn't it be? Anyway, that's not happening, so... Joker approaching here. Maybe going to go for a flip on some of these double barriers, but maybe just going to save it for a kill because we've been seeing that all game. Spends the slice and dice, gets the rush. Nice barrier going down. Oni Blade put up some pressure, gets it through, gets both barriers, spends that flip nicely. Loading up the Supernova. Gumi's going to have to defend against that one. Twisty not really looking at getting a kill, but looking at getting killed by themselves by the classic slice and dice passive situation. Weston now gonna have to defend this one against this 2v3. Spends out the Maelstrom, kind of high. Nikki is holding through the midfield though. Twisty is now completely back, and now again a power play showing up. But Twisty, I'm telling you, give Twisty too much time. Oh, Weston backs up, still gets control of the ball. Not too bad. Supernova could never clear up now. Joker slices and then dices, and that's GG for that point.
Yeah, for that point, there's still life in the dogs. They've got options. But yeah, last draft, Demon Time picked up so much damage, and even the Vice, who didn't get a lot of damage, she gets some CDs if she ever decides that she wants to touch the core. So it's a brutal set for the dogs here as they try to find an offense, but the Joker just puts on so much pressure, and there's not a lot of pressure being really put on Demon Time themselves. Oh, I lied.
Oh. Right there, Twisty getting on in there. Kazan, people forget how demonic Kazan is sometimes, able to control so much space. I mean, stab. I mean, if you didn't have the stab from Kazan's big old stab, I don't think we had the core speed to get it on through right there. Am I right? Tell me how right I am.
I think you might be onto something. The stab is very effective dealing with no CD goalies. You know what? Stab is just effective, but Joker is going to find a loose core and claim double barrier, and suddenly Demon Time is walking the core up with a flip on what is the set point.
Gets that turret going as well. Finds a kill once again. 2v3 situation. Goes in for a big cyber swipe. Doesn't make it happen, but recognizes that the core is not plummeting directly at the barrier, but Twisty's going to make it plummet at the barriers. Getting some speed going with that speed gate. Vice it is. It's going to be Shanzu taking on that next point. Well played, Demon Time. Close from the Dog Slayers, though. A little 2-3 set action. There's nothing to, as they might say, nothing to sneeze at. I hate saying that. Oh, my God. Just take the Awakening Draft.
Yeah, we got options here. Notably, a really scary one is the Adrenaline Rush on Zentaro. Joker has already been finding tons of kills, and I mean, it's going to be brutal. On top of that, your Vice is going to be able to pick up rapid fire, and there's so much here in this draft that favors Demon Time. The only things I can really say benefit the dogs at all is, I mean, bulk up on your Kazan's going to help a little bit, I guess, but like, I don't know. Like, I think this is just such a game-winning draft for Demon Time. Even with the newly buffed Berserker, I don't know if it's going to do nearly enough.
Yeah, it seems like one of the great benefits of Berserker is not getting a lot of power, and Kai is not the greatest with just raw power. But let's see if they can make at least some of that cooldown work. Shanzu having rapid fire is going to make things kind of really rough. That Maelstrom also did not do Weston too many favors, kind of pushing the ball back into the barrier. Again, a power play is showing up. Gumi going to clear on the top side, do some damage over to Twisty. You can see, I think that was a Stinger proc going on. Okay, so they cannot regenerate. Joker not done with Twisty yet, neither is Gumi. Kind of just the direct kill target here, even though they got that bulk up, which is the only reason that they're still alive right now, which is still pretty great. Weston's now going to take the midfield position, flip it on down to Nikki Middleton. All right, a flip from Gumi's at least going to spend that resource. Very fast ball. Weston catches it, no problem. Shanzu doing a lot of damage to Twisty, who has to spend that flip. Still gets hit by the Supernova. Hate when that happens. Oni Blade, and it's going to be a kill for the Joker. Big power play here for Demon Time. Can they score it up?
Yeah, and the ad rush is proc, and just like that is over. But there's a second Adrenaline proc with the help of Gumi. It is brutal in these situations where, like, it's the ad rush special. You know, like you get one kill, and even if you don't score, you snowball so hard off that one kill because of that CD refund. And oh my god, look at all the abilities used on kickoff to hit Nikki, and only one of them will actually land.
Yeah, still alive, got a decent amount of health here, and that's all you can really hope for if you are the Dog Slayers. I feel like the only win condition Dog Slayers has kind of had is that the Demon Time sort of just spends all their cooldowns doing sort of nothing, and then Twisty, I guess, dies early, but then comes back and then takes like the next couple objectives, which is it's not too bad. Like even right now, like if Twisty wins an interaction here against Xianzhu, that's a barrier, but when he does get the speed gate. In fact, wait, they have a kill. Wait a minute, Dog Slayers has a power play. This is huge. You know they're getting every objective possible. I almost was sad, but now I'm happy because the core is saved, and now we're in a 3v3 situation. Flop, look at that, 3v3.
Oh yeah, we're in a 3v3, but the damage is being piled on. Oh, and NATO actually not going to backfire like I thought it was going to be, but it is super scary. Gumi walking up with the flip, and it's on the goal line. Oh, it's actually completely bailed out. They're fine, but the damage comes through. It's already been done. Nikki Minilin is next up. Even if they don't score now, Joker will hunt soon.
But so will Twisty. Watch this. Twisty's going to win a couple of interactions here, and it's going to be like all for naught and stuff. But actually, Demon Time is doing a pretty good job of just holding the ball on this top side. They do get it past Twisty. Oh, the strike shot is not going to land. Oh, it was so close, man. Weston, really close one there. Xianzhu are going to get credit for that goal, and it's now a true series point here for Demon Time. They're looking to end this one and move there. Move on to this 5-2, which makes the playoffs looking pretty good, in fact. Pretty solid.
Yeah, it would be quite nice, but they do have to lock it away. And right now they're down a barrier in this point. So, you know, this is down 2 barriers and with a flip on Twisty. Unfortunately, that combo a little bit backfired. Core not quite fast enough as you would like. The Barrage unable to find anything, and suddenly it's a power play for time on series point.
Yep, but not going to get it past Weston just yet. On up to Xianzhu. Smashes the core. Twisty could sneak it. Could sneak one of these in here. And now they're actually sending all their damage on the only person that could score. And now they're gone. But hey, now we have another guy that could score. Nikki Millen moving forward here with that barrage. Gumi lives the barrage, though. Oh, we do. The winner, Weston. The Weston guy gets it on through. Era goalie making the speed work perfectly. Gumi looking like a fool.
Yeah, and this is maybe the start of something. You know, the start of the end, if you will, as we in Supernova is going to find a lot of value. Oh my god, somebody saved Nikki. Immediately brought off the field almost. And Xianzhu is actually going to be taken off the field by none other than Nikki Minilin.
Beautiful Giga Blast. Twisty on the front side. Weston blocking the top. Has this flip. Getting sort of comboed, but lives the situation. The barrage. Oh, a little bit wide there. Not going to keep the barrier up. Xianzhu returns to the board. All right, Joker fighting onto the mid side there. Gumi getting their hands on the ball. Twisty still approaching. Still approaching with this big Twisty. Joker has some cooldowns, but doesn't get through because of a beautiful strike shot. Xianzhu blocking the entire top side. Incoming Oni Blade gets the passive, spends the flip. Gumi blocks the bottom. They get it through with the assistance of that turret. Joker fucking sinks that one. God damn. That was crazy.
That's such a heartbreaking loss, honestly. It did feel like, it did, you know, we did say that, like, time is, like, pretty in control, and we talked about, like, time damage and all that a lot. But there were moments where the dogs looked like they were almost there, where they were almost able to survive. The moments where, like, you know, eventually the goalies just ran out of CDs, right? Like, Xianzhu, even though it's CDR patch, you know, they did, like, punish whenever these backliners had no CDs, but unfortunately, it's just dealing with the damage is far too difficult of a task on its own. That means, I mean, that means time are very comfortable with this win, you know, as they would be, but dogs are looking a little bit dire for their standings if they want to have a chance at making the playoffs.
Yeah, dogs kind of have their back against the wall right now after that one, but time will definitely be reveling in their little win right there, moving on up to a 5-3 record, which is, again, not too bad for these playoffs. 2 more weeks after this one until the playoffs will commence after a little bit of a break, I believe. But anyway, that'll be it for us. Really great games there, commentating with you, Flop. That was really pretty impressive, especially me losing my internet. I loved that part. That was super sick. But regardless, everyone else had a whole lot of fun, and you guys are going to continue to have a whole lot of fun because when we get back here, we got the Rat Pack against Polar Cortex. Rat Pack has been doing work. 5-1 right now, doing sick. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with that game in a short while.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the craziest cast you've ever seen. Me and Threezy Breezy, welcome back, everybody. We got Polar Cortex versus Rats. Threezy, how you feeling about this one?
It's going to be a movie.
yeah.
You never know what's going to happen with this Polar Cortex team. You never know what's going to happen with this Rat Pack team. You never know what characters will be locked in. Oh no. But the biggest bastard of them all has been locked in, and that's Tempo Melon Asher and Carmine Octavia. Don't get too creative now, Rat Pack. Don't get too creative, okay?
I don't want to hear anything from you. I saw you play this same thing last week.
Yeah, I've been putting the prize in the bag. Some people are saying Showtime patch is back, you know. Some people are saying this. We'll have to find out.
Well, not the game that matters too much for now, but it'll be the Rats versus Polar Cortex. The Rats feeling pretty good in the standings right now, 5-1. Polar Cortex 2-4. They need a win. I don't actually know if that's true, but I'm going to say that's true. They need one, or else they're screwed. So hopefully for them, they can grab one here, as they have the Rasmus on Amy's app, and I think that'll be a decent little start for them. We'll see if Named Chaotic can actually make it work, and there's the first kill.
Yeah, a little Clark straight off the point one there. 30 seconds to go in this point. What does she even do? Era locked in by A here. Interesting to see that. Oh, and it's the fool to name Chaotic there. Little Tofu Fortress lock that down. First point going to go over to Polar here. I think if they can keep getting these random KOs, I think that's going to be really, really huge for them.
I mean, the Rasmus Dubu's pretty strong, so if they can just play a little two-man game while A just makes one person on the enemy team pretty useless, I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world, I guess, right? We'll see. Is Carmine getting the stacks, seeing if they can move the core up, and seeing if they can, score a little bit of a goal. Tempo Melon just not quick at the barrier.
It's a decent idea to shut down the Octavia, to shut down the Asher. Dubu pretty good into Asher. And then Era, obviously, just known for harassing the Brawler. But that beam can kind of mess with the Octavia as well. Oh my god, that Rasmus primary, ginormous with the Era beam. Named Chaotic has been known to glide. If you've seen the Rat recap for this week, Ratman Rob back at it again with another banger. You saw Named Chaotic frame mogging the Milkman with Rasmus into Atlas on this very map. So we'll see if that can happen again here. As a nice flip from Tempomel to take the barrier.
Well, both barriers gone. The flip from Carmine defensively, but no energy, no health. Might be going down here soon, but get a little health from Frightfully Fresh. As Named Chaotic has the flip, has the fries, cannot put him in the bag though, Five Guys style, as they just do not fit all the way. But either way, it's a trade of resources. Frightfully Fresh has the flip. If the Fool does not anymore, pops it, tries to get a goal, but it doesn't matter because a little bit of a misplay in the midfield there from Carmine. It allows A to get that bottom corner.
A nice little pass up there from Named Chaotic. Definitely is a name being thrown around for most improved right now. I'd say definitely deserves it. Hashtag Brawlers. Nice little setup here with this Fortress into the NATO. It's not going to result in anything. In fact, Named Chaotic will die as a result, but I do like that idea. I've actually seen this team deploy that several times throughout the season. Nice barrier, though, by Tempo Melon.
Yeah, I mean, power play here from the Rats, but I don't know, man. I mean, I really don't know how you get past the Dubu here. It's kind of rough. I would not want to be Tempo Melon here because, I mean, you'd never see me playing Asher. I would not be caught dead on that character. Yep. But besides that, I mean, it just doesn't sound like a fun matchup. But Carmine is the one that needs to get it done, and gets it done he shall with that base drop. Getting it right past the Fool, making it 2-1. And the double kill in that point, not exactly what you expect to see from the comp from Rats, but hey, they get it done.
Yeah, opportunistic with the Octavia ults. Can definitely, catch someone off guard if they have no elusive on this map. It's all about the ball movement here, though. Passing it away from this Octavia, passing it away from this Asher. They don't really have much hit stun on these midfielders, so it's going to be about a lot of ball movement on top of these chance KOs. And I'm already concerned about the level of Octavia. The highest in the lobby, the first 1 to 4. If we can get like a Chrono boost or something. Obviously, no cast lasts anymore in this pool, but Chrono's back. And of course, Sparks are back. Peak performance, something that Octavia really likes. Fight or flight as well. This patch, it's said that Octavia's going to be pretty good. So we'll have to see how she scales later into this one.
Yeah, we will see how it goes. This point lasted fairly long so far. No barriers gone. The hook is away as well. Carmine's starting to get the stacks up and has the flip. It's in the corner. I assume this barrier is going to be going down. There it goes. The Fool now has absolutely nothing. Tempo Millen just has to get the hit stun and strike the core right past. That's how you score on the Dubu. Blow the entire load, per chance, right on the Dubu when he has absolutely nothing. And there you go. That's how you get it through. So well done for the Rats to try to figure a way through this first set, which, I mean, in theory, should be the hardest one for them. If Rasmus at least doesn't get super bis on this draft, but we'll have to see. I feel like whoever wins this set is going to have a very big advantage in terms of, denying the Rasmus and also just getting started in this game. But that's exactly what we need from Polar Cortex is those aggressive Dubu walls. Didn't really work out for him there as Fresh is holding it down, but that's what we got to see as Named Chaotic trying to dribble it off on the top side. Carmine just gets it out of there again, and the Fool walking up is exactly what they need to be doing as the Dubu does not have wall, but he does have the walk up, and Templeman has to walk backwards. Carmine does lose the stacks, and then there you go. I mean, Polar Cortex getting a lot of aggression here. Fresh gets the flip, but it's a little bit too late as the barrier goes down. Templeman now in the corner with the flip. Not going to be doing too much. Carmine almost has it up, and him kind of 1v1 with Fresh. Gets it cleared masterfully from my old last call compadre. Nice beautiful flip as well. Gets that barrier. Carmine flip to Tempo. Does not hit, really. That Asher ultimate does not quite hit. The passes from Named Chaotic to A. They're trying to find the goal here, but Carmine and Fresh are just holding it down. The Fool now as it's starting to get the 1v1 cleared masterfully from the log. Carmine, or excuse me, Named Chaotic should finish this, but no, save. The flip is not enough. What a save. As this point is just absolutely non-stop. Carmine has the stacks up again, but it's just getting beamed by the era over and over again. It's so hard to play. Named Chaotic, can they put it in? No, the 3 in net is just too much to handle. The Fool's trying to slow it down here. 3Z, what is happening?
Yeah, they're trying to deny this Octavia flip state. They finally do. Tempo Millen trying to dribble it in. Fresh, our last call compadre, dealing with those flips handedly in the net with the help of his midfielder. And now it's Rat Pack on the offense. I really like how aggressive the Fool is being there for those barriers, but now with the open net, they kind of have to stay back in their net. And Carmine once again with the flow state. Named Chaotic just trying to find a hit stun, trying to get it away, and the secondary does. Oh my goodness, what a save. Both these goalies holding it down with the help of their midfielders, but no, it's Tempo Melon with the hit stun onto the Fool. Great pass from Carmine.
Yeah, I mean, is there a lamer way to end that point? I guess not, as the Asher makes themselves known. It's going to be interesting here. Okay, so it's actually not going to be the worst draft in the world, I feel like, for Polar, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Octavia will pick here. Okay, it is the deny. It is the deny onto Era. That is the definition of fan behavior if I've ever seen it. But honestly, I get it. Monu on this map can be a little scary. A little Tornado Valley action coming through.
Absolutely upset right now.
Yeah, the Catalyst Asher is something to watch out for. That character gets a lot of energy very quickly. Era, though, a little bit of speed maxing, little general Twee build we got going here with the Among Us. And the, what's this thing called? The Omega Infused Accelerator. Named Chaotic with this glass cannon. It'll be interesting to see if they start playing more for the hooks as they try there, but they do miss. Yeah, nothing super to note here, except maybe this Catalyst for Asher could be quite good. As you see, they already almost have Flip.
Yeah, Flips are the name of the game with this one. Point kind of doesn't really matter too much there. Good pass, and the Fool not quite in position to get that save. Going to be tapping that one in for an easy point, but the more Tempo Mel can get these flips, the more utility out of the Dubu he can get out, which means the Dubu can't walk up enough, and the Dubu's got to stay in check in their net, so it's all good there. So honestly, not too much going on so far. I feel like if this Era can get stacked and just start to move around a bit while also denying Carmine and also getting the most redirects of the game, then maybe they can win. But we'll see.
It's a tall order, but we'll see. We'll see what A can do. If anyone can do it, he can. That's my third place Denverland teammate right there.
There you go.
Shout out to Super Polar Cortex. Yeah, the Fool just needs to keep walking up. I really like the aggression from this Dubu. Oh, and there's the hook.
Oh, there it is.
Bound onto Carmine. Yoink.
I think the first one of the game, maybe second one of the game. It's been a while, but Named Chaotic finds it. You got to find your groove on the Rasmus character on Amy's app.
Oh, bubble
Dubu
action! You love to see that. Asher Primary says, Dubu Wall, what's that? That ability sucks. I'm going to Primary right through. Nice. Asher,
happens.
bone chilling. But almost 3 flips here for the side of Polar, so we'll see what they can do. Last time they had them all denied, but they don't even need any as Nimkotic strikes it through onto the bottom side. Fresh not able to save it.
Brightly Fresh closes his eyes and it goes right in. 1-on-1. Or sorry, 1-2-1 rather, but a set more towards the Rats. I would say they're still in the driver's seat overall. His name Chaotic doesn't really have anything. I mean, the glass cannon's not nothing, but you know, the extra special is nice. But you had that earlier and not been getting the most amount of kills. I feel like the Rat Pack's been doing a great job at not letting themselves die to the middle. You know, not quite happening anymore. Carmine with the kill, though, that's going to be huge for them as they have 2 flips for this offense. They should be able to get this barrier as long as they play this offense correctly. The Fool has the flip, and no, he doesn't. No, he just misses the roll, and it's not going to matter. I mean, the barrier is probably going to be dead anyway, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. The Fool saves his flip as well as both the flips from the offense goes down. So 2 flips for 0. The barrier goes down. Not the biggest deal in the world. We'll have to see if they can come back from this point.
Yeah, nice little setup there with both primaries coming across to take the barrier. Something I would like to see more from Polar is to actually, oh my goodness, goes through the wall again, just swing it away from this Octavia. There's been a lot of times where they can maybe pass around or clear it away from the flow state and it ends up going back to the Octavia. But now they're working on the offensive half. I like ball movement. I need to see more of that from Polar if they want to win here.
Yeah, we'll have to see some good ball movement here. They tried to do a little bit of ball movement, a couple passes here and there, but something got lost in the weeds for a bit. But good ball movement to clear it out there from the Fool and named Chaotic down to A. Gets it cleared over to the top side. Fresh has flipped, so he shouldn't be too much in trouble right now. Needs to be careful, though, as Carmine's starting to call out these passes. And they might have to start playing. Ooh, good shot on the top side, but Fresh is just barely there. Has to pop the flip, though. His name Chaotic puts it in the top corner. It's not going to quite go in, so they clear it out for now. The Fool is struggling, but managing to stay alive for just a little bit longer and just enough time for name Chaotic to put it right in, right through Carmine.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with this kind of 2v2 unless Carmine makes those reads because Tempo Melon is going full ABAP on the floor right now. There's some interesting things happening back there while Polar were attacking, so stay tuned for some shenanigans on that half. As my goodness, name Chaotic gets their ship blown smooth off by the side of Rat Pack, and the Fool with a nice roll there to make some space. They're trying to defend this power play, but no, it's Tempo Melon getting the barrier.
In the barrier, might be getting the goal, but no, the Fool being very, very patient. These clears, just hitting it right back towards the top side, waiting for name Chaotic, who respawns and gets this orbit, little Orbicus to get a little bit of energy. As they're trying to build up an offense here, build up some energy, build up an offense, get a kill. That's a good start, as Frightfully Fresh does not have that much left in the utility bank. Now he has absolutely nothing. The flip coming through. They should get the barrier here, but no, some beautifully layered strikes from the side of Rat Pack in order to save it for now, but the Dubu Wall is going to get the job done. Now Tempo Melon and Carmine back to full force on the offense, but not anymore as the flip goes south. But the base drop is going to be more than enough to get it past the Dubu. It's kind of Dubu's, you know, without the wall, there's not much he can do about that ability, and really beautifully set up by Carmine.
Yeah, they kind of had that first attempt that was saved away, but then the space was reduced. The cooldowns were limited there, and they kind of just collapsed perfectly, even though Tempo didn't have the flip. They had, I think, an ability and a strike there for the up clear. So well done by Rat Pack to kind of collapse that space in the corner. That's what this Astro Octavia comp does so well. It's merely indefensible when it gets to that position.
Beautifully analyzed, my friend. As name Chaotic pops the flip. A little crazy angle there onto the corner, but not quite going to get it done. But Fresh does have to pop the flip, so it's going to do, you know, a little bit flip for flip, kind of a trade there. But Carmine still has theirs and should have the base drop soon-ish. Could maybe look for a kill on the name Chaotic if he doesn't get enough energy in time. Name Chaotic, though, could start fishing for a hook here soon. Might be a bit tough as they're not playing around it very well. Hey, name Chaotic, there's the hook. Not going to really find anything, but the barrier does go down to the primary as they, oh my goodness, Tempo Melon just being a bit of a menace with these flips. Flip into kill every single time. The Catalyst, I guess, allows you to do that. The Dubu just barely working that time around. Better than the other ones so far. As the core starting to get brought up slowly. Name Chaotic has no hook now. A is looking for a bit of space. Name Chaotic has a good dribble, but no, it's just really hard to get past this duo backline for the Rat Pack, Carmine and Fresh, just when they have an ability, it's very, very hard to get through them, as Nimkotic especially is using his hook for these kills instead of for this ball control. But we'll see if they can craft something together. 2-2 again, 3Z. 2-2 once again in this set. These have all been very, very close. We'll see if they can finish this one, and they do. Polar Cortex tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see out of Nimkotic. Sometimes you got to make your own play. And on Rasmus, that's what he does best. You know, taking those 1v1s, doing a little bit of gliding. Nice up dribble into that secondary strike there to put it in. Interesting awakenings here. Let's see. So no sparks for anyone yet. We'll see who does take the Spark of Strength. It's going to be an explosive entrance for the Rasmus, which means this Rapid Fire is probably going to go to the way of Octavia. Yep, picked up, and then the Bulk Up as well. That's going to be a lot of stagger and power for Tempo Melon. Era going to spark it up, so looking to scale later in the game. Maybe a little bit of dancing, a little bit of Divu dancing, a little bit of ice skating occurring in this one.
So drafts all around.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm definitely worried now about this Octavia with the Rapid Fire. But you know, we'll see what happens. Rasmus with this explosive entrance can do quite a lot of damage, quite a lot of knockback. As well as start gliding with the secondary, but no, he's not going to be gliding because he's been KO'd once again by Rat Pack.
Yeah, the KOs from Rat Pack have been very good so far. They're using their utility very, very well. Pretty much every base drop, there's been almost a kill. That time there was one, as Fresh gets a little bailed out there. As Chaotic tries to salvage it, but no dice. It's the Fool. Pass right to Tempo Melon, who's in the perfect position to get it down to that bottom side. So, good first point for Rat Pack. Gets the kill, gets the pressure, gets the goal.
Fortunate little strike there off the barrier, off the bumper rather. It happens for the Fool. This is a storied matchup. They've played against each other many a time, Tempo Melon and the Fool. So kind of always having each other's number, figuring out what the other one's going to do. It's a very, very mind gamey matchup. So it's always fun to watch. Yeah, I need the Fool to start stacking this Dancer, start walking up. He's at 3 stacks, and I need Name Chaotic to not get KO'd. Once again, I mean, this Rat Pack team is just delivering every time on these KOs. I don't know if there's a way for Polar to avoid that, but nice beam for A to clear it out, on these power plays. But they need all 3 members alive to really get this offense going, Borg.
Coordination is quite beautiful, I must say, as they have all 3 flips available, which means they should be able to get something here. It has to flip there for Carmine in order to not die from the tornado, so not the worst usage in the world. The Fool flips to get it out. A and Tempo Melon still have there. It's Fresh as well, so they should be all safe on the Rat Pack's side. But as I say that, A pops the flip, forces Fresh to pop his as well. But the Dubu wall, the little bit of a run up there, allows the barrier to go down. And now the Fool can kind of just chill out. However, they can't be chilling too much because Carmine finds yet another kill with this base drop. I mean, Name Chaotic just never has any energy, I feel like, to survive. And the Dancer, can the Fool carry this defense here? But no, the strike goes wide. No, and Tempo Melon there yet again in the perfect moment at the perfect time. 2-0 for the Rat Pack.
Yeah, that was a almost chain lightning effect there from the Octavia primary. It hit both members of the Polar Cortex backline and completely disrupted the flow of the Fool. Able to deliver the core to Tempo Melon as well. Once again gets in the corner. Oh my goodness, some little ping pong shenanigans there. Oh my goodness, as Fresh almost gets joinked but does survive, and it's Tempo Melon who gets the barrier.
It's the barrier, and now the Rat Pack are looking to secure this set. And while the Fool did get the Dancer, I feel like, you know, the sparks aren't online yet. Chaotic with the explosive. I mean, he keeps dying, so it's not really that big of a deal, right? The hook's now gone wide yet again, so it's not really too much power gained for Polar Cortex, even though they won last set. I mean, it's just very much in favor, in my opinion, of the Rat Pack. However, I say that, and it's a nice little goal from Chaotic down to the bottom side. Fresh got caught lacking just a little bit, but it's 2-1. They still got 2 more goals to go. And, well, we'll see if Rat Pack can, you know, finish this one off, or if Polar Cortex can find their footing again.
Yeah, he kind of had the setup there in the top with the NATO. And instead of taking that, he just saw Name Chaotic down, and the entire bottom of the goal was open. So he said, hey, I'm just going to dime up my brawler and give them a free shot. I like these proactive flips from the Fool, just clearing it away before Tempo Melon can really get in their space. That's kind of what you want to do on Dubu, is create space with your abilities. Kind of zone off that brawler.
Noted in the chat. Breezy.
Some flips coming out here. Carmine does keep the flow state alive, though. The Tempo Melon in the corner. Still with the flow state. It's still in the corner as it just keeps rotating around. And now the fast splitter coming out. Oh, my goodness. Asher ult finally getting the barrier, but not without Fresh having to defend with his own flip. And then Kotick does have the flip if they want to, and they will spend it. They will get the barrier. Now the ball is to Tempo Melon, though. And it's Aiden, Mr. A, about to get his flip. We'll see what he does with that. Has to spend it away there. Big pressure here for the Rat Pack. Oh my goodness, the backwards secondary from Rasmus. Nice ult again from the pool. These ults are getting so much value. Great log to defend away as well. And it's cleared out once again by Polar. Astonishing defense once again.
It's a Dubu masterclass once again from the Fool here, who should be getting an orb next time now that they're on offense and being able to actually do something with it. So, oh, there you go. It gets rewarded. I mean, that's exactly what you want when you're the Fool right there. You put on a masterclass on defense, and then you send it forward, and your forwards go score. I mean, if only that happened every point for every team. But sadly, that's not Omega Strikers, as we're seeing a beautiful tie-up now, 2-2. Polar Cortex, I think, have finally found, their footing. Name Chaotic stop dying, which is exactly what you want if you're playing the Rasmus. That Rasmus needs to be alive, even if he's not doing anything. He just needs to be alive as the common threat, just the all-present threat to get that hook, right? And now Carmine needs to be careful. Does not quite get the secondary back up and has no energy, so this is exactly what you want for Polar Cortex. This is a really, really good setup for them right now, as long as they don't die to this Tempo Melon push there. Yes, perfect. Not going to die. The orb being denied as well for Name Chaotic, but Tempo Melon with a great flip, going to be getting that barrier off of the top side. Name Chaotic gets the gets the barrier, excuse me. The Fool tries to get the shot on the bottom side, does not quite get it in time, but the hook into the strike in the top side. No, Fresh is there on time. Now in that bottom side, and Name Chaotic is right there in time, not even needed, because frightfully Fresh could not get the save. 3-2, and that's just a 2-1 now set lead for Polar Cortex.
Mr. A, strike where's the Octavia primary dexterously into the NATO, which clears the way, and then on top of that, Name Chaotic primary. I mean, there's few goals that are more unsavable than that, and Era is rewarded with the ability to deny Octavia's Chrono Boost and take it for herself, which is one of her best in Slaw Awakenings. But Octavia does have the inner focus, so even more CDR for this Octavia. Little team player for the Dubu. Yeah, so Spark of Agility is lost here. That Spark of CDR still up for grabs. This is a big draft. I think everyone got Biss. The Atlas got the hot shot. Dubu with the team player is going to have even more offensive pressure now. And then this Rasmus just with more CDs, more power on the primary and the secondary. We'll see if we can get some KOs to come out here. And we will, but that's going to be off the hook.
On cue. Yep. On cue right there, Mr. Threezy Breezy, as we're seeing Tempo Melon still do wonders, though, with the dribbling, as the Dubu really didn't have anything there to stop the barrier, but well done from Name Chaotic to even things up as Fresh now just has to clear the ball on the outside, but Carmine now wants to get this goal, and a great hook backwards actually onto him is going to stop the base drop, but it's not going to matter because the core goes wide, gets lost in the mix, and Tempo Melon's there to strike it to the bottom side.
Yeah, unfortunate. We've seen a couple steppy rolls this game come out from the Fool, but hey, that's what happens. Okay. It's a little finicky. You're trying your best to save it out in those corner spots, and sometimes you roll the wrong way, and it happens. I do want to highlight Name Chaotic has absolutely been gliding on this Rasmus with the glass cannon whenever he gets that stack, and even without it, oh my goodness! But as I said, that Tempo Melon does shut down the glide once again. It seems the only way to stop Name Chaotic is to KO them. So Rat Pack trying to maximize that, and it's a great save away again from the Fool. Really trying to lock down Tempo Melon as hard as possible this game.
Yeah, well, Name Chaotic back up. See if he can live this time. Definitely had a bit of trouble living so far. Carmine has kind of just had his number all game. Same with Tempo Melon. They both have been finding these KOs, maybe a little bit too much, but Name Chaotic has been getting some good shots on goal, so you got to forgive him at least a little bit. But Fresh manages to save that one this time around. The flip from Carmine, going to be clearing it for a little while. Has Fresh and Carmine in the back of their net, but the Fool is running up, puts the wall forward, and now he has the flip, and he can get it forward with the log, and that's plenty of abilities used, but nothing is going to get it through. Name Chaotic now has the hook. It's going to be a power play after all of that. If only they had the utility to put it in, but now they just have to pass and look for a goal. The pass goes wide. A is not quite there in time. The Tornado almost gets the kill, but it's not going to be good enough. Carmine with a beautiful strike to save the ball, and it looks like the Rat Pack has defended, but I don't want to talk too soon because the team team player could do anything in this overtime as Carmine, no, he cannot get to the core in time. Fresh is not in position, and the team player gets the goal.
Yeah, Dubu is straight smacking this score all over the field, and he's got that 1-2 punch as well, so he can just prime it up super red core style from Dubu here. And these points are going to get more and more exciting as overtime moves on here. So as long as these melee goalies can kind of lock it down, which they have been. Never mind, Caster Curse, Tempa Melon opens up the barrier. But yeah, exciting match for sure.
I feel like every time you speak, the opposite happens. Like, this is worse than prime me. Like, back in the day, when every time I talked, they would cast a curse. But it's not going to matter whatever I think, because Carmine gets the flip onto the bottom side, and now it's 2-1 with the Rat Pack. They're looking to even things up. And they still got one more goal to get here. They're almost all out of energy, but Tempa does have the Catalyst, so it's not too big of a deal. But this is the perfect time for Name Chaotic to try to find a KO onto Carmine.
It's true, but instead hooks the core, and it's Tempa Melon who finds the KO. And that is onto Aram, onto Mr. A there. The Fool does get outmaneuvered there by Tempa Melon, who finds the barrier. Beautiful play. Oh, nice pass around, but great save by Name Chaotic. Little brawler in the net action. That's what you love to see from your brawler as your midfielder when you go down, just holding that goal down. Name Chaotic trying to find this barrier, but it's so tough here as the Fool using that. Dancer wants to go up again. Look at the Fool with the arrow beam. Oh my goodness, I love this aggression, and it does result in the barrier.
He gets the barrier from the Dancer, and now he just waits on the next set of orbs in order to make a play once again. He has the flip forward as well, but Tempa Melon almost has flip as well, so got to be careful if you are the Dubu. As here comes the dancing. He can walk up if he really wants to, but no, he's playing it safe, playing it measured, and Tempa Melon completely smacks it back in his face. Does not even need the flip. Hit the strike onto the top corner. Get called out there, the Fool, because that's just an unfortunate clear.
Yeah, blocked by James there. Tempa Melon said, how dare you strike that through me? How dare you try and strike that through me instead of away? But the Fool very punished there. You can't be doing that against arguably the best brawler in nasl, and Tempa Melon. Great punish there. We'll see what Dubu goes. Okay, so it's going to be peak performance denied away. Maybe a little fight or flight. Okay, it's going to be a spark denial from Tempa Melon. So that spark of focus. Just giving a raw 16 CDR. Pretty chill vibe. This Deadeye though on this Rasmus, watch out.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, and A does get the fight or flight, which is somewhat nice as well. I mean, kind of a nothing burger draft, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I mean, Carmine with the aerials is definitely something, but not the biggest. No crazy game changers in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the game is kind of just go as it was before into this set 5-0-0 as we're seeing the Fool already put the wall out. Carmine blowing the energy like always and almost dying for it, but still able to stay alive for now. Good pass onto the top side allows the potential for a barrier. Well done, and Name Chaotic finishes it, decides, you know what, it's time to go score. And Frightfully Fresh did not quite have the utility to stop it. 1-0 already in this fifth and final set.
Yeah, you highlighted that great pass from A, seeing that top side was open, Name Chaotic there. And whenever Name Chaotic gets the ball in this favorable position, he really does a good job of converting. These Rasmus primaries are tough to deal with for Frightfully Fresh here. And once again, though, it's Tempa Melon with the flip. We've seen this too many times. It just gets in the corner, and now they're going to swing it across to the other corner and and the barrier there again. This Rat Pack offense is so tough, and it needs all three members of Polar Cortex back to handle it.
Well, they handled it, at least the first time around. They lost the barrier, but they did get a flip out of Carmine, and they might get a barrier of their own, but no, Fresh does end up stopping it with the flip. Almost gets the goal, but a good roll from the Dubu to stop it for now, and the flip from Tempa Melon goes a little bit wide there as the Fool manages to get a rejection of their own. A needs to be careful, though. You do not want to get a power play at this point of the game. The Tornado now onto the top side. Ooh, almost gets knocked back. The Orb now going to save him for now. A almost dead, but no, is going to be living. And Name Chaotic gets the barrier. Rewards A for living so long. A little bit of a stagger bug. Somehow still into the game. 2026, ladies and gentlemen, as A is still alive. And it's not going to matter too much. Carmine now, no, still does have the stack. So this might actually still be a really good offense for the Rat Pack, but the flip from the Fool is going to stop things for now. They're trying to stall out this Octavia, and they finally managed to get it stalled out for now. The Dubu Wall is holding it, and Name Chaotic needs to come back. There you go, finally, because the flip is now just being used, and it's not quite able to get anything from it. The base drop's not going to get too much value this time around. and the flip from Tempomelon is going to get it done into that bottom side. A long point, but it seems like Rat Pack had it on lock.
Yeah, nice play there from Tempomelon. Creates the space with the flip. Nice little up strike there. And then just delivers it to the bottom side. Great space creation. That's what you want to do on this Asher, something like an X. Just box them out and then create the angle for your shot.
Beautiful job from the squad, the pack, as they call them. And a great hook from Named Chaotic. That's exactly what
That's
you want
huge.
to see to break the mold. The Octavia is the perfect target for it. Finally gets the KO. The Duba Wall now onto this top side, but a beautiful clear from Fresh. Not quite going to be
Fire
enough
up.
as A is sitting right there for it.
Oh!
And now the perfect pass downward from Named Chaotic straight to their midfielder into the bottom corner. That's exactly what you want to see. Game point for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, Named Chaotic saw the open space down there, and Era takes a little stroll across that midline with the magnetized souls and says, hey, look what I found. It's an open net. Let me just strike this in. And it's going to be game point here for Polar Cortex, seeing if they can't sneak this game one away from the Rat Pack. But Tempomelon's not going to let them so easily, and is going to do it all here to take the barriers. Carmine comes back in. Polar are going to have to remain strong on their half.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Polar lose the barrier, but it's not
Yoink.
the end. As definitely not the end. It's actually the beginning of a power play for Polar Cortex. Named Chaotic. Let's see if he can do what he does best. Strikes the core backwards, actually,
Yep.
just to get a little bit more time. Perfect to get the space in order to get that barrier. Now it's back to even as, oh my goodness, the core almost goes in. This might just be it, but it's not quite there, as Frightfully Fresh does not want it to end just yet. A does have the flip. Named Chaotic almost has the flip. Tempomelon a little bit further off. Frightfully Fresh has a flip as well to defend. This everything is about to get blown here as Fresh gets the flip. A gets the flip. Named Chaotic still has it though, or else he almost has it. One or two more strikes and they will get it. There you go. Finds the flip. Can he get on top side? Doesn't even need it. Gets the dribble onto the top corner, and Fresh cannot get a piece of it. That's game one going to Polar Cortex.
I mean, Named Chaotic on this Rasmus looking hella sexy, if I do say so myself. Straight gliding, making me proud. I'm a little jealous, not gonna lie. That was something special that you just saw. Not even needing to use the flip. Little dribble with the secondary there and showing maybe this Rasmus secondary change, not so bad. If you know how to use it right. Getting woozy looking at these redirect numbers, Borg, not gonna lie. This is taking me back to a not so bright period in our game's history. Ooh, boy.
I'm gonna look away.
Almost
I'm gonna
400
choose to
for
look away.
Carmine. These save numbers as well from the melee goalies coming out. Oh my goodness.
I'm not liking that one. I'm gonna tab out. There you go. Perfect. I don't get to see it anymore. Actually, I'm just gonna look over at the KOs instead. That's more of a fun stat for me to look at. The damage too. I mean, Tempomelon damage is just, it makes no sense. Not gonna lie to you, for an Asher. I mean, it's kind of just a little bit silly, but I guess the character is just really good right now, so makes sense. But wasn't quite enough as Polar Cortex. I mean, they're able to get it done, but that was probably as close as it could have been.
Yeah, that was a barn burner on Amy's app nonetheless. We saw a little bit of a core control battle with some KOs sprinkled in nicely there. Named Chaotic finding them when it mattered most. 7 hooks, 7 goals. Great synergy there from the forwards of Polar Cortex. Whenever they found that synergy, whenever they found those passes, good things happened. And the corner pressure of Rat Pack just wasn't enough. The Fool, standing strong in the net on that Dubu, said, what nerfs, I'm going to play him. I'm gonna rock out. And I'm going to hold it down. So, honestly, really well done from the Fool there. And maybe an upset brewing. Who knows what will happen? Not sure what the next maps are, but we'll have to find out.
To find out, I think we'll find out very, very shortly as I'm taking a look-see over right now. And it looks like it's going to be the Splash Zone from the Rat Pack, I believe. Yep, it will be. And then if game 3, if we go there, will be the Gates of Obscura. Little old favorite of mine. It's going to be Inky Splash Zone, Glass Cannon, Hot Shot. And you know what I'm going to do? I don't care. I'm going to go get some water. Feel free to explain how you think this draft's going to go, because I'm going to be right back.
Glass Cannon Hotshot. Okay. I wonder who has red side. Oh, it's going to be Rats Red, Polar Blue. I'm curious to see whether Juno will be picked because she actually got nerfed, and I was playing some games on the patch, and my midfielder was not exactly happy about the state of Juno and not being able to red core sometimes. So we'll see what the priority is for that character here in the start. Maybe they like Rasmus again. Polar had a lot of success with it last game. I know typically dash punching brawlers are deployed on this map. Neither of these brawlers really known for their Zentaro, which was seen a lot in the previous series. It was Air's Kittens Club. My God, who did they play? I mean, I'm blanking out right now. Was it Demon Time? Yeah. Yeah. So Zentaro with 100% pick rate in that series. I'd be excited to see it. I think that character is super strong. Breezy, thoughts on Luna pick on Inkies with Hotshot start? It's good. It's good. I've heard that this Luna change is actually really phenomenal for her. She's got a lot of knockback now on her dash that she didn't have before. These awakenings are pretty favorable for her too. Adrenaline rush back in the game. So Hotshot Luna definitely can just make the core go fast whenever she wants. So Rat Pack definitely might look to pick that here, and I know it's a favorite on Inkies for myself and for Tempo Melon. But it is Polar with the first pick. It's Delk high band, pretty straight up. Nothing much out of the ordinary there. Atlas pick first for Polar. Taking that away from Fresh, who played it last game. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a Finny from Fresh. I'm not sure. Maybe a Rasmus. I'm trying to think about what Fresh will pick here. I'd put my money on Finny if I had to guess.
Boring.
We'll see.
You know what this game
now.
is? You know what this is
Now,
the
I
start
think.
for? This is a Zentaro midfield start, if I've ever seen one. Come on.
Amen.
This is a Zentaro midfield Luna brawler type of comp
That's facts.
on the Yankee Splash Zone.
Tell
Actually,
the people
no,
what they need to hear.
it's a Luna brawler Estelle midfield. That's what it is. That's the old school comp.
That's true.
Oh,
This
there's
is
the
true.
Luna.
Okay.
Okay.
Rat's coming out with the Luna. Tempo Melon gonna be slicking it up most likely here with the hot shot. And then the now is probably on Carmine. It might be a little bit of a flex though. You can definitely play it goalie. Polar gonna respond here. Trying to think about what they'll pick. Like I said earlier, maybe Erasmus. Okay, it's gonna be a Vice. It's gonna be a Vice for A and a Kazan. Okay, name Kata Kazan. That's their pick. They're known for that.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's the
This is
goalie
very
here
interesting.
for Rat Pack. Is it just now goalie and then they play a brawler? No, there's no way, right?
Mako.
Yeah, it's Mako. Okay.
Okay, very brave.
This is weird.
Very brave goalie selections here from both teams. But I think we're gonna see this theme today, where shout out to EKC and Even Time playing some range goalies. But here on this series, we're seeing a melee goalie showdown. The Mako is quite good into the relatively hit stunless team of Polar. I guess, never mind. Let me walk that back. It's good into Kazan. It's not good into Vice. There's a notable game, notable in-house from a while back where Vaughn was playing Vice midfield into Weston's Mako, and he was just dropping every Vice secondary onto the Mako on cooldown, and it was pretty funny to hear the comps from that one. So we'll see how well Aiden can pilot. He can pilot the Vice here into this Mako, and then Name Kata can take advantage of that hit stun. I'm excited to just watch Tempo Melon Luna though. It's always a treat.
We'll have to see as the game is about to be underway. The players are loaded in, they're locked in, and the game is loading in as Atlas fights Kazan versus the now Luna and Mako. I feel like this whole game is just gonna, depend on how well Tempo Melon plays, to be completely honest with you. Luna is very much hit or miss in that sense in terms of Brawler Luna, especially on this Inkies map. I mean, you have a lot of playmaking potential, but you also have a lot of whiff potential too. If you go on a little adventure and sometimes you can never come back, but we'll have to see how it ends up going.
Yep.
Starting to get, we're getting started here. Fresh lost the barrier already. He's trying to get that orb, got punished a little bit, but hey, it's Inkies. That's just how it rolls.
I'm looking to see here. Okay, both midfielders opting for the mags. Wow, nice save. And the Brawler's going for slick kicks here. Tempo Melon dashes for the orb. You never know where this Luna's going to go.
Never know.
I want to note here. Oh my god, crazy backwards rocket. The Mako changes. Mako actually got quite a decent buff. A buff on the primary, buff on the ults. If you like hit all 5 of the little beams, you take a lot more damage. And then the secondary as well. The linger is longer for the size and speed. So watch out for these forwards for Rat Pack just to be zooming around, as you see here. But A doing a nice job containing them in the corner.
And I saw the change right there in action. See if it helps at all. It's a little weird with Mako and the size and speed. It's not nothing, but it's definitely not going to be the most helpful for the Luna and the Now. But it's definitely not nothing, as almost we find a goal on that bottom side, but the Fool is, ready for it. Has the jet stream ready as well. As you see it going, gets it brought straight to Fresh, who has the wall for it. But a little counter synergy there, but Carmine gets the flip and gets it out all right. Tempomelon, no energy left. Pretty much the entire roster of Rat Pack has no more energy. And so this would be a good time for Polar Cortex to start putting the pressure on just a little bit more. Slowly, maybe they can get to the flips first. Maybe they can get a play, but A is getting quite low. Might have to use some of this energy on a bit of evading. But no, it's just going to chill out for now. Not quite getting KO'd there by Tempomelon. Is staying safe in this midfield. And that's kind of the thing with this comp, is if the Luna doesn't just outright kill you by themselves, I mean, there's really not much KO potential unless you stand right next to the Now on the wall. So, I mean, it should be pretty easy here for the entirety of Polar Cortex to survive. Honestly, I'm getting a little bit worried here, 3Z, for the series, for Rat Pack. I feel like, I don't know if I believe in this comp. And seeing right there, Frightly Fresh is not quite there in time. The core's just moving a little bit too fast, and Chaotic doesn't even need to use the flip.
Yeah, pops the secondary on the top side of the goal, and core just slides down on the bottom side. It is going to be tough. I think you have tremendous scaling potential with Mako and with Now to kind of outspeed this Polar Cortex comp, but it is definitely more well-rounded. This Atlas really doing a nice job of just reinforcing it, and Fresh not able to strike it there in time. Nice play there from Chaotic and A to get the barrier, and then off the Mako ult. Kind of an unlucky bounce there, to be honest, but that's the way it goes.
Are we witnessing the second win trade in nasl history? Don't ask me what the first was. No, I'm kidding.
Do not ask him.
It definitely, I don't know. I definitely don't get it. The comp's vibey, for sure. I just don't. The Now doesn't make a ton of sense to me, I think, overall. I guess it's just keep the healing up. But at the end of the day, well, they still have a chance. It's still early on in the game.
Oh my God.
Not very early on in Carmine's lifespan here, as they do get put down, and the Fool puts the core right up on the top side. Fresh can just not get to any of these cores on time. And Polar Cortex at the 3-0 sweep to start us off. Vice with the first pick. That's not what you want to see, but heavy impact, that's a little bit punishing.
Yeah, that's pretty locked in there for Vice. It'll be interesting to see what this Now goes. Because if this Now goes Manu, then Atlas gets inner focus. And that's a lot of cooldown. Cooldown, it might be the word of the day. Chat. CDR might be the word of the day. Might be the word for the patch, because there is so much CDR in this patch. And you see it here. Atlas and Vice getting some cooldown. Mako does get the speed. Tempomelon picks up the Berserker, and then Kazan already has the base stagger buff, and then gets that peak performance. So going to be gliding a bit here, but it's Tempomelon who's gliding, gets the barrier, but is immediately carded. KO there by A with the ult. So nice job there. Chaotic, wow, risking it for the biscuit. Almost takes a swim in the cannon there, but does rescue the core. Fresh though, nice hold.
Yeah, really good clear from Fresh, just squeezing it out through the middle, and manages to keep holding the barrier. And that's exactly what Rats are going to need, is a monumental Fresh performance here on the Mako goalie, because if Fresh falters just a little bit, it gets very, very hard for the probably one of the worst forward duos I've ever seen. Not the players, the characters on Inky's app.
You're really hating on this comp.
Dude, it sucks. Look, I'm not afraid to say it. This is awful. This is not the move. You need some more scoring potential, because Tempomelon, you got to choose, right? Here's the thing, is you got to choose whether you're scoring or KOing. And you can't KO when you're trying to score, but then you have no one to help you score. The Now is just standing there doing nothing. Carmine, or excuse me, named Chaotic, pops the flip, hits it on the top side. I mean, just absolutely popping off. There's really, I mean, it's just the draft kingdom here. What can I say?
Well, it might be a drop kingdom, but name Chaotic straight gliding again, and this time it's on Kazan. Nice dribble to the bottom there, flipping to the top. That is silky smooth. Playing like they got nothing to lose, and it's true, they don't. Polar want to put themselves with the shot to make playoffs if they win this game, and this would probably be the upset of the season, to be honest with you. So, they are having a hard time, the Rats, but Tempamelon is getting value to this Luna secondary. Nice little movement there to not die to that Vice bouncing off that bumper. Oh my goodness. Wow, it's a nice pressure from Carmine using the water cannon there in the corner, sending the Fool to take a drink.
I was wrong. I apologize. Now has the biggest kill potential and highest scoring potential in the game. Carmine is the best player in the world, and Tempamelon got a little aura. Got a little aura on the Luna. Might be level 3, but that doesn't matter. As we're seeing 1-1, they managed to tie it up, and we're gonna need to see a lot more of that from the Rat Pack. Try to stay hopeful here. I'll try to curb my anger, my upsetness. And oh my goodness, great save from the Fool there, just saving it right on the goal line A, trying to, just being a little bit safe there with the Vice ultimate. Then jumps in, tries to play a bit of offense. Fresh doing a lot better of a job so far this set at just trying to hold it down. The beautiful nuke.
Oh no!
Get that barrier. The Fool cannot get it in time, and the flip is just a little bit too late from A, as Tempamelon puts it down on the bottom side, 2-1. The Rat Pack are proving me wrong.
Yeah, Tempamelon activated the tractor beam there. I'll say it. A had a free clear top side, and they said, "Now I'm gonna give it to the Luna for the free bottom shot." But hey, that happens sometimes. Little nerves in the net. It does happen. We'll see if Polar can bounce back from this Rat Pack resurgence that we're seeing here. They do get the barrier. It's all about these Tempamelon nukes. They've been really used well the last couple points to kind of get these barriers. Oh my goodness. The Vice ult there taking Tempamelon very low. We'll see if Polar wants to convert in this KO, if they just want to continue core control, as Tempamelon does get the orb, so it's going to be no dice on that front. Does almost have the flip. Chaotic misses the hook out of the water cannon there. Tempamelon almost has flip. We'll see what they do with it, but it's also named Chaotic with the flip here. Going to be depending on which brawler makes the use of it. And it's Tempamelon, but no, it's saved away. And now it's named Chaotic's turn. What am I going to do with my flip? I'm going to dribble. I'm going to dribble to myself again. Okay, and then Fresh is going to put me in the cage. GG.
Yeah, Mako moment as named Chaotic gets shut down, but keeps the flip, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. And Tempamelon decides, I'm really liking this gameplay change. You know what? I'm just going to say it. I think that it can work if you focus on scoring. You use all your abilities on the Luna to try to score. None of this kill stuff. It's not going to work right now. And it just puts it in the bag, right? So well done from Tempamelon to get that one-on-one versus the Fool going the way of Tempamelon. And the Rat Pack now tied up 1-1, 3-1 set, fairly commanding overall. And it seems like they found their footing. So Luna, I don't even know if they're even going to get that out. It might not even be useful, to be honest with you. Yep, fight or flight going over to the Luna. The missile prop on the Atlas is definitely going to be something. And the size on to Kazan is definitely good. But what do you think about that, Freezy?
Yeah, this is interesting. First of all, now gets rapid fire, which is like, holy moly. Luna going fight or flight. There was no little Scyther 12 throwback. Luna, little adrenaline twee speed maxing on this character. Oh my god, Fresh is getting bounded in the net right now. So fight or flight definitely powerful on this Luna. I do want to say though, this Kazan with size could become quite a menace. Does have the speed and the stagger already. So what's really left for his build? And then Alice with missile prop, hot shot, and inner focus, just going to be spamming these primaries on offense here. So if the Fool can kind of leverage that to his advantage, I think Polar does have the advantage here, Borg.
Yeah, Polar definitely has the advantage, as you've heard me say a few times, and named Chaotic getting size definitely makes that a lot better, but there's definitely still some sort of playmaking you can do. I mean, there's the thing about Luna that me and you, I think, both love about the character, is that there's always something you can do. There's always some sort of playmaking that you can find on the character. And like I said right at the beginning, this game really is just going to depend on if Tempamelon can find those plays. And one of them, almost gets one there, but the Fool, getting a little bit wise to some of these plays. Named Chaotic did not quite find the energy burst there onto the core, and the Fool, as I say it, little curse there, does not quite get the strike shot in time. And the Kazan, I mean, still not great into the Mako. The size helps, but Fresh is just doing a great job at keeping it out of his hands.
Yeah, it's not the best matchup in the world. You really need to kind of let this Vice get in the way for you and create a lot of that space. And Fresh is playing very proactively. I like how they're keeping the pressure off these barriers. Nice little float there from Nankotic to dodge that Luna nuke. That's something you need to keep in mind on Luna when you're playing against Kazan. Is he in open form? If the answer is yes, I cannot nuke him because then he just flies up and I've wasted my cooldown. But keep that in mind for Tempa Melon here as they do flip, and a nice counter flip by A to defend away.
Yep. Good job from A and the Fool to defend that for now. The energy pretty low on both sides. The Fool almost has the flip, so it should be pretty good overall. The Luna Nuke not going to do quite enough knockback to take out the Fool there. The Rocket going to be going a bit wide, and now the barrier is gone for the Rat Pack, so A and Named Chaotic have a chance here on this offense to make something work, but a great play from Templeman is going to get the barrier as the Fool walks up a little bit too far. And now it's going to be the offense's turn for the Rat Pack. We're just finding these plays out of left field and getting these random goals. I mean, they had like 2 chances and they got 100% conversion rate, whereas it feels like Fresh is making them work a lot harder on the other side.
Yeah, they're struggling to find the synergy back here. A has to do a lot of work in between cutting these passes and trying to get the ball forward. The Fool might need to be a little more aggressive, as you see them kind of playing in the same spot sometimes. So just trying to figure out this backline synergy is going to be important, and Namcotic obviously needs some help in this matchup. Nice ball movement though here. Can we get the barrier? No, it's going to be saved away from Carmine, the missed hook, and it's going to be a KO. Wow. Tempa Melon and Frightfully Fresh collaborating on that Clark as it's a Rat Pack power play.
I like that alliteration. Collaborating Clark, you know, little TC as we're feeling the power play, PP. But not much is gonna go. Not much is gonna go from it here. Stepamo does have that flip, looking for a bit of a play, as the Fool doesn't have much in his toolkit at the current moment. But man, Carmine does not quite have the flip there. Frightfully Fresh, excuse me. So much alliteration. He's gonna forced to use the flip of his own. Tempomon now in the danger zone, but still has the flip, getting knocked around. Finally, it gets ended, but the barrier somehow goes down. The core just going a little bit too fast for the Fool to handle, as A is trying to do his best here, but man, they need to get this forward, but it's so hard because Fresh has so many different projectiles to get it out of Named Chaotic's hands. That's the danger of this matchup, but Named Chaotic wins a strike core, gets the core ahead, and now they finally have a little bit of breathing room. Templemon goes a bit wide, and now A and Named Chaotic, maybe they can find something here. The secondary from A needs to be crucial here for this offense. They need to find something onto Fresh. There it is in the corner, but I don't think anything's going to come from it. But a hook strike is beautiful. Hit the tip of the hitbox, and Named Chaotic puts it in.
Yeah, that's a nice dribble there. That's what you want off that bumper for Kazan. He's so dangerous in that corner, and Carmine not able to read it. Tough defense there. And, you know, 2 more goals like that from Named Chaotic, and we could see you know, a polar 2-1 lead here. The set is really going to be decisive. You know, whoever wins this gets on to set point here, but it's Tempa Melon wanting to ensure that it's the Rat Pack set, as Polar does clear it away again, but they have to watch out for this resurgence with the water cannon.
Yep. You need to be careful, because here comes the water cannon, here comes the Luna, and there you go. Puts it right past the Fool, and that's so hard for Atlas to deal with without that primary. So well done, Tempa Melon, recognizing the cooldown difference there and just taking full advantage of it. It's now Rat Pack 2-1, and like you said, this is going to decide a lot, but the way that this draft is taken in order here, the Vice is before the Luna, they can deny the extra special. Yeah,
this is true. But it's going to be now denying the extra special from the Vice. A little bit of a 5-head maneuver there. Vice picking up even more cooldown with that 16 CDR off that spark of focus. Luna electing for a little more power in the budget, a little more KO potential perhaps. The Atlas can't really deny a dash, so it's just going to take the speed. No fire up for the Fool. And it's going to be another dash awakening on this Mako. I also want to say 1-2 punch Kazan. They did buff his strike, so that red core is going to be moving. If they can get the ball to him in the open net, he's going to be able to make a lot more for himself. That said, they do need to get this barrier because Carmine is moving quite quickly, and Fresh, obviously, with that secondary, is going to make it really, really hard for Polar to position.
Carmine's build is finally well-rounded here. It's fully complete. You have the size, a little bit of the speed, and now you have a little bit of the power with the 1-2 punch. Getting those red cores is going to be very, very nice. Named Chaotic is definitely going to need to start to put in a shift here because the Fool is currently
Ooh,
getting
nice strike
game. But
shot.
as I say that, a beautiful strike shot denies Temple Melon the shot on the bottom side. And Named Chaotic is doing a lot of damage to Carmine, who finds the ultimate and gets out of dodge, gets the orb as well. But if we see more of that, a KO might be on the horizon soon. But first, they really got to get this barrier fresh, doing a lot better of a job after that first set at just keeping this barrier alive as long as possible here. As Fresh puts it on that bottom side, the Fool almost loses out on that goal, but Tempo Melon cannot quite get the shot as the Fool keeping it alive for now. Ooh, a little scary clear there on the top side. Gumi angle, not going to mean too much though. As Carmine puts it towards the top side, the Fool does find the strike. He is still young, and he's still able to find those reactions as A is just trying to clear it. Everybody's trying to get it out of there, but no, now it's going to be 2-1 on the goal, but the Fool finds the clear. He finds yet another clear, and yet another one after that. Well done, the Fool. Has named Chaotic now trying to find the reward for his goalie's work, and it looks like they might maybe find a goal here. A good dribble from Named Chaotic on the bottom side. He has the flip. Can he put it in? No, the cage from Frightfully Fresh is going to keep him down for now. And now the Fool needs to be careful. Well done. Another beautiful save on the top side. He's putting in the work. Tempo Melon cannot score on this man as of right now. The Fool is trying to do his absolute best. Named Chaotic doing all sorts of crazy things to the score right now just to keep the core on offense a little bit longer. 2-on-2. Can they finally get the goal? No, this point is lasting forever. But man, the Fool needs to keep doing what he's doing. Fresh is also doing a beautiful job, but it was only a matter of time given the chance as Tempo Melon finally puts it in.
That's a tough bounce. It goes right through A with the hit stun from Carmine and Tempo into the top corner. The Fool not able to land the strike shot. I just want to say, like, even though it went in for Rat Pack there, that was a crazy hold from the Fool, and it's find the barrier already. Named Chaotic, and they put it in. We had a 2-minute long point and then a 7-second point. This game's all over the place. Surf's up, fellas, and strap in.
Hey, the dichotomy of Inky's application, or Inky's whatever called map, Inky's moment, as what is the map name? I'm having a brain fart of all time right now.
Inky's Splash Zone.
Inky's Splash Zone. That's kind of just how this map works. Sometimes you get the 2-second points, and sometimes you get the 20-minute points. But Tempo Melon, oh my goodness, needs to be careful as the Fool almost gets KO'd. But Named Chaotic does not quite have enough raw power for that. The 1-2 does not apply on the 1, only the 2, as we can see right there. Here comes the Splash Zone, as we're seeing the cannon come through A. I mean, it seems like the Rat Pack are struggling a little bit more this time around since Tempo Melon needed to be a bit more careful after going down a bit more early, and maybe the pressure is exactly what Polar needed to get a bit more offense here, as this Luna cannot quite play the game, but finally should be healthy and back in it. The Fool playing up as much as possible. Great job from Fresh for just stalling it out for now. No secondary now onto the Luna, so it should be pretty free. No, the Fool cannot quite get there in time, so now the barrier is open on both sides, and the Atlas needs to be careful, but A doing a great job of keeping it in. No, my goodness, the strike shot, keeping it alive, but not for much longer. Tempo Melon finds a beautiful secondary with the strike to hit it past the Fool there.
Tempo Melon with the strike, with the primary, with the secondary, able to just layer so many things onto the Fool, who's just trying his best to clear it away, but sometimes it's just impossible. And my God, these Rat Pack members are moving so quickly, especially Carmine on this now. And they do find the barrier quickly once again. Pressuring in the corner here. The Luna Nuke is down. A clears it away, but it's Tempo Melon with the dash. And that's going to be sending us to a Game 3 Rat Pack, proving that they are surfing just with a little bit more vigor on this map. Named Chaotic and company not able to get it done. Tough game. Like I said, that scaling coming out for Rats. You really saw it there in the later sets, just moving so incredibly fast. The slow Atlas not really able to keep up. So well drafted, even though it was a little bit tough at first. Figured it out, got into their rhythm. And hey, these matches are fun to watch, so I'm excited for this Game 3 on Gates of
Shout out
Obscura.
to Fresh there, holding it down when he needed to. Not the highest numbers, but he got a lot of the crucial saves, and then also the explosive entrance plus the aerials means that he was able to just actually make the forwards useful for the Rat Pack, even though, you know, they didn't quite have an exact way to get it through the Fool. They managed to pass it around and find the space in order to do it. So well done at sort of figuring out that comp mid-match and figuring out exactly what they needed to do to get it through and take the win. That was their map pick. They are very, very good at that map. I mean, So not too surprised that they won it overall. 1-1 means that next game wins. Polar Cortex need to win this, keep the season alive. Rats, they win this, they're pretty much playoff guaranteed with the 6 wins. So both teams definitely something to play for here. As we'll have to see Gates of Obscura, the final map, exactly what they want to do. It's going to be an Orb Dancer Demolitionist start. Rats on blue, Polar on red. Curious to see what they're going to actually draft here, what the meta is feeling like for them, as I don't watch this game anymore, so it's always a surprise for me.
I'm curious to see what the priority for Dubu will be. Whether Rats will pick it first, whether they're going to ban it, whether Polar's going to ban it. These are 2 trainings that are pretty good on Dubu. Goalie, brawler, whatever you want to do. Now looked really good last game. And Rat Pack got a game taken off of them by Bozo Bunch with Grimella on now earlier this season. Maybe that's in their head as the draft does start. Rats banning first. It's going to be Asher straight away. Makes perfect sense. If you have Samuel Zychinsky, the fool in that character, it's very hard to break on this Gates of Obscura map in particular. Polar, with the response here, I'm trying to think about what these teams have. Honestly, there's a lot of options. Fresh has played Finny on this map a lot. It's been a mainstay. Polar just going to ban the Estelle out. Fair enough. Despite the nerfs, I think she's still quite strong. It's just kind of a safe ban to take away if you don't really want the enemy team to get it. Dubu, there it is. Rats electing for the Dubu. We'll see if that's a flex or if Tempo Melon wants it. The Asher is banned, so I'm leaning towards Brawler, but you never really know with this team.
We'll have to see. Dubu locked in. Polar has the double pick. We'll see if it's something fun, something explosive, or if they're going to go. I mean, there's not too much boring left, though. There's one of the boring. We'll see if they pick. Let's see what they're going to pair this with. I have a feeling they're going to pick the Brawler. I feel like they want to wait for the goalie pick, but also, it is the Fool, so he could kind of just do whatever he wants. It's going to be the Amy. That could go anywhere. I have a feeling that's going to be Amy era forward, and I don't know why. I have a sneaky feeling, but I'm not.
Is this the game
sure.
we say name chaotic, play Amy forward? I don't know. I don't know.
think so. I really don't think so, but
it would be funny.
It would be really funny.
Okay, so realistically, this is probably Era goalie.
There's the Finny.
And okay, so there it is, the Finny. Okay, so this is
the
Dubu forward.
Brawler. It is.
Yeah, it's the architect.
Come on.
And Kai. Okay, Kai is a good pick. I was watching Hungry Boy pilot this Kai character earlier. Borg is really excited.
Dude, I haven't seen a Dubu Brawler since I played it.
Borg is really excited. Well, you haven't been watching Tempo Melon this season.
That's actually true. I actually did. I know that you're right.
Go watch the Rat recap.
Play it.
There's a whole. Rob made a whole montage. It was.
I did watch this game actually. Tempo is the player that plays it. So.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like. I don't know who's playing Era here. I'd imagine that it's midfield. Actually, I'd imagine it's goalie. In which case, this is a little scary because I don't really know how you defend against Dubu as Era. But maybe you just never have the core on your side. So if they can
just win.
I don't know though. Finny Kai has so much core control. This is really scary for Polar. I guess we're just gonna have to find out. I mean, Rasmus starting with size is pretty chill. But I watched Hungry Boy on Kai today, and that character looks a little good. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how good this looks for Polar, but hey, they earned this game 3. They drafted this. They've got a plan. So we'll have to see. We'll have to find out what happens as we are loading it.
I'd like to argue on the plan part. I have a feeling a lot of teams don't actually have a plan. They just play. They pick and they play. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of it's just vibes. I've been around the game long enough to know that not everyone's using their noggin. Not everyone can be Josh, Grimella.
This is true. This is true.
The Grimch. Not everyone can have a plan. But we'll have to see. Maybe they know something that I don't. I've been out of the game. Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe there's some hidden heck against Dubu goalie. It could be Rasmus goalie. You never know. I mean, I doubt it, but we'll have to see exactly what gets chosen here. And we're loading into the game right now. It is indeed going to be, are you kidding me? I have a name bug right now. I can't even see who's, okay, never mind. It doesn't matter. I can see who's playing the goalie, so it's okay. It is going to be that era goalie.
Yeah. You see the pressure already coming out. Templeman in the corner. Hits the 3-man roll and takes that barrier. Once Puller gets out into this open space, maybe they can do something, but I'm so skeptical here, Borg. I don't think I can lay it on any harder, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe Name Chaotic can take advantage of this Finny. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Templeman with a little ritual. Oh my goodness. the full swag meter off the charts, and it's a Giga coming in and KOing not the Fool, but midfielder Mr. A on that CCL line for a change. But Fool holding it down. Name Chaotic as well in the net. It's gonna be Dubu though, rolling with the flip. Wow.
There it
the
is.
Strike through the hit stun. Impressive from Templemelon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear as day. I mean, I got angry about the comp last game. You feel free to get angry this game. I think we've earned that right. But they do have a shot if they can keep it out in the open, keep the shrinks onto Dubu and keep the tempo going forward. But it is definitely very, very hard when a Kai is in the mix, right? Because a Kai can just kind of play spoiler to a lot of that strategy and get it to these corners as much as possible for this Dubu. There's the donuts, there's the corner pressure, and there's one barrier, not quite the second, but the Giga
Nice
will
Giga.
secure the second for now, and a beautiful barrage with the standstill into a little bit of the BM from Carmine gets that KO. And that's a rough one too, because Flip was available for Name Chaotic, and so it's not a Flip you're getting back. So it's going to be a bit tough to kind of claw their way back from this.
Ooh.
Fresh definitely
KO.
needs to defend this now. Loses the barrier, does not feel like using the Flip. A great KO from the Amy there on A. And they have a shot to try to get this goal. It's definitely something to play for here for Polar. They have a strategy. They have a game plan. We just need to see if they can successfully execute it. Giga almost puts it back in, but a beautiful stop from the Fool as, oh my goodness, Name Chaotic. Beautiful job at striking that core straight past Fresh, who just did not quite have their strike back up.
Yeah, that was a crazy angle. The Rasmus secondary hits it up off the bottom to Name Chaotic at lightning speed. It's very fun to watch this player pilot Rasmus. Give me some nostalgia. The days when I used to pick this character.
Is that right?
But when they're not getting their shit blown smooth off by Finny, it's pretty chill. This character just kind of puts out damage like no one's business. As you see it here, Name Chaotic getting staggered once again. So gonna have to just play for orbs.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Speaking of orbs, we haven't really talked about it, but demo on all the members of Rat Pack. They're going for the size.
Interesting.
Whereas we do have 2 orb dancers for Polar, and then obviously size on Rasmus makes a lot of sense. I'm curious that Kai and or Finny decided to not go the orb dancer. I guess, I don't know, maybe they just really like being big macho guys, but not quite sure exactly what the thought process on that is. We'll see if it works out for him, as Name Chaotic getting yet another kill on to almost both the members, as the Dubu almost goes down, but manages to get saved by the donuts, I believe. The hot dog coming in as well, trying to just keep this bat bay, and the Dubu does end up going down, as Kai is back up, so they're starting to play a little bit better, but it looks like Name Chaotic should have the goal here, but no, beautiful stop from Fresh. Not quite sure exactly what happened there, but it's not going to matter, as the Amy brings it around, and it looks like we're eating our words on both games here, Fresh, because if they find a KO, I mean, that's pretty much all they need to do. They get infinite pressure after that, and then Amy turret into Rasmus. There's not really much the Finny can do.
Yeah, no, the Amy does have a lot of hits done that Finny Kai isn't really able to deal with. So great play. Great collapse there from A after Name Chaotic with the initial first attempt, kind of burning all the resources there. This Finny also was nerfed by 5 seconds. I read the patch notes today. I didn't realize that its cooldown used to be 25 seconds. It's kind of absurd.
Crazy.
Oh, and it's
mocked.
Tempo Melon Aura farming once again in the net. Log into roll, stopping the core, putting it in, popping a water emoji. That's the Tempo Melon we know and love. That's what we expect when we see the Dubu locked in.
I
We're
wrote
going
that
to
in the
0.5.
textbook in 2014, so that was just beautiful right there. Well done. Obviously a studied play right there from Tempo Melon. So
yes.
well done for that. The roll right into the net. And no cooldowns for a little bit on the Dubu. Well, next time we see the wall is going to be the next time we'll probably end up seeing some barriers as the Kai does go for the flip. Not quite going to be getting much, but a great job to get it into that corner. There's the Dubu wall, and there is the play. Can they get the second barrier, though? Yes, they will. Tempo Melon manages to find it now. It's a flip on the goal line. There you go. Puts it right past both of them. 3-2. What a beautiful way to end that first set, and that's exactly what you want if you are the Rat Pack. Well done to come back from that 2-1 deficit now, going 3-2. They get the first pick. The Kai has that inner focus available, has the fight or flight available. I mean, even the Reptile Remedy might not be the worst thing in the world. We'll have to see what they go with.
Yeah, Namekatic with a wicked backwards primary there. Going for the hit stun, not quite what you want. I prefer to send them straight down. So at least if it hits the core, it bounces up instead of back into your net. But hey, let's focus on draft here. Kai gonna be moving a little quickly with this fight or flight. Era does get them on you this game, so watch out for those NATOs. Amy with that inner focus gonna be doing a lot of cooldown reduction if they can get that stacked up. Fresh with the glass can as well. That's such a good awakening on Finny. Oh my goodness, Rat Pack's doing some shenanigans here. I mean, this team is not real. This is the number one seed in nasl right now, guys.
Yep.
This is them. This is how they're playing in game 3 against Spore Cortex. That's some nice ball movement though. When they're taking the game seriously, they're quite a good team, quite formidable. But you see Name Chaotic working in the corner. Nicely defended though by the Rats.
Well done from Tempo Melon to get it to the top side. Yeah, not quite sure what that portal shenanigans were, but all's fair in the game of Omega Strikers, as we're seeing a beautiful play there actually from Carmine to get that core to the top side. It's exactly where they want it, but Dubu just not quite able to make a lot of use of it at the current moment, especially without his wall. We'll have to see if we can get any sort of playmaking from the corner. No, it's going to be the Dubu wall almost taking out A, but not quite gonna have enough damage. The barrier does go down. Fresh was not quite able to get that flip off, as oh my goodness, the tornado almost takes out the Monu, but it's gonna be actually a kill for the boys in Rat. I was trying to say boys in red, boys in Rat. Didn't quite work on that one. Swing and a miss sometimes, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness, swing and a miss is not what you're doing. If you are named Chaotic, finds the death touch into the corner, flip into the strike. I mean, just beats 2. That's exactly what you want to see, especially when they were on the back of the power play.
Got a little shimmy there. Flipping to shimmy. Love to see that. Making the dragger smile. Name Chaotic, again, when they get the core in this Rasmus, it's dangerous, right? Rack Pack really have to lock in on these defensive sequences. So if Polar can just avoid these situations that they get trapped in the corner by Dubu, kind of play it a little bit more proactive, kind of clear it out, get it away, get all 3 members back, get some hit stun down, and try not to take too much damage in the process, as Name Chaotic is the one that finds the KO though. There you go. There's that downwards primary that I was talking about, and it does end up finding the KO, and it's the Fool with the speedy save back with that air secondary.
Yeah, really, really good save. Fresh almost had the Fool's number there with that ultimate, but well done. Good defense from this era. Fool's putting on pretty good showing so far in this series. We'll have to see if they can continue and get their team to lead. The Orb Dancer definitely helping out a little bit at keeping this pressure, keeping the Rat Pack back, as Fresh trying his best to just keep this core out from the defensive side. This Rasmus is definitely very, very scary. They're not really getting too much damage anymore, and we want to see a bit more damage if they can onto that. I do not know how he cleared that. Well done once again from Fresh, doing so well, and Tempo Melon rewards his defense with a beautiful strike onto that barrier. As we're seeing Carmine now is trying to defend this from the corner, and Polar Cortex, they're throwing hard shots at him, but it's really, really difficult to get this barrier with the way that Rat Pack's playing right now.
Ooh,
But as I say that,
nice
a great
work.
outplay from Named Chaotix. Going to get the barrier, but not before. A bit of offense now from, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Polar Cortex, the fool, tried to find the backwards clear, but he could not quite get back to the core in time. And a bit of a self-goal there. Put on, to be fair, by the monumental pressure from the Dubu. So it's definitely not an easy one.
Yeah, that was tough. There was a barrage coming in there. Just trying to clear it away quickly, and it's easy for you to miss those. But it's named Chaotic here, find the barrier, but it's Tempo Melon with the KO. That Dubu Fortress deployed there, and it is Carmine flipping for the last barrier. Rat Pack here with the power play, but plenty of space to work with for Polar.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Into the hot
wow.
dog. The doggy dog gets it right past the fool. The beautiful strike there. And then the hit stun from the log is more than enough to get it past the fool. And it's going to be 2-1 now. The Rat Pack trying to take advantage of this lead and really get this 2-0 in sets quick.
I don't exactly know how that happened. All I know is that Tempo Melon deployed the log and then flipped, and then the log struck ward the strike from the goalie. So that was like, yeah, I might need to VOD review that little technology there, because that was pretty clean from Tempo Melon on the Dubu.
Pretty clean indeed. Another clean barrier take once again from the Rat Pack, who seems to have found their stride rather on this offensive side. The Kai bringing the core up forward against this Dubu, and a great shrink from the fool to just make sure that Dubu cannot finish that goal for now. But the Kai is just absolutely everywhere. No one can stop Carmine, and this Dubu just narrowly not quite able to get these goals. The fool is just very, very carefully finding these saves, and the Dubu wall not quite working as intended there, but the save works out in the end for Polar Cortex, as they still have no barriers, but only one barrier left for the Rat Pack. Fresh tries to find that goal, but it's not going to be quite a good enough angle to find that wall there. And man,
nice
there you
blink.
go, the Amy Blink, beautiful prediction onto that core there in order to get that last barrier. And now can they find the goal? Oh my goodness, a little bit of a whiffsky doodle dandy from Mr. Fresh there. Puts it right through him, and I think he's just shrugging it off there. Finds the okay. Made a little mistake. It happens to the best of us. 2-2. Still have one more point. Let's put it back in.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Honestly, I'm on Fresh's side there. That strike shot kind of went wide, but it looked like it went right through the core there. And here it is, Tempo Melon getting the Dubu wall down, getting both barriers again, and you see Polar time and again just put in this situation. And it's Tempo Melon doing it all here on the Dubu, getting that core in that corner and not letting it leave. My goodness, going to be MVP of that second set.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes you just know when to lock in. And that's exactly what just happened. As the Dubu wall, plus the Fiddy Ultimate, plus the Kai Barrage and Giga. I mean, that's just a lot for an era to handle. That's definitely, that's a lot for basically any goalie to handle. So it's kind of a rough one there. As take a look at the draft. I mean, I'll let you take this one away. I'm not quite sure exactly what's this year.
Well, Dubu does have the bulk up, so they're going to pick up the peak performance speed, gliding that much harder with that speed. Getting, can I not see it? Okay, well, I can't see it.
Take a look at the stream.
Just like the percent, I was going to say the percent that the peak is giving. It also benefits from Dubu having one of the highest staggers in the game. If they can get these KOs, does have the 1-2 punch, so if they can land that ability combo, it did get stronger this patch. That Glitch Pop is doing a lot more knockback and damage. And then the Fool and Carmine just kind of trading Dash Awakenings. The Chrono denied away, but oh my god, it's Tempo Melon in the corner again. Just putting all of the aura on the line, and Polar are having a real hard time dealing with his Dubu.
Yeah, I mean, if the Dubu gets set up in the corner, it's kind of wraps for, Polar Cortex's comp to deal with, as the donuts are quite formidable, especially the strawberry glazed, as that's a bit rough one in order to get past here. But I mean, on the bright side, there is a good amount of energy on this Amy. They might be able to find some sort of playmaking with this flip. The barriers are down, and now Chaotic is starting to glide just a little bit, but sadly for them, the flips, not quite going to be able to get the kill. Almost found it onto Dubu, but not going to be getting it there. Kai ends up using the flip as
Whoa.
well. Interesting strike there from Tempo Melon. Tries to control it on the top side, but just narrowly misses it on the barrier.
Oh,
And what?
sorry.
The
Oh my
donut
God.
went right through Name Chaotic. I'm very surprised that didn't kill, but Fresh is the one who somehow goes down. And now it's going to be forwards and net. Let me defend on the Dubu. That's the beauty of the Dubu forward, is that you can lock back in and play defense if needed. But no, they walk forward and the Kai cannot quite find the save. It's 1-1. Polar Cortex, I mean, they're starting to find something. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it worked out.
Yeah, I lost my mind watching that point. I don't know exactly what happened there, but there were some shenanigans from the side of Rat. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Finny debuff onto the Era, onto the Amy, and then Dubu roll to finish it off. Yeah, no evade found there for Mr. A. Watch out! Might need one of those here. This Finny is doing so much damage, it's crazy.
Yeah, Finny starting to lay down the law for sure. The Among Titans as well as helping the Finny get where they want to be and helping the Dubu be where they want to be, but even more imposing with the size increase. Definitely helping out for now. The Rasmus starting to get something here. They get the first barrier for the flip, but not quite sure that's worth it, as the second one is not quite there in time, but the Dubu finds the flip to clear it for now. The Kai almost has a flip, so some interesting potential here for a goal as we see the flip. And a beautiful death touch to stop it for now. The Donut's going to be stopping him, as well as the Hot Dog smacks Era in the face, but it's not going to be nearly enough to get the goal. The Dubu on the goal line over and over again, but these beautiful saves from the Fool are just keeping the Rat Pack at bay for now. But it's always still going to be very, very difficult. No barriers up, which means that Dubu does not have a really good corner to play off of. So it's just going to rely on the roll, which stops the core and gets the shot onto the top side. The Fool can only be so many places at once, and the top side was not one of them, as it's 2-1 series, match, whatever you want to call it, point for the Rat Pack.
Yeah, that was a tough spot to be in for Polar. Just got the core up in that corner, and once Dubu has it like that, so close to the net, it's really hard to save it away. Nice slip, though, from A, coming through the portal. Good usage there. I think if Polar can start to look to use these portals a little more, it's something that Rat Pack has done really well this game. But it is Tempo Melon finding the barrier. A and Name Chaotic looking to do the same, as it's the Shrink coming down, but this could be it, as Rat Pack are closing in. Just stalling it out here, looking to go through the portal, but it's A, cuts the pass back to Name Chaotic through the other portal. Carmine takes the portal to defend. Oh my goodness, we're moving the core all over the map here, but it's A with the Amy turret down, Fresh with the ult to defend. Beautiful clear out by Fresh.
Beautiful clear, and like he said, this might be it, but they have a little bit of work to do. That is Rat Pack, in order to get this goal, and that might just be enough, though, as the Donuts stop one side. They stop the bottom side, but the top side is completely clogged up, as the Dubu is standing right on top of everybody and gets the strike war, puts it in the bottom side, excuse me. And the Rat Pack looked a little shaky at the beginning, but I mean, they managed to claw their way back and show us why they're the top team in the league.
Yeah, Rat Pack can't win without a little whimsy, okay? Atlas, Octavia, Asher, negative whimsy, okay? Negative levels of whimsy, that comp, but they got their Luna, they got their Dubu, a little Finny action, game 3. As we look at the stats, 9 goals for Tempo Melon on the Dubu. Carmine running up those redirects, and, hey, well defended from the Fool and A, considering the resources that they had. But it's not going to be enough, as Rat Pack sail on to 6-1. Well played by the Rats. And honestly, shout out to Polar. They put up a hell of a fight. This was a super fun match, super entertaining. So hopefully next week they can bounce back. But really a good showing when you're taking a game off of the best team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I think Polar still have a way to win, even at 2-5. They have to win the next 2, I believe, and then win some tiebreakers. So, going to be a tough one for them, but, it's not quite over yet. It's not over until it's over, So, might as well give it all you can. But for the Rats, they've all but secured their playoff hopes. And now they're really just battling for better seeding and maybe to have a little bit of whimsy and a little bit of fun along the way as well, which we clearly just saw. So well played to both teams. And yeah, I think that's about it. Anything else you want to add, Threezy, before you step on the pitch in a little bit?
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for casting with me, Borg. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the TOs, Bestie and Slot, everybody. I'm so glad that nasl is back this week. And excited to finish up the season and get into playoffs. It's going to be a fun one. So stay tuned for this next match. And we'll see you guys there.
All right, see you guys soon. Going to a bit of a break.
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everybody. And we have a bit of a cool little cast today. Got my my good old buddy Yoshi with me. And I got a pretty good nice series for us. Boys versus the Bozo Bunch. My friend, how you feeling about this one?
I'm excited. I think this is a pretty interesting matchup to two storied teams. And what I'm looking at right now is I'm looking at Oni Village game 1. That's where we're going, and
Yep.
I'm excited. I'm very little biased, but have a vested interest in watching my good pal the Grimch on Oni Village. They're calling it his map. There's a joke to be like who don't care. This is his domain. So I'm always excited to see that guy on this map, and I think we're in for a treat. I think obviously it's Bozo Bunch. They are, I think, on the standings in 6th right now. So technically, in the playoffs race is going to be very close. They're on the cusp, and so every win will be valuable against it's Sad Boys though. You know, former champ, 3-time champions. These players clocking in many wins, champions of the last season, and now coming in tied for first, I believe. It's going to be a pretty tough series for the Bozo Bunch to win, but obviously a huge one if they're able to.
Well, we'll have to see how this one goes. Interesting comp for them, as we got the Zentaro, Juno, Estelle. Pretty mobile, a lot of shooting on that comp against the old Asher now, but with the Kai goalie this time, Merchant going to be kind of relaxing on the Kai this time around, but it might not be too relaxing when you have 18 things being flown at you at all times. Almost the barrier there from Bells. Nice try, but not quite going to find it. As the first barrier goes down a little earlier, but that's not going to matter too much. And a second barrier beautifully gotten by Bells there. Good strike to just finish that one up right away. And honestly, not the worst strike there from Vaughn. The barrier doesn't matter too much, so you might as well get it back in offense quicker, as Kainu just trying to bring it into the fold as fast as possible. And Bells tries to find it, but the slime going to be stalling the core just a little bit too long as Bells looks for the flick, but not quite going to be able to find it. Merchant has played with me, so he knows exactly where that's coming. But still, it's just non-stop chances for the boys. I feel like it's going to be a lot of chances for them, and it's going to be a lot of stress on Merchant this game as Bells finally gets the goal after about 50 chances.
Yeah, we're taking a peek at an aerial start, and that means that for the Sad Boys, Kainu and Bells are going to be everywhere at once, overwhelming the midfield, especially with drop on the Asher. There's just it's Grimella against the world right now in terms of ball control, and I think as the sets come through, obviously more speed, more CDR control, etc. will hit these players and give them more opportunity to make things happen. Early sets, though, I think are going to be very rough for the Bozo Bunch, but that is a big KO, big power play opportunity here. Could get the second barrier. They have this flip going in, but just not able to. Bells is coming up soon, but hey, every little thing counts. Every little bit to get their feet in the game, sink their teeth into this match, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that might be one of their ways to sink their teeth in said match. You have the now, so you have the healing advantage. You might as well try to put some pressure, maybe onto Bells, maybe onto Vaughn in the back to try to allow an offense to happen, but that's easier said than done when that attack is just constant there for the boys who put it in again on the top side. Bells, I mean, he's just going to get fed the core this game, and he can do pretty much anything he wants, so it's a beautiful game to play Zentaro.
Yeah, definitely. And this Estelle goalie, I think, too, really favors the boys comp, just keeping the ball up, and it kind of counters what Bozo Bunch want to do with this Asher, who just wants to get in the goalie's face, overwhelm them, and obviously that will happen. And I mean, maybe not against Kainu. You know, that he is Kainu for a reason. We know what he does, and the boys are just going to be slotting it in. But it's just, there's so much pressure, so much mobility that all three members of the boys have that are just kind of suffocating the Bozo Bunch right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Estelle just keeps it out of Asher's hands, and even if it gets backed up by Grimella, the Juno is there to just run spoiler and just make it so incredibly difficult for the entire Bozo Bunch team to really do anything. So it's definitely going to be a rough uphill battle for the Bozo bunch. But when you get Monu on the now and you get Team Player on your Kai, it's definitely not the end of the world. Definitely a pretty good draft, I would say, for Bozo bunch, even though they lost the first set.
Yeah, I do think that all 3 members of the bunch picking up some great awakenings, that's going to be very nice. First pick, we saw Bells take Inner Focus, and this is something we were talking about before the cast started. Welcome to Zentaro's world. This is the patch for him. We've got CDR coming out of every angle and
Up the wazoo.
Out the wazoo. This guy is going to be hitting the strikes, especially in Oni Village when we got a more control-focused game being played. Just Inner Focus is online. If you get Spark of Focus, that's so much base CD now that we're talking abilities on abilities on abilities. It is going to be tough if that ever happens. Until then, though, it's just we're seeing a lot of damage actually taken out now. Who got extra stagger doesn't matter. Just Zen on the pitch, pumping out all that damage. It's looking rough for the bunch.
Yeah, I mean, if Bells just kind of stands on top of Gramello when that core's there, or the other way around, or Gramello tries to stand on top of Bells to contest the core, Bells can just cast his abilities onto the now instead of the core and just keep, making his health bar a little bit lower and lower, force out those abilities one by one. And that will just, eventually, as we saw there, allow that KO to be a possibility. So, well done from the boys to just keep this pressure on. Kind of has a really good flip in order to secure that barrier. And these points are just so fast. And it makes sense because the Geno Estelle is just so explosive, as well as that aerial start helping just keep things going forward. Make sure that literally all 3 of these forwards are really just they're basically all 3 forwards, right? The Estelle, the Geno, and the Zentaro. They can jump anywhere at any time. It's so much to keep track of if you are the Bozo bunch, and I really feel for their defensive side because I would not want to be in that position.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, we're just looking at 3 burst-heavy characters, and if all 3 members of your team are bursting, then I don't know what kind of consistency you would need to try and hold that down. We are seeing Vaughn get active, get forward, I believe use the flip, but that's going to be, I think, second barrier of the game for Bozo Bunch. Unfortunately, just not able to stop Bells. Once he gets the ball, he's going to be putting it in, and that's going to be another point for the boys. But that's progress. Both barriers down. We're starting to figure it out.
Yeah, well done from Bells. Did a little Zentaro tech with the ultimate. He was close enough to the core so he could strike it again, which is very nice. And he got the second barrier right away. I mean, I've been saying it. It's an explosive comp. I'm going to keep saying it because it really is. It's just so incredibly fast. What they can do with this comp. And Bells, there you go, yet again, just fakes them out with all of his abilities. These sets are going so fast. I mean, Bozo Bunch need to do something to stem the bleeding, or else they're going to be going to map 2 very quickly.
Yeah. We're seeing Kainoob on the first pick. All 3 sparks. Nice. Good looks.
Nice.
But peak performance on the board. We've got some size, some anti-size, if you will, and an explosive entrance. It's the whole draft, but that's going to be a first pick peak. And I think I agree with that. Just midfielder speed, never wrong. Going to be the size pickup for Bells. Going to be nice for the ult. And size for both brawlers. That Spark of Focus picked up by Vaughn in the box is now rocking a humble 16 CDR, which is just going to be really annoying to deal with. He's already doing so much for the midfield pressure. Now we've got even more. I think that was a very nice boys draft. We are looking at Merchant picking up a Dash Awakening. Could do a lot with that. Has the eject button, etc. Double Dash Kai. Has a lot of presence, but it's difficult. It's difficult to say because he's just permanently on defense here.
Yeah, I mean, he has the eject button at least, so he can run a bit forward sometimes, but he needs to be careful because if he goes a bit too reckless, he can just get hit stunned by basically every member of boys at any moment. But there you go, the eject button paying dividends there. And Grimilla needs to be careful as they are focusing him, but a little bit of healing is going to be getting him topped off for now. Can still get, yep, there you go, kind of jumping in with the slimes, getting a bit of poke, and Bells finally gets that last barrier. And now all 3 flips for the boys. Vaughn jumps forward, which does end up losing the barrier, but Bells should have enough pressure to get this goal here. Beautiful, doesn't even need the flip tracks it with the ultimate and puts it in that top side. There's only so much you can do as a Kai on this map. And there you go. I mean, Bell's kind of just putting on a clinic, as he doesn't really need to do anything else. He's just playing core control.
Yep, he's showing up. He's getting what he needs, and what he needs is just these barriers. Again, I think that Inner Focus is doing wonderfully, but that was almost a 14-second point for the Bozo Bunch. Both barriers smoked, looking like a little bit of a comeback. A lot of pressure coming out. This is a big moment. If they're able to get this point, a lot of talk around these parts about trickles and water flowing, and that could be the kind of water pressure that they need to get this game going. As another flip for the boys goes down. Oh.
KO, though, onto the Asher. And oh my god, a beautiful save from Vaughn there. Kainoob struck a little bit early and it required the beautiful strike shot on the bottom side. I mean, that was pretty insane. So well done to just stop that flip from causing issues, but still a great job from Bozo Bunch to stall that power play out as long as possible. But it's going to be resulting in another one, as the Grimella sadly does not quite have that much time left on the pitch. And oh my god, Merchant actually with a cool outplay there, striking it backwards for some reason to get it away from Bells. So well done there to keep it going, and it actually results in a goal. So a beautiful job from Merchant there to keep things alive, and Dropletto puts it in the bottom side.
Yep, very, very well done by the Bozo Bunch there, especially on defense, able to keep it alive. Keep their chances at this game. It is set 3. I was saying, hey, the early sets are going to be tough, but once they get going, this could be a little bit of going. Now, obviously, boys had a very, very dominant first point in this set. Very dominant first 2 sets, if you will, but it looks like Bozo Bunch is back. They're able to get much more consistent offenses. I feel like they have more control overall, and I think their defensive line is doing a lot better against Bells than they were the past 2 sets. Able to get a lot of important saves, able to stop his offenses, and that's going to be Now Mine sending it straight in after the second barrier goes down, and that kind of seems like the name of the game here. If they can get that second barrier, obviously Estelle does really well in the open net, but against Asher, against a character like Now with a bunch of hit stun, or I guess a very consistent hit stun option, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they found some sort of answer. We'll have to see if they can continue with it, or if boys have started to download it for now. It's already going to be a quick point here so far. 15 seconds in, both barriers are gone for the Bozo Bunch. Merchant runs forward and tries to make something happen, but they need to be careful because Bells does have this flip, and he is close to the goal line. He's not rushing it anytime soon, though. The ult comes out. Oni's Blade not going to be doing too much, as Kainoob just bringing the core forward slowly. Boys are really trying to slow things down. Vaughn, definitely one of those players that can get carried away sometimes with his aggression, but it looks like he's playing a bit more cautious for a little bit, and it results in that goal, brings it forward with the Crystal Thorns, and Bells is sitting there right for the goal on the top side. So well done, 2-2. It's going to be set and match point here for the boys, and set point here for Bozo Bunch, who really want to keep this game going.
Yeah, definitely. They're putting up a lot of pressure, but obviously, boys, got this flip on Bells. Both barriers down, though. Bells still with the flip, gonna get a KO.
Oh my
counter
goodness.
Flip, but it's not gonna be enough, and Vaughn getting in there, stepping up, is going to put it in, secured that game, 3-0 for the Sad Boys. Bozo Bunch almost was able to claw it back, get something done, but the pressure just ended up being too much in the end.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clear. I think I'm confident to say draft win there for the boys. They definitely have a very favorable draft for them in terms of how everything works, and then they just executed it correctly. It's a beautiful little quick game there. As how long was it? 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Definitely a fast one for at least Oni Village standards for sure. So well done getting game 1 off to a very, very quick start, and game 2 now. We'll have to see where we're going with that one.
Yep, just a very dominant performance, shutting them out entirely, and we're gonna have to see what game 2 is looking like, because I have no idea. I have no idea what map we're going to. So
I don't know either.
Yeah, it's time to dive in, do a little bit of research. Chat, you and us, we're in this together.
Oh yeah, this has always been a collaborative stream.
it's a team effort, and it's looking like Night Market, judging by one reference to Night Market, but we'll have to wait and see. Tentative market mention, but until we get for sure, I'm just throwing words out to the wind. You know, I hope I'm
Yeah.
right. I think I'm right, but
I think regardless
anything is
on what map
possible.
it is, I mean, I feel like boys with that style of comp look very, very scary. Doesn't really matter what map it is, and as long as it's not like a double creation or something weird start, you can kind of just play the Zentaro or even the Estelle in general, pretty much no matter what. I think they're both very, very strong right now, and I think the team's just really good at them. So I would be shocked to not see either of those banned or picked away from Bozo Bunch this time around. But obviously, that all depends on the Awakenings. That all depends on the map, and that all depends on what they're feeling, what the strat is, as they should be loading into the next draft shortly here. I wouldn't expect any crazy long breaks here, as I certainly would want to just get right back in there if I was on either team, you know. But we'll have
Yep.
to see what they have cooked.
The draft should be starting very, very soon, and I agree with everything you're saying. I think a big thing is that with this new patch, we have so much CDR coming in, and a lot of people are saying like this looks like melee goalie paradise, and I agree with that. But we saw the Estelle pull up, and I think that's a character that really excels when there's a lot of cooldown reduction in the pool, and like that's her biggest weakness. I think her defense is pretty competent. We saw a lot of it that last game. We didn't see a lot of it, but we saw a lot of effective defense coming out from Estelle that game, and obviously her offense is incredibly powerful. It's very, very similar flavor of goalie to like your Finny and sort of Kai. Kai's a very unique pick, but just the keep the ball up kind of goalie. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that. Like you were saying, the Zentaro, I think is just an easy slam on just about any start, any map. Just go for it. I can't go wrong with that character with as much CDR in the pool as there is now. So we'll have to see what the draft, what the everything's going to look like. But I think that boys is sitting very, very comfortably. I think Bozo has to really come up with something clever and innovative to beat Sad Boys, which is usually like you have two options when you're going against one of the best teams ever, and it's to play bread and butter comfort, things that things that are tried and true, which is kind of what they're doing. You try and beat them at their own game. I think that's hard. Or you can come up with something weird and different and try and catch them off guard, a la Rat Pack, pulling up with that Dubu forward. Not that it's that weird, but that kind of thing. You're not seeing a whole lot of that. So we'll have to see. Oh, we're actually good news. We're deep in draft, and I've been yapping.
We're deep in
my
draft.
bad.
No, you're good. Keep yapping away. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm looking at I've got it on my phone. So that's where I am right now. We got the Dubu band from
No
the
ban
Bozo Bunch.
for the
No
boys.
ban. I believe because of the name off on Vaughn from last game.
Oh,
so
that is true. Yeah, that's
ban.
true. Shame on you, Vaughn.
he did formally apologize to the lobby in the match thread. So important to know.
Goodness.
Very, very respectful conduct going on.
How can
We're
I
seeing-
tell who is playing? I was just guessing. I actually didn't even know if that was Vaughn. I was guessing the whole time. That could have been anybody.
Could have been anybody.
They could have gotten an upgrade and we wouldn't have known. Now, who that upgrade would have been,
Yeah,
I have no clue. I don't know
is the
who's
upgrade in the room
an
with
upgrade. But
us?
they might have gotten Oscar Gaming YT. I heard that guy's a bit of a beast in the net, but I digress. We'll have to take a look at the comps here for this game. A bit of a night market sleeper, if I might add, Yoshi, with the Spark of Focus Reptile Remedy Star. I just want to make sure that's crystal clear to the audience members. And we do have an Atlas Now X. This time from the boys, though. You'd expect it would be from the Bozo bunch. I mean, for no particular reason. But Bozo decided to go with the little more flashy. Amy Zentaro with the Kai in the gold box. I think they messed up. Yeah, so we are loading into the match very, very shortly here as everybody is in the lobby and we're figuring things out. There we go. And we are going to be loading in.
Yep. I'm surprised that I sat here and talked for so long about how like Zentaro's awesome, looked really good for boys. Estelle goalie, big pick. Really none of that. None of that for the boys at least. We are buckling up with X now as their first and second pick. And honestly, like talked a lot about Zentaro. Know who I haven't talked about? X. He's still that guy. He is
still that guy.
Definitely going to be doing everything that he was before. His ult did take a big hit. I believe it's 45 seconds now, but you know, a little spark of focus can fix that up real quick. So
that is true.
Might not be as much of a problem. And then obviously like X now, a tried and true forward duo. X obviously, again, just he's still fantastic. We've seen Bells on the X so many times. Great at piloting it. And I think
sparks, baby.
Yep. It's just free CDR. It's a whole 16. That's quite a bit. I'm interested to see how the Bozo Bunch comp is going to do because again, hey Zentaro, other guy, big winner of the patch, and Aimee, who I think was a little bit of a loser on the patch, seems to be very similar, but is going to have to combat this now. And really, I think the game is don't lose to X, which is always the game when he's in the lobby, and then break through Atlas, which might be difficult against something CDR, Sparko focus, but I think Aimee Zentaro those are the picks to do it. So both comps. All this to say, both comps are good, like different styles, but looking pretty nice. So it's going to come down to the execution, which team is able to fulfill their win condition more effectively. And so far I'm going to say, it's like you said, Night Market. Welcome to Night Market. 12-minute Oni game into however long this is going to be. So buckle up.
Yeah, already the first point lasting over a minute, which is par for the course when there's not a ton of extra power in the lobby yet. A little bit of cooldown, but everybody has it, so it might as well just be a normal game here on the Night Market, and it's going to be the first goal going over to the boys. And I think one big issue I'm noticing with the comps is Zentaro Aimee very, very good at actually, getting it past the Atlas if they can set up correctly, but they need some abilities to set up, and they also really want to start getting some KO on the field, right? And maybe a good choice is to just not even go for some KO. Don't even care about the damage that much. Just go for the goal because they just got both barriers off that. So maybe that should be the game plan as we're seeing both go down, like I just said, for boys. So they need to play a bit more defensive here, but that's the second barrier going down now off of Merchant, stepping a little bit far forward here. And Bells with the KO on to Gramella, who had flip available. That's a huge blow to the Bozo bunch. Merchant forced to run forward here just a little bit in order to try to salvage this point, but the strike war from Kainoob, beautifully done on the goal line. Used that primary to get the core closer instead of the strike, so he could use the strike to just beat Merchant out on that. Very few players would be capable of hitting that one, and Kainoob's definitely one of them.
Yeah, Kainoob just a nasty mix-up on the strike timing there. Going to be getting it in, and we're seeing again, reversal of roles here between the two teams, where Bozo Bunch is now rocking the burst heavy comp, and so far they're getting bursted down themselves. All this damage coming out from the X is going to be a big threat. Like you said, would like to see some KOs for the Bozo Bunch. They've got a big KO heavy team, but that's going to be a big KO onto both the goalie and midfielder. An ace!
Oh, no.
All three? The triple threat? Oh my god.
That's a rough one. Yeah, the Bozo Bunch, they need a lot of damage. They need some form of damage and some consistency in order to find more KOs, because the now plus Atlas healing, especially with Spark of Focus cooldown, is just going to be rough. Monumentalist doesn't even care. Kind of does not care about it. Might as well just take the Spark of Strength. No damage allowed for this Amy. And Monu can go over to Vaughn if he would like, or he can pop that peak performance. There you go. So the X doesn't get it. He goes the Berserker instead, and Bell's just, or excuse me, the other way around. Bell's going to be going the Berserker, and Vaughn going to be going that peak performance, and Dropletto getting left with the little cheeky orb dancer. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but it's really not much for him to do.
No, Dropletto getting caught between a rock and a hard place there on that draft. Just two awakenings that you will completely lose upon KO. And as Zentaro, I believe he did get a stagger buff on the patch, but with how easily Sad Boys are able to put out damage, I don't know if it'll be enough. Berserker, though, had a little bit of value. I think it's very nice on X, especially with the crazy buffs that it got this patch. Fundamentally, it's an awkward awakening, but it's, I think, going to see a lot of value if Boza Bunch tries to KO Bells here. That being said, big point out there, big flip coming through from Grimella, going to be netting Boza Bunch one big point, and a good way to start the set. I definitely, we're in it for the long haul. Hey, take me to set 5. I want to see some more of that. Where it's night market. I've accepted my fate. Show me a good game.
Yeah, I mean, we might not be in for the long haul here if things keep going the way they did last set, but the Bozo Bunch did open up with the point, so maybe we'll be in for the night market El Clasico. Kind of going forward, trying to speed things up here on the now, which kind of half of her job, right? As she's getting the core forward. Vaughn keeping it on the top side. Bell's just waiting for his chance, patiently on the goal line against Merchant, who has the flip available, forced to use it now, and well done from Kainoob to pick that one up so it doesn't result in the counterattack. Vaughn forced to use the flip against Dropletto, who's looking a little frightening there, a little threatening as well on that Zentaro with the flip available. Grimella has the flip available as well. We could be seeing something very, very quick on the offense for Bozo Bunch here, but Vaughn, well done to stop the aggression from Dropletto. That flip not going anywhere as Bells getting still held down by Merchant for now, but that's only a matter of time before Bells finds a way to put it in, and he still doesn't get the barrier, but he gets the KO, so that is good enough for sure. As they get the power play, Kainoob now is able to run forward with this freed up space. Grimella's up in a couple seconds, but they might be able to get the barrier, but no, Merchant holds it down. Well done to this Kai. Is spacing out his abilities and staying in position in order to keep those saves. Bells finally ends up getting that barrier and followed up immediately by a flip from Kainoob. They found their timing. It just wasn't when you expected it. Beautiful goal.
Yeah, very well done from boys. Very, very well done from Merchant there at that point. We saw some exceptional defense. Showing that the Bozo Bunch isn't that easy to break. A little ironic that the second barrier went down and it went in immediately, but guy like me, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the positives, and right now I'm seeing a big positive for the Bozo Bunch. Both barriers down, both barriers up for them, and a ton of pressure coming out. Merchant has had many opportunities to get very, very active, but that's both barriers now. Dropletto low. Suddenly, couldn't even finish. Talked about how good things look. It is looking a little dangerous.
Well done. Very, very well handled by Vaughn there on the defensive side. Bells gets a KO for his troubles here, but Grimella manages to save the point and puts it in the bottom side. No one was there for it. Kainoob was a little too close to the core, could not react in time, and I feel like that would have gotten pretty bad for the Bozo Bunch if that point kept going on. So really, really important goal to happen at that moment for the bunch. So well played to Grimella for staying cool. And oh my goodness, Merchant goes down, runs a bit too close to the sun, and Bells, the sun in this analogy, just absolutely takes him off the pitch. So now all they really got to do is just start to hone in on the second barrier. The boys should be kind of primed and ready for the second point, but they can't get the second barrier as Kainoob does not want to use the flip quite yet, have to use it to survive. And now it looks like they managed to defend as Bells just is swinging at air right now, but oh my goodness, that's very dangerous air as Bells almost takes out Grimella and Merchant off of the pitch. They're hanging on by a thread right now. Need a little bit more knockback to take them out. Merchant manages to heal up, but Grimella is just in dire straits as the second barrier goes down, and Bells comes in from the top ropes and puts him in the back of his own net. Actually, that was off the side. Doesn't really matter. He's dead all the same, and Bells strikes it in. A 2-2. The boys strike back.
Yeah, another point where the defense was just so on point there, but the boys were just able to overwhelm them so much more. We saw Vaughn able to walk up, eventually putting it in, and that's taken us to a 0.5. Boza Bunch, they definitely have their grip on this game, or had. But big double barrier. It's not over yet. They just have to get the ball out, and that just didn't look right on my screen. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for the bunch.
Curse there for the boys, literally and figuratively, right? As we're seeing the X get the first pick this time around. An interesting draft this time. There's a good spread of damage, but there's also some key awakenings here. The team player being one of them, the catalyst possibly being another one, but the size, good old size on X will definitely not fail you. So I'm very curious how the rest of this draft is going to go. But I mean, boys are looking nice with that chrono and that demo.
Yeah, the size is going to be very nice. I think there's been a lot of situations where Bells has been very, very close to getting the barrier, and with that extra size, I think it will be a difference maker. There was one time that he popped ult and was trying to strike it through, but Merchant was just out of range of the hit stun of the ult. That will not be the case this time, as he is quite a bit bigger. But that's a big KO onto Vaughn. Both barriers down. A little bit of a Boza Bunch point, but here's Bells, big as ever, has a lot of power with Berserker, getting chipped down. Oh my goodness, was it worth it?
I think it was worth it. I call worth on that. You're up 2 sets. You got to get the kill to show who's boss, right? I mean, at level 8 to level 5, Bells is absolutely big growing Dropletto right now in this brawler matchup, and that's exactly what you want to do. If you have to give up a goal by own goaling at the same time, hey, it is what it is. But I think Bells is primed and ready for this set after what I saw and how much damage he does now in this game. Oh my goodness, taking both the barriers, popping the flip, maybe a little prematurely, but it doesn't really matter anyways. Merchant does actually end up getting the save, so that is going to be one saving grace for the Boza Bunch, and that's another one as the double barrier from Vaughn's little bit of a, I wouldn't even call it a misplay, just a little bit unfortunate on the secondary for Atlas, sending it straight back to the double barrier. And now boys need to look to end this soon. Vaughn almost has the flip, but needs to be careful because Dropletto almost has the flip as well, and the Zentaro can do wonders with that thing, especially on the offensive side, but it's not going to matter because Bells puts him in the dirt right off the edge, and Kainu finds another kill. Bells just needs to put it in, and there you go. Kainu flips for good measure, but it was not needed as Bells puts it on that top side. And the boys, I mean, they have the awakenings. They're in prime form. This is pretty good.
Yeah, we did see a cataclysmic double own barrier out of boys here, but it did not end up mattering. And like you said, the damage from Bells is doing wonders for them and really solidifying their control of the game. Both forwards on Boza Bunch just concussed, at best, as Grimella taken down. Their defense has been great. They've been holding on so much better than I think you would expect with this offense. But I don't know. The damage is there. Obviously, Vaughn just gets to push up, do as he pleases. It's the X win condition. Here he is, and he's able to do whatever he wants. So,
he's gaming.
Unfortunately, he is gaming out of his mind. Boza Bunch is just not able to stop it.
Oh no!
That's part one of playing against X, is you have to make sure that he can't do what he wants. So I think it's a really tough situation for the bunch here.
Yeah, tough situation indeed. They're on series point right now, match point, and it looks like it is going to be going over to the way of the boys as Bells finds the KO. He finds the dunk, and a little classy emote to finish it off as well. Well done for the boys. Just put the fries in the bag in that series for sure, as the clean 2-0 against Boza Bunch is going to be putting them at 6-1.
Yep. The boys now, I believe, still technically second on the podium because of their head-to-head against Rats, but still top of nasl right now, as you would expect. Big plays, and Boza Bunch, I think for a team so on the edge of playoffs, really fighting for it, we saw a lot of life out of them into the Sad Boys. So I think that's a game that's a series you can walk away feeling pretty good about if you're Boza Bunch. I think they played well, and what more can you ask for? Sometimes best you've got is I did my best. And when you're going against quite literally the biggest winners of nasl ever, sometimes clocking in at your best is the best that you can ask for. So big series coming out, but it is not our last series. Now, I'm so used to casting the last game.
Yeah.
This is just match 4. We've got more
Yeah.
nasl.
We do indeed have one more game, but just one more shout out to the boys for, sometimes you just get a little boys speed run in the lobby, getting us back almost on schedule, 11 minutes behind. So kind of getting us back after that incredibly long, first series of the day. So we've managed to kind of catch back up to our regularly scheduled program. And for the Bozo Bunch, it's still not the end of the road for them. 3-4, they can still win out and get a good shot at playoffs. So, lots of time left for them in weeks 8 and 9 in order to find their form a bit once again. But for the last match of the day, it will not be covered by us, and we are going to be going to a bit of a break to get those casters on deck. But stick around because we still have one more series, and it's going to be a heater.
Bye. See you later. Bye. Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Good morning, gamers. It is I here for nasl. I didn't say my name. It is I, Potat, here for nasl Season 7, Week 7. We are here with the final match of the day, Heavy Metal Gundam versus Bombardiers in a great match, which is already getting started on Night Market here. I'm joined here by Gret, and how are we doing today?
Yeah, I'm excited for this match because Heavy Metal Gundam has looked like a completely new team ever since Snake has been placed in that brawler role. He's notably one of the best brawlers there ever was, right? And he's shown himself to be fulfilling of that title over and over and over again. But Bombardiers themselves, a very impressive team this season. I would place them in the top 4, I think, myself. And they, again, their results are pretty good. And their performance, just looking at the team move in motion, right? That's what I think is most telling for their skill, because when you see them play, it kind of shows itself, right? On this new patch, too, especially, I'm excited to see how they draft. Bombardier is opting for a Mako goalie, or it could be a Mako brawler, you never know. Probably goalie, considering it's Oni Village. But the meta is kind of, it's interesting, because a lot of different teams have a lot of different plans and outlooks for how they think the game is going to go. And I think that is turning a lot of these matches into these sorts of battles of concepts here.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of this patch, especially with it dropping, I think Thursday, means that teams are still kind of figuring out what's good, what's not, and kind of figuring out what is going to end up working out the best for them. And here on this map of Oni Village, we're going to see the Octavia, which hasn't been a pick that we've seen in recent patches, but it feels like it's kind of finally found a spot to take for this season.
Yeah, the character is definitely strong right now, but more importantly, she's a lot more accessible, especially with those primary changes. A lot of people who already played Octavia, by the way, it's not like people who, with the dangerous back pass, it's not like people who didn't play Octavia before are now playing it for the first time. It's more like people who had an Octavia in the back pocket are now a lot more willing to pick her. But one thing I'd like to point out, Rasmus Estelle is still Rasmus Estelle at the end of the day. This is Oni Village, one of that forward duo's best maps in the entire game, too. So we'll see how that goes, especially into a goalie like Era, who traditionally kind of crumbles against this sort of ranged, harassed poke offense. Era is a lot better at kind of beaming the brawler who wants to walk up and strike, but if she's getting harassed by projectiles and hooks and stuff, it could be really hard for her to deal, especially considering Rasmus's new changes. His secondary makes him move a lot faster in short bursts. So we'll see how Milkman can try to handle that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think the size may be a factor, but ultimately, if you're just getting absolutely pummeled by just all of these stuns by 3Z and Stealth, you're definitely going to have some difficulty. But for now, we are seeing everyone alive and one barrier up, as is the case with this Oni Village map. Josh, Stealthrock, Milkman, and Luke all have flip up. Josh, though, opts to use it here. Snake, great at dash punch, but even better save from Luke is going to mean that no goal is found just yet on the barrier. The primary is coming out from both the forwards of the side of Bombardiers, but it's not going to be the barrier found. However, it is going to be a kill found on 2 Hungry Boys. That's going to be the barrier down now. 3Z with the speed from Luke. Stealthrock as well, passing out 3Z with the pendulum swing. Going to find the goal, and I mean, great job just from the set of Bombardiers. They know what they want to do. It's Estelle Rasmus. You know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, they kept their possession for a long time on offense there, because they're playing versus Era and Octavia, 2 characters who don't have cooldowns to interrupt from range as easily as most other characters in the game. Bombardiers recognized that and they were able to punish appropriately, kept possession going on their offense for a long time, and eventually just the Mako speed was all it really took. The Mako speed is very, very notable in this match, I think. It's something that Bombardiers are playing around, almost like the core concept of their offense here. They're keeping the possession for as long as they can, and they're going in as soon as Luke is holding down that secondary button. And Luke almost saving that completely through the Estelle there, but Snake gets his opportunity, and as he always does, Snake turns a single chance into a goal. Time and time again, we might see plenty of those breakaways this game, but breakaways alone aren't enough to take the series, so this could be a stalling out as Heavy Metal Gundam tries to find a more consistent game plan.
Yeah, I mean, incredible conversion from Snake, but they have to work as a team. They have to figure out how to play into this matchup, and that is a good start off of this point, as well as the flow state online for Josh. But that is going to be flow state now down, and Josh may have flip up here soon. May have to use it to get this barrier down. But I mean, Luke is just a pillar of defenses. We're seeing the barrier saved once again, even with that flip burned. Breezy, though, and Stealthwork, I mean, it's so easy for them to just take the offense and get this pressure with that speed from Mako online. And Breezy has much more burst of speed with that Whiplash as well. So you're seeing Josh kind of even outsped a little bit in some of these spots by that Whiplash and the speed that Breezy just has available to him. Is no barrier down yet. Stealth Rock, incredible piercing shot to catch the goal. Great job from the side of Bombardiers after playing defense for basically that entire point.
Yeah, catching Milkman walking up a little bit too far on the offense there, on the defense even. Estelle able to kind of assert herself in the lobby as usual, and she gets her pick in this draft. There's a lot of strong picks here, one of which I will highlight is Spark of Focus. Aerials as well, also very good. As we see, Milkman going for Spark of Focus, Estelle going for Aerials. The dash range on Oni Village, especially as Estelle, especially with the dash range being also a projectile range increase, is very, very good in Estelle. Chrono Boost Deny coming in not quite just a deny too, as Chrono Boost Rasmus, he loves that Awakening, right? It gives him more time for the recast window. It makes that already large haste number much larger too, and gives him more of that buff for a longer time. These kind of offenses, we're seeing Freezy use that haste very, very effectively in tandem with the Mako haste. That Chrono Boost might make it even more effective.
Yeah, and additionally, it kind of gives you that length that you saw back before the patch with when you have Chrono Boost, as well as a lot more speed with that additional adding to the speed. But that doesn't really matter right here. I mean, Josh and Snake just have figured out how to kind of dismantle this defense from the side of Bombardiers so far. But that is Snake with the flip online. They have to use it here soon. Not quite. As Josh getting some passes between Milkman, trying to, I guess, stall for that speed. But I mean, you have two flips up now for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. I want to see them use only one here, because if they use that second one, it could be cooked. Oh no, Snake just barely pushes Stealth Rock a little too far, and that's the flip, not quite finding it as Luke now has the flip online. They have to use it here as Josh just trying to get it up to Snake. Great pass back to Milkman means that they're able to get some sort of pressure, but no goal found just yet. I mean, Luke, 3Z Breezy, and Stealth Rock are doing a great job of just keeping this core out and kind of preventing them from running any good spots. But as I'm speaking, oh my gosh, Josh, incredible job just finding this bottom angle on the goal. And I mean, really great job.
That special from Snake wouldn't have killed if he didn't just pick up Tempo Swing, by the way. 105 power Juliet with Built Different does do quite a bit, but the Tempo Swing applies so many times on her special that it gave that actually extra little push for that to stagger at the very end there. Almost taking the point single-handedly, as otherwise Shapeshifting would have been able to save the ball there. They played a good defensive sequence last point, and it's looking like they're going to play one now too. But what's really worth pointing out is that they have to be playing these defensive sequences in the first place, which means they're not in control of the ball, they're not running possession, like they were so dominantly in set one. And it kind of makes you wonder what changed. There were no real insane pickups for Heavy Gundam. It could just be a playstyle thing. They're making sure they're hitting the ball in such ways that they're able to keep possession for longer. Or it could just be that Spark of Focus on Era is letting her keep the play going for much longer too. It's hard to tell, honestly, in such a new patch.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, they're doing so well, perhaps not with any crazy difference in the Awakenings, but instead maybe just figuring out what they need to do, but also getting some scaling Awakenings with that Spark, as you mentioned, could be very, very crucial to winning future sets here as well. But 3Z Breeze with the Whiplash is going to force down that flip from Milkman. Josh looking really, really hurt, but is going to be using that ultimate, not finding anything off of it though. Shapeshifting, opting to use that flip, catching the stagger onto Josh, but nothing found just yet as 3Z Breezy unfortunately going to miss the confirm. Really great save on the Whiplash from Milkman, but not out of the woods just yet as that's 3Z Breezy. So much speed from the Mako and just striking around the entire side of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Really, yeah. If you're a brawler positioned on the enemy side of the map and Mako presses haste, you can make something out of nothing at almost any moment. And we saw it there, 3Z Breezy winning 2 strike wars at once with that extra size and the speed to work with to position himself there in the first place. Mako is looking like a great pick right now. Luke able to make a lot of very important dash punch saves too. It feels like Snake is only able to score with like 1 in every 3 dash punches. Because Luke has that empowered strike. The extra size, especially with his already 2 size awakenings, makes his strikes very, very strong, especially if he's buffering them far away from where Snake is actually aiming the dash punch. Though he is able to take the barrier now, the open net is something Luke is no stranger to in this set, as he's defended it for all 3 points so far. He's looking very comfortable in it too, especially if he's able to keep that offense going, pressing secondary, keeping the play going. But Snake gets a kill and a flip here. This could be a turn the tide.
Yeah, as now Luke has the flip online, but Snake and Josh don't have any to their name either, as that's going to be the ult coming out from Luke. Finding the save for now is Milkman just keeping the core forward, but that is shapeshifting back to online. Stealthrock 3Z both trying to make an attempt on the goal, but Snake going to be able to keep it out for now. Great strikes means that nothing is down just yet, but 3Z Breezy has flip online. Hits Josh, but that's the save found with the empowered strike as you're mentioning. Luke able to keep it out. 3Z Breezy now using flip. Great primary from Snake. It's going to mean no goal is found just yet, as Josh now 3Z Breezy, Stealthrock trying to find something up here, but that's a Whiplash 3Z. So much speed. Beats out that Era Flutterfly, and unfortunately nothing that you can do if you're having Melee Gundam, as that's going to be Bomba Tears taking their way up to 2-1 in this set. They're looking to just run away with this.
Chrono Boost, Fighter Flight, Slick Picks, Erasmus is terrifying to deal with if all you have to defend is a strike. Josh didn't have his primary or anything going on. All he had to do was, or all he could do, was watch as 3Z was setting up the most scary offense of his life, really. And that's the thing, is that Erasmus Cell has so much space to work with. They can create so much space for themselves that they can find those kinds of situations. They can create them at any moment, really. And whenever they're not doing that, they can just play the game at a normal, slow kind of pace and shut down those kinds of offensive breakaways from Snake. And there it is, a random Rasmus primary as the ball goes around. Cracking open the Era's defenses there. It's an open net for Era, something that she really doesn't like to deal with, as that character does not have much reactive range tools. All she really has is Beam, and that can't save a lot of things like Flip.
Yes, that's going to be the core going into the net. Stealthrock shapeshifting, finding a great pass up to 3Z, whether intentional or not, but that pendulum swing was able to lock it in. And now getting into the draft, I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen here. Is we do have Sparks as potentially being a threat by Milkman on the Era, or I mean, you got that Manu. Oh my gosh, it's a great draft for Era.
Very importantly, yeah, I think just taking the Spark of Agility away from Era. I think even if Manu is open, she still prefers that. We'll see if Milkman make that decision now that Excel is locked in Rapid Fire. It looks like she still doesn't know for sure. That does get the Erasmus denying the Spark of Agility away, which means that she will eventually pick up 1-2 Punch as a deny from Mako or something? I'm not sure. But Era's NATO was buffed in size, so it scales very, very well with Monumentalist now. Something Milkman is probably aware of, and is instead making a decision to stop Mako from having some sort of core speed, though I'm not sure about the philosophy behind that drafting decision. Different notable pickup is the OIA on Juliet. She's going to be 12% faster for pretty much the entire game, at the only cost being that she's a little easier to kill, a little easier to stagger at that. But if you have that much speed, if you're able to assert yourself over the game that easily, that downside might as well not exist, especially if you have that tempo swing. Though it does mean your tempo swings hits will be a little less hard than it would be at base.
Yeah, and as we saw, like, Snake already got a breakaway there, and now has Flip Online, is going to opt to burn it here, unfortunately, to stay alive. But that is the price you pay with OIA, as Milkman now in the 1v2 against 3Z Breeze, and shapeshifting 3Z, though, has the strikes, passes between the two, mean that it's so hard to play in the 1v2, and Milkman, nothing you can really do there, is Bombardiers only 2 points away from taking this first game.
Yeah, Era's being left with very few options on defense many, many times this game. It's almost a theme where Octavia has to position offensively to get anything done this game, but as soon as she does, if she makes a single mistake, if the ball gets past her even once, Rasmus and Estelle are able to capitalize off of that so effectively, right? And we're seeing it happen again and again. Even Octavia on defense, even if she is there, positioned to defend against Rasmus, he still might find that goal anyway, especially with Estelle position too. And we're just seeing so many resources burned for Heavy Metal Gundam trying to make the point not die.
Yeah, the point is still in line, but it is Josh's health bar that looks maybe a little low, as Rasmus and Estelle aren't directly trying to kill you, but have so much chip damage. But it's great save from Luke. Never mind. Flip comes out. Snake with the primary is going to mean that the barrier is now down for the side of Bombardiers, but that is 3Z Breezy with the pendulum swing also finding the barrier. As now open net for both sides. Josh has the flow state online, but is looking very hurt as Snake trying to strike it past. He is able to get through 3Z Breezy, but that whiplash is going to mean that now you got a staggered Josh, and that's a Snake also staggered, that's shapeshifting staggered and off the field, as now Snake and Josh trying to find something. Great primarily is going to mean that nothing is found, but Snake is going to be able to get the core. That's going to be the core going into the bottom of the net. I mean, crazy interaction back and forth between these two teams, but ultimately it's going to be Heavy Metal Gundam coming out on top, showing that they're not out.
Yeah, Snake winning a couple of crucial strike wars in a row. Something I know Heavy Metal Gundam are counting on. It's the kind of playstyle they have where they just know Snake will win his interactions, so they trust him to do it. And he delivers on that. It's a solid playstyle. But really, it's the same kind of breakaway. They got a kill on shapeshifting there. They are able to convert it into a goal, but getting a kill is not something this team can consistently do. Either you find the dash punch with Juliet, or Octavia can get a primary into ultimate on someone without a flip or an evade. So you're not getting frequent access to power plays, and if you're not in a power play, you're kind of in a dangerous spot as having Metal Gundam here, as the speed, the sheer movement speed from Rasmus and the Mako speed boost can be so overwhelming for just an Octavia with an Era to support her to deal with.
Yes, now we're Snake, or the set of Heavy Metal Gundam just on the offense. Snake does have that flip available, is going to use it here, as well as Luke burning their own, as that's going to be a great strike from Snake, catching the kill, catching the goal. Oh my gosh, just incredible job from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Like, this is where their gameplay comes into position, as the side of Bombardiers just has to bunch up and kind of takes a whole bunch of damage, and when they can finally get a kill, it's crucial for the team.
Yeah, Snake playing like a man on fire. As soon as they get the ball in the corner here, it's exactly where they want to be. Right now, especially, this is what they want in their team comp. It's what they drafted for. And as soon as they can get the ball there and run it for as long as possible, all it really takes is a couple lost interactions for Bombardiers to clear it out. But the offense can be very, very potent, so long as they can set Snake up for a proper dash punch, a proper cash out, maybe even a flip to work with too. So Octavia does have that extra special to work with, so she can force out some guaranteed corner wins a lot more frequently than you'd expect. However, shapeshifting finding a breakaway point on barrier there, forcing out Bookman's flip there with Easy Breeze's pendulum swing. Snake finds the barrier into flip though. Can he score off of it? He can with a dash! Oh my god! That's the set!
Oh my gosh. I mean, the side of Heavy Metal Gundam kind of figured out what they need to do, and it is just shove everything into Snake and let Snake do his job. As, I mean, this brawler is just so... Once it gets in the corner, you're just cooked. As now, I mean, that's going to be Snake rewarded with an Among Titans
he's
on the Juliet.
drafting interestingly this game. He's picking a OIA Among Titans, Tempo Swing BD, so the BD is going to cancel out the Among Titans. So he's going to be normal size, pretty much, which means he's just base size Juliet with a lot of movement speed, really. And also her teammates are getting larger too, which Octavia really likes. I'd like to make that clear. Octavia is such a strike-reliant character, so getting that size from Snake is very helpful, especially with the explosive entrance she's already picked up. Not much to go around except for an inner focus mention from shapeshifting, but we can see that he's taking quite a lot of damage. He died a couple times last set. He's already about to die this one. So stacking up that inner focus could actually prove to be a little difficult, though if he does, with that rapid fire, it will prove to be very, very strong with the CDR he'll get from it.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, it's just a great offense from the side of Bombardiers, and already just striking through the entire set of Heavy Metal Gundam. The passing is really, really great, and that's exactly what this comp wants to do, is just get it to each other in great positions, and now we're looking at Bombardiers, once again, only 2 points away. But the side of Heavy Metal Gundam has shown that they can do stuff, and is now already one barrier down from the side of Bombardiers in this point.
Yeah, very, very scrambly defense, though Luke does eventually strike last in that interaction. However, we can see Josh is fast enough to walk back to catch the ball in these strike war interactions, which is a very important breakpoint for Octavia, because it means that she can take those otherwise risky point-blank strike wars and not actually face the risk of losing them, because it means she can walk back and recover it. This is a very notable threshold for Octavia. It makes her a lot stronger in those interactions. However, Octavia is taken off the map, the Snake's at 1 HP, the barrier's down, and Milkman no longer has a flip to work with.
Yeah, and speaking of nothing to work with, you're missing your forward as well, as now that's me, South Rock trying to pass the 3Z Breezy. Passes need to happen here as they're lobstering it up on the power play, but it's all good as they're able to get the strikes through. Josh on the respawn unable to get anything going, unfortunately, and I mean, getting a little too comfortable on the power play, but ultimately it's Bombardiers. Only 1 point now away from taking this game.
I think if Luke didn't have missile propulsion, that page wouldn't have actually connected. The offense would be a lot less guaranteed than otherwise was. Oh, not quite finding the breakaway claiming on the barrier there. However, Snake is able to punish for it very, very effectively. That's 2 barriers, forces out the flip from shapeshifting. no longer has an evade to work with. That could be the inner focus stacks if more damage finds its way to him, but with no Julial, that might be hard. However, the Arenado barely isn't traveling far enough to kill Breezer there. His HP is taking the toll for it, though. He gets the orb, and instead Octavia is the one to fall, even despite just picking up the orb. Snake is on the board, he is making moves, but his dash was just spent, and this defense could be dangerous.
Yeah, Milkman does have that flip available now, as may use it here, but it is going to be the flow state online for Josh. Never mind, it's gone. But that ult is coming out means that no, nothing is found just yet. 3Z, great attempt on the best touch, but Josh, great strat. Oh my gosh, Luke able to save it away for now with the flip online. Milkman has the strike up with the flip. Snake with the core is going to try and get a pass to Josh, and now passes between the two, is going to find the coin slot on top, right above Luke and in the net. No flip is going to save you there. Is really great job from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Is going to mean that they're not out.
Yeah, just the sheer core speed and that overtime kicking in there, especially with the fire-up value from Milkman, who used it just a bit ago. Flare-up is an awakening that does actually see quite a lot of value as soon as it does make its entrance, as soon as that flip is dropped down. Wow, Snake finding a sudden kill with an ultimate punch flip. Not the kind of thing you're used to, especially with that tempo swing, giving that extra damage for it, especially with the built different too. 7% is no small number, but the barriers are down for Heavy Metal Gundam even despite that kill. And Milkman has to play a very, very careful game, because if he makes one mistake, the game is over. It is game point right now. Josh opting for a flip on the corner, however, it is cleared out with the core remaining at its full speed. Snake has an offensive opportunity, but there's nothing really to do here when all three players of the Bombardiers are stacking in that corner. Nothing to force here, as they do find that out was clear.
Yeah, but the set of Bombardiers is taking a lot of damage from this corner interactions. As Luke is able to keep it out for now with the strikes. I mean, Mako has 3 million hits it feels, but it's really on breakaway, not finding anything. Great defense from the entire side of Heavy Metal Gundam is going to mean that no, nothing is found just yet. That's going to be 3Z Breezy, though, hitting the pendulum swing, catching the goal. That's going to be Bombardiers taking this game 3-1.
Yeah, Bombardiers really making their game work for them. Drafting Rasmus Estelle, playing it to perfection. It's the kind of comp you see a lot. It's a very, very common forward duo, but teams have a lot of different ways of playing it, and what we saw there, especially with the Mako speed that they got, there was a lot of passing back and forth on offense. Some of that might have been influenced by the strike CDR change, but some of it might just be their fundamentals showing, knowing that if they can run this offense for a long time, they can eventually find the proper opening, and eventually go for like a chain to hit stun, say a strike primary from Rasmus with an Estelle primary to back it up. Traditionally very strong scoring pattern, right? And we've seen it work time and time and time again, especially as the ball gets in that open space. Shapeshifting, able to, with the aerials, answer it at any moment, really. And Freezy Breezy, as soon as he gets the ball on his own in open space, he can turn that into almost anything he wants with the speed from Chrono Boost, Fight or Flight, Mako, Slick Kicks. He had so much to work with that it felt like he was able to be as creative as he wanted with his offenses. And Milkman wasn't able to answer it all. He just doesn't have the resources. Era only has a beam and her own strike to work with against it.
Yeah, I mean, once you're kind of in a spot where you have to be able to catch passes or catch speed, you have the tools at Era's disposal, but it's not enough to really do much more than hit a few extra hits. And I mean, we saw it there exactly. The speed is just overwhelming from Rasmus, and topped off with that Stealth Rock shape-shifting Estelle is going to mean that it's just really, really difficult to play your win condition if you are the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. A lot of that was just kind of funneling the core to Snake, but ultimately you're getting clipped by a lot of those abilities from 3Z and from shapeshifting, and you take a lot of damage. Now, it does go both ways. We saw Snake and Josh and Milkman able to do a whole bunch of damage to the side of Bombardiers and ultimately get 5 kills on Snake. But I mean, it was just kind of the side of Bombardiers is playing your game plan and doing it better. And I think Snake with that speed was able to get a lot done, but ultimately just wasn't really enough to find any sort of consistent position in the game.
Yeah, it's interesting because Octavia is traditionally the kind of pick where if the enemy team wants to draft for speed, if they want to draft to push the ball through you, then Octavia is the character to do it, right? The character to answer that kind of enemy team comp. Because so long as they're striking the ball into you, you have your own speed, right? And you can answer wherever they want to send it through with that speed. But we were seeing the way Bombardiers were playing offense, it wasn't so much to get through Octavia, but instead to keep the ball until they could find a way to get around her, right? It forces her to go every which way, and as long as she's not striking the ball, she doesn't actually have that speed to answer the places they're sending the ball, right? So they're able to find a lot of very threatening offenses so long as they're able to correctly stall out the game. And I mean, what better to stall out the game than a Mako goalie like Luke, who was almost impossible to score on, it felt like, especially with his 2 size awakenings and enhanced strike. He had so much size when he needed it, right? And going into this next draft, actually, almost immediately, is a Rampage explosive start on Inkies here, which is an interesting start. I think pretty much everyone is going to opt for the explosive entrance because Rampage on a 1 barrier map, which is a lot less strong than it tends to be. So explosive entrance is the 15% on impacts is very notable. The dash range is also very notable, as we've seen with Estelle in that last game too. So we'll see how Bombardiers and Heavy Metal Gundam will play around that.
Yeah, as we are going to see a Luna and Kai band away from the side of Bombardiers and Heavy Metal Gundam, respectively. But I think in terms of picks, we're seeing a Bombardiers Estelle. As you said, that explosive entrance is going to be a really, really big awakening here, with Rampage kind of being null and void in this game. And I think that Estelle is just going to be able to open up a lot of opportunities. You have that extra dash range. And we saw in that last game just such a confident pick coming out from Stealth Rock, or maybe Luke if he chooses to do so. But it was very, very powerful in this game, and we'll see what Heavy Metal Gundam has to kind of go against it, as we see an Era locked in, first and foremost, which is going to be pretty nice with that explosive entrance, but it could be a situation that we see with that last game.
I'd like to point out that Estelle could actually be an Estelle goalie flex. This Estelle first pick is the best thing you can do on B1 is to pick a character that you can flex in multiple roles, because then you get obviously more flexibility later in the draft. If you realize Estelle midfield isn't the right pick here, or you want a different midfield, right? Then you can flex that to the goalie and instead play IME midfield, as we probably have just seen. And Luke is known for his Estelle goalie. It's something he's more than comfortable to lock in, especially on an open map like Inky Splash Zone, especially with a dash range too. This composition from Bombardiers looks very, very strong. Explosive Entrance is the perfect awakening to complement this team. Estelle, Aimi, Zentaro, 3 characters who love a dash awakening, and 2 of them who love impact awakenings really, really hard. And Estelle doesn't mind them that much either. So they have a lot of space coverage, they have a lot of damage, both of which are very important on a map like this, Inky Splash Zone. This could be their win con, especially when playing into, again, the same era goalie. This is Vice midfield and Juliet Brawler, most likely, unless we're playing Era midfield, which is possible. It's not impossible, but it is a little dangerous for Heavy Metal Gundam here, because Era could get overwhelmed just as easily in this game if she is the goalie, as she was in last game. And if she isn't the goalie, Vice could be overwhelmed just as easily too, even maybe a little easier.
Yeah, I think it's a little scary of a spot here. You know, Bombardiers have a lot of space coverage. Maybe not the speed, but they have space coverage that you don't really see a whole lot of, on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. I think additionally, haste is kind of something you're only going to be seeing from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and only a little bit from just that Era secondary. But we'll see how it all kind of ends up working out. As we're about to get started on this game here, I am interested in seeing. I think we'll see how Snake feels about either the Juliet extra range on her dash, or if Snake is going to in fact opt in for the Rampage, because it's not entirely null. You do still get a little bit of that size if you're able to scale it, but we'll see kind of how it ends up working out here.
Yeah, even at base it is 5% size, which is notable. It's nothing to ignore. Though I would say if Snake does pick Explosive Entrance, it would be for the impact damage, as we've seen Built Different alone, 7%. We've seen it put in work last game. Doubling that, 15% impacts is very significant on Julie. So she could make quite a few plays with that extra damage. We'll see if that is something Snake wants to opt for, though. And it is not. He goes for the size, which is a much more stable pick. 5% at minimum, and 5 per barrier, so he could scale pretty solidly throughout the set. However, one thing I'd like to point out, Rampage might actually be a little difficult to stack into this team. However, already a barrier takes so quickly from him.
Yeah, as Snake, just great strikes is going to be that they are able to find that perfect barrier, as you said. They do still have the threat of the water cannon online here, so we may see it very soon as Zubsumi shapeshifting taken off the field. Milkman pushing up, but with that, Flutterfly is able to get the strike up to keep their area alive. Breezy down, but not out, as the orb take is going to mean that they're able to get so much done, and that's going to be the level up. Oh my gosh, Stealth Rock off the respawn is going to be taking Snake out of the field. As Josh looking low as well. Breezy Stealth Rock shapeshifting, trying to do a great job of getting this barrier down, but Milkman may just be too strong off of this beginning of the game. But no, Breezy is going to be able to catch that barrier down now as Stealth Rock trying to get some strikes around the side as that's going to be Water Cannon coming out. Great strike, great ult away from Josh. It's going to mean no barrier, no goal found just yet, as Breezy is still looking low. May get taken low here soon, and Josh has the flip online now. Milkman is now online as well. May opt to use them here soon, as the tornado coming out, not finding anything just yet. Flip burn from Milkman is going to mean that offense is kind of ruined for just a little bit.
Yeah, great play from Luke earlier there. Both of his teammates had died, and he was still able to hold the barrier. Let's see if he can do it again here. Stalling out for time, a great thing. Something he's been doing greatly at this point so far. However, choosing for the down, Snake is covering it very, very hard here. Able to punish him for that sword angle. Otherwise, he would have been able to flip for it, but not quite, as Snake is committing to it. A very, very volatile first point. Something we might expect to see a lot more of on NP Splash Zone.
Yeah, I think we had some great shines of light from both sides, but then Snake and Josh with the flips both online. Snake gonna use his, but nothing is found just yet as Josh, I thought we would have stayed a buffered flip there, but no, as Snake though instead is gonna be able to get the core off of that primary from Josh, and now, I mean, it's Heavy Metal gonna just try to run away with this series, or with this point, with the sets, I guess even, as Josh still has flip online, Luke as well.
Yeah, just a clean punch from Snake is all you need sometimes. Josh is already sent to 1 HP. The barrier is down. This could be very dangerous. Breezy may or may not have ultimate, and there it is. Schrodinger's ultimate has revealed itself. Not quite a kill, as the angle isn't correct. However, Josh he is able to recover. He finds the orb, backs off. Offense is dropped for a little bit, which gives Bombardiers the possession, and because of that, they find that passive secondary from Breezy, able to put the ball in the net very convincingly.
Yeah, and getting into this next point, we have 2 flips online for the set of Bombardiers. Breezy working his way up to 1. So we may see those come out very soon here. Once you can get the barrier down, it's very difficult for the other side to kind of find anything. It's going to be Luke using that flip to stay alive in that supernova coming out from Josh. But it's going to be Josh now taking off the field.
Oh, great strike shot from Luke, covering the out clear, taking the barrier for it too. Net is open with Shapeshifting's flip and the water cannon to work with. Almost everything is in favor of the Bombardiers here. Opting for flip early, Snake's special is actually able to save it out. Breezy with the secondary here, not quite able to find it, and he dies, getting flipped off the map on that open part of the barrier there, the bumper. Unique to Inky Splash Zone. We're finding plenty of kills with it already. Only 4 points into the game.
Yeah, now we're on the defense for the side of Heavy Metal Gun once again, but that is going to be the Supernova coming out, not finding anything. Great strike though from Stealth Rock, shapeshifting. Going to be able to find the score, find the goal, and now, I mean, we're all tied up in this first set. 2-2 between Bombardiers and Heavy Metal Gun.
Yeah, glitch swap for a strike war on his own turret, getting the outwards clear through the window there. Very, very well played from shapeshifting there. The Aimi aficionado, as some come to know him as. Breezy, I'd like to point out, by the way, on the Zentaro pick is very strong. You were able to evade that? Oh, the ball went in. That's the end of the set there. Josh hitting out of the water cannon. I'm astonished you can evade through Zentaro before the water cannon hits you there, though. I didn't even know that was possible. I learned something new today. All right, Snake takes the set. Snake takes the MVP for the set here. 2 sparks to look at, so you're not worried about scaling further in the future until you consider Spark of Focus, which could be exactly what you want. Maybe a first pick Spark of Strength, not quite, as Reptile Remedy will make sure he's staying alive and keeping those Rampage stacks up. Rapid Fire opted for, even despite its nerfed numbers, it's still a very strong Awakening, very high presence. And Stinger on Aimi, that Awakening is broken, by the way. We're going to see it show so much value here. Spark of Strength pickup for 3Z Breezy. Almost the best thing you can ever do as a Spark pickup is 6th picking it as the loser of the set. 3Z Breezy found the exact situation. Taking the barrier instantly. How do you have passive?
Yeah, now is Luke able to get the save for now. 3Z Breezy all coming out. Supernova from Josh is going to mean that nothing is found just yet. But that's me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stealth Rock fighting the goal. I mean, just the water cannon shooting Snake into the side. And oh my god, just incredible. Just absolutely jumping at you from the set of Bombardiers, catching that first point in the set.
Turns out you don't need to sting your opponents too hard if you can speed blitz them. However, this point looks like the one where stinging is to be done. However, Snake is almost able to find the breakaway, punishing Luke for that secondary. Water cannons, both sides are being used. Snake is low HP with no dash punch to worry about. No evade to worry about either. However, Josh with this offensive formation, his own flip might be the difference maker. Stealth Rock forces out Milkman's flip there. However, Milkman doesn't have anything directly defending him here on his offense here. Stealth Rock is staggered by Snake's ultimate here.
Yeah, and now Josh
The
does have the
offense
flip
gets him
available
down.
map to use it here soon. He is going to use it in order to stay alive from shapeshifting cyber swipe, but now some dribbling and passes means that Josh is looking low, and the defense is saved away for now. The tornado coming out from Milkman is going to not find anything just yet. Stealth Rock keeping it out for now, but that's going to be 3Z Breezy on the breakaway, not finding anything. Great defense from Milkman. Nothing found just yet. Josh and Snake, though, looking super low. Breezy looking at Josh, taking them off the field, and now Milkman in the solo play. Gotta find something here with the tornado coming out. Now Water Gun online, as that's gonna stall some more time for his force to come back online. Luke, the Water Cannon is gonna mean that it's gonna be 3Z Breezy with the primary catching the goal, and now, oh my gosh, just great job from Bubba's Tears. They almost lost the solo play, but
Milkman almost stalled that out completely on his own there. That was almost a beautiful, beautiful 1v3. However, I'd like to point out again, they're able to keep these forwards from having them staggered for so long, because that Stinger, I think, is the real big pickup. Explosive Entrance contends, and Stinger really keeps it going, especially with the fact that Ivy turrets are putting out Stinger applications, but Snake is just able to find a random breakaway with a punch there. A random barrier, too. He's really able to salvage these situations at any moment. It feels like playing versus Heavy Metal Gundam. At any moment, the ball could go in. So you really have to be careful playing versus this team. However, Bumbateers can make a very controlled environment here, especially with their damage output. And it's something that we've been seeing earlier in the set.
yeah, that is going to be Barry going down from the side of Bombardiers, but Milkman does have flip available. May opt to use it here with Josh to get some sort of offense going. 3Z Breezy beats Milkman to the flip, and that's going to be 3Z stunned by the flip from Josh. Taken off the field now. It's going to be 2v3. Heavy Metal Gundam looking confident here. Snake with the Juliet May. Oh, really great strikes from the defense. It's going to mean that no goal is scored just yet. 3Z Breezy back online now. He's that EI rush. Tries to get it past Milkman, but nothing is down. Great strike from Snake on the pass coverage is going to mean that nothing is scored just yet. 3Z Breezy now trying to get it past Snake, but nothing is found. Stealth Rock with the Cyber Swipe, setting it up with that Fireball Sentry. Josh now getting the strike out, but it is Breezy and Stealth Rock on the offense so effectively. This means Luke just keeping it forward, and Josh now looking incredibly low. Stealth Rock able to keep it out for now, passes up to Breezy, but that's gonna be the strike from Breezy. Milkman, even with the Bewitching Beam size, is gonna not find any strike as that's the goal.
It felt like no one in the lobby but 3Z Breezy was ready for that Air Beam to be strike ward there. Everyone kind of doubled back like, oh, wait a second. But it was already too late by then, as the core is already too fast, especially with that Spark of Power from 3Z Breezy. Makes you hit the core a little bit harder. That could have made the difference, especially considering how close Milkman was to the ball at the end there. He has a lot to pick from here, but nothing especially important on him, opting to deny extra special from either Arrow or Vice, and Aimi gets inner focus. Very important awakening, as Aimi is probably the best character in the game at stacking inner focus. So with that, with CDR, the best thing you can pick up with CDR, with Stinger, is CDR. So if he does fully stack the inner focus, he's applying Stinger over and over and over again at such a higher rate. And that could make this set completely uncontrollable for Heavy Metal Gundam, so long as he gets it going. And if Turret keeps hitting the ball or people like that, it will get going quite quickly.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, 3Z almost taken off the field, is just barely able to get that ult out in time to stay alive. But we are now seeing an offense from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam onto Luke, but great defense from the side of Shapeshifting and Luke. It's going to mean that, oh, barrier only just now falls. Oh, Josh, great power cord. It's going to mean that now is Shapeshifting off the field. No, strike, but Josh is there to save their team. Heavy Metal Gundam almost put in a very scary spot, but they are able to get that core into the goal for now.
Yeah, big win for the scaling of Heavy Metal Gundam here. Shapeshifting's inner focus stacks are already taken out for 0.1 at least, and considering how long it takes to stack, if you can cut out any time of that, that's a very, very big win for your team. One thing to point out, by the way, look at Snake's health bar. He has Berserker. He currently has 166 power, with no power rankings but that, so that alone, this Awakening, with the Stinger keeping him low for almost the entire game, it's a great, great and wise pickup. So long as he's able to live at that low health, he's able to get so much value. 185 power, 50 CDR, until he gets taken out by Zintara the Rush, which, again, 3Z Breezy doesn't seem to have any trouble finding.
Yeah, but that is going to be the Water Gun coming out from both teams. Milkman able to parry it away for now with the Bewitching Beam, but Water Gun saved away is now Snake. Josh back online. Now no power play for either side. Snake looking a little low, but as you said, that Berserker may come in very handy. Stealth Rock is going to take a ton of damage from that Supernova and that Bewitching Beam, but not found the kill just yet, as they're healing so quickly. But it is going to be 3Z Breezy almost with flip available. Luke almost taken off the map by Snake, but Milkman on the solo play against Stealth Rock is going to be able to find the save for now. Luke on the defense, passing it up to Stealth Rock and Breezy, and be able to find the clear, but that is Bewitching Beam, and Era in general just keeping things forward. His flip coming out from Josh is not going to find this past the Snake. Stealth Rock, Luke, great defense for now, catching the save, but now Josh with the second base. Snake catches the dash punch, and that's made the kill.
Wow, the primary from Josh there alongside the dash punch actually made the difference with the kill there. Even if it didn't kill it, probably would have scored regardless, but Luke has a lot of tricks up his sleeve to clear around dash punch, as we've seen in this series already, so that really could have been a very important difference being made. 3Z Breezy, again, he's positioned very well here with primary, passive, and flip. Applying this damage is just a high ratio, high frequency, really, and that frequency is exactly what you're looking for as Bombardiers. It plays into your win con. To keep the forward staggered for so long, eventually finding those kills, and being able to convert those kills into a water cannon just like this. We'll go back in. It's not quite enough to find it. Milkman finds a clear around the Zintara primary there, but a strike war from 3Z Breezy getting right past Josh, not even being able to worry about Milkman as he gets an angle that goes right through him.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of the set of Bombardiers knows what they want to do, and that is just prevent one of the players on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam from existing in the field at one time. As Snake, I mean, wasn't able to play, and now is not going to be able to play any longer as Snake, because he's taken so low. But Stealth Rock also taking a lot of that damage as well, and no goal scored just yet. Breezy trying to get that slice and dice, but nothing found, as Josh, really great attempt on the power cord, is going to be saved away by Luke and the defense. But now it is Heavy Metal Gundam just trying to find some way to get into this point. Josh with the flip online, not using it just yet, but passing it back to Milkman, getting a little bit more of those cooldowns down as Luke now has the flip burn. Snake with the secondary is going to be able to catch the gold berry down, but that is Josh off the map at the same time. Water cannon maybe online shortly here. It is going to be sent and nothing found with it, as 3Z Breezy has a flip available, not finding anything off the passive.
Yeah, great saves from Milkman again. Oh, striking instantly on the flip. Hard read on 3Z Breezy. Barrier will fall by now, however, the net is not in extreme danger, as all three players from Heavy Metal Gundam are able to defend. But a very, very condensed glitch pop from Shape reads the angle on Milkman there perfectly, as he predicts it to go right back in like parallel to the water cannon. Really well played from Shapeshifting there, saving the point that could have been dangerous if they didn't score right there.
Yeah, I mean, Josh and Snake, though, taken super low. Doesn't matter, though. Barrier comes down. Snake on the 1v1, not finding anything. Great strike from Shapeshifting is going to mean that no barrier is found, or no goal is found. But that is Josh off the map for now. Another 3 seconds, but that is Vice now back online. As now it's a breakaway from Snake, trying to find something. But great strike throw from Luke is going to entirely dismantle that offense. Doesn't matter, though. Score gets back up to Snake. Saved away once again. Breezy just unable to find anything on Milkman. Great strikes from this error. Gonna mean that barrier just now goes down, but Witching Beam not able to find the clear. Stealth Rock though, great glitch buff is gonna mean that no goal is found just yet. Breezy with the secondary, not finding the goal. Great strike from Milkman is gonna mean that nothing is found. Flip almost available on that era. Nothing just yet to be able to lock in. As now Josh trying to get it up to Snake, trying to get this offense flowing. Tornado coming out, only gets one hit on the core, but then is burned out. And now Freezy with the AR rush, not finding anything just yet. Josh has Flip available, but maybe taking a lot of damage now. Flip comes out, not able to get the core. Great strike from Luke is going to mean nothing is found. That's going to be Snake try, almost taken off the map. But Milkman, great bewitching beam to save it away.
Milkman making some of the most important saves he's ever made. This is but eventually, Freezy's able to find the ball as Shape can dash in with the flip there. Milkman stalled at that point for so long when it looked like it was completely over, but they weren't able to find the point in the middle of that time, in the downtime between those very, very scary offenses. Eventually, a checkmate situation can show itself as Milkman didn't have that beam to work with anymore. Spark of Focus is in this draft as Breezy has already picked up strength, so it has to be denied away, Josh being the one to do it. Vice, who does not mind picking up CDR at all, a very, very strong pickup on her. Chrono Boost on Eric would be great for kickoff especially. Kickoff is very important on Mickey Splash Zone. Adrenaline Rush on Breezy for multiple reasons. The first is that Zentaro himself is just very good with Adrenaline Rush. His cooldowns are low, so they get reduced to almost 0. And his passive gets reset by it. But also, he is the kill confirmer on this team that is cycling out a lot of damage. He is the one that they're putting actually claim those eventual kills to get those Adrenaline Rush procs in the first place. So it's maybe the most important draft of the entire game here, aside from maybe Stinger on Shake here.
Yeah, is that it's going to be a kill found onto Shapeshifting, but I mean, Shape is back online. Now, though, Milkman on the defense. Threezy has so many cooldowns, but no cooldown is going to be needed. Is just a pass up to Shapeshifting found, and just right in that coin slot there between the two players means that now it is Bombardiers only 2 points away from potentially taking this set and this game, but we'll see.
Yeah, Shapeshifting hasn't been getting too much inner focus value aside from the later parts of that last set when I believe it was fully stacked. Because he's been being dash punched quite a bit. He's been taken off the map by Snake, especially early on in these sets. So he'll have to rebuild it all the way through. That could be a bit of coverage though, because it's the idea like, if we lose multiple points here, if we don't just 3-0 right now, unless we die like that, we'll build up our inner focus again. But Snake keeps finding these kills over and over again, making sure that the win condition of Bombardiers is not making itself known, keeping Shapeshifting in check there, almost in a cell beam scoring, but not quite, as the water cannon is coming in here for Emerald Gundam. A dash from Snake, killing Shapeshifting again! They're sitting with the water cannon. Breezy the next to die, but he is not quite confirmed, and there's not great confirmed for Emerald Gundam here either, so he might actually be able to recover.
Yeah, Threezy now back in the land of the non-staggered is now Snake looking a little low. Stealth Rock though building up a few of these inner focus stacks with that Firewall Sentry is gonna find nothing just yet. Meltman, great stall, is gonna keep it out of his defensive line, but this Threezy with the pass, not quite, with the strike almost up to Stealth Rock. Now it's in the overtime. We're at the red core zone as Threezy Breezy on the 1v1 with Milkman, not quite finding anything. Now with the rush, not finding any goal just yet. Even so, Milkman, Josh able to keep it out with this 2-layered defense on the top and bottom of the goal. Snake trying to get it with the Phoenix kick, not finding anything just yet though. As now it's Threezy Breezy. Stealth Rock with the shapeshifting with the Cyber's Wife is gonna find it just out of nowhere.
Even if that didn't score, he had his flip to work with too. Almost a death knell for Milkman walking with the core for even a moment, playing versus a dash range Jaime there. Again, as long as these points go long, Bombardiers are advantaged. They have that Stinger, they have the inner focus, which is stacking as we speak, and they also have team player in that overtime situation. Luke, we saw a lot of value from his team player there too in the last point. The core speed was overwhelming, Snake couldn't really do anything about it, and Josh doesn't have enough range himself to deal with. However, he's able to flip out of that, still dies to Breezy. The Adrenaline Rush is coming through, and Breezy has so many options. Milkman can't cover them all. Breezy picks only one, a dash into the top corner, and that is the series in the bag. For the Bombardiers, very well played.
Yeah, Bombardiers, a nice quick 2-0. We did see a lot of signs of life from Heavy Metal Gundam, and they had their win condition kind of figured out, but ultimately the side of Bombardiers just said, "Hey, no, you can't do this," and really was able to dismantle a lot of offensive plays from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and just kept a lot of people off the map for a lot of that game. As we're seeing 10 KOs from both sides, but the side of Bombardiers, has those abilities that do two things at once. I like to think of abilities. I may be wrong here, but I like to think of abilities as kind of things that can hit, things that can clip you and the core at the same time. Oh my gosh, we're in Q again.
We're running it back.
Things that can hit you in the core at the same time. And so you're seeing in a lot of these abilities from Freezy, Stealth Rock, and Luke, all just kind of hitting other people at once, whereas you're not really seeing that same kind of pressure from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. If they're using the ability to hit you, they're going to be using that ability to hit you. And we just saw it work out really, really well for the side of Bombardiers.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out, looking at the stat screen, one thing I think is very important. If you look at the KOs and damage, you would not be able to tell how the game actually played out. Damage is pretty similar, save for Era. The KOs are exactly the same. You would not know what was happening to Heavy Metal Gundam looking at the stat screen, because Stinger doesn't calculate damage. It applies a damage over time debuff, and that does not add to your damage number. Shapeshifting damage was way higher than 24,000, and we can see that based on what was happening to the forwards of Heavy Metal Gundam the entire game. Over and over again, they were staggered pretty much permanently. It was a permanent debuff, and Breezy was able to cover for those confirms over and over again. And that's just the value of Stinger, the value of inner focus Stinger at that, to the CDR that comes in to increase the uptime of that too. So very well played for Bombardiers, a very, very clean series from them. A close game won and a dominant game too. Very well played.
Yeah, definitely. As that was our last match for the day, but I do believe we have a post show here for the evening. We're gonna cut to a break real quick, but we'll be back with some more Omega Strikers. Not quite the game, but the players that you saw today on this lovely Core Strike field. We'll be right back, and we will see you in just a moment.
The North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 7 post show. A little bit of a mouthful there, but you know how it is. I'm joined by a winner of each of the winning teams. And instead of necessarily going over all the matches, I actually want to take a second to highlight interesting portions about their seasons. So I have a little bit of trivia. I have my questions right here. If you are a person on the team, you should not answer until the other people have tried to answer. So for this first one, Mr. Stealth Rock, I don't want you to answer. For everyone else, the only thing I require, please don't open Liquipedia. Please don't open the stats sheet. Okay. What map has Bombardiers never won despite picking it at least 3 different weeks? Other people on the desk, discuss this, please.
All right, you take the lead fresh. I believe in you, buddy.
It's collaborative, Leo. Speak. This is about your lover, bro. This is your Lob City guy.
All right, I think they picked it, so I don't know what it would be. I'm thinking.
Oh, sorry, they've played it. I should say that they played it.
Oh, they played it. They didn't pick it. Okay.
I don't know if they picked it every time.
I'm gonna have to say goo.
What map has been? Let's go Gates. Let's be different.
Okay, Ryan, what do you think?
It's 100% Gates, and I think we
It
also
is
picked it all 3
Gates!
times.
Gates Bombardiers have picked Gates of Obscura 3 different weeks and have lost every single time. Beast mode. Okay, now RTF. This is an RTF question. Leon, do not answer. For everyone else on the desk, and Saya, honestly, you can play if you want to. What has been the most banned character versus RTF this season?
You know, like, if everyone is thinking properly with their brains, it should be Kazan.
Kazan.
True.
That guy, look at the game today. That guy was farming on Kazan with nothing new. So I would say Kazan. It's probably like Razzus or some shit.
I've seen him on Kazan too much. Like I remember.
Yeah, that's what I'm
seeing him play
saying.
too
That's
much.
what I'm saying.
How does he
I'm
get
gonna
the
say-
character?
I'm gonna say. Oh, I'm gonna say Vice. It's gonna be Vice.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
It's got to be Kazan. I'm sticking with Kazan.
Okay. Sai, do you have any thoughts?
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, Vice, if Hungry Boy was here every week, would be a great guess.
I forgot.
Unfortunately, that guy is a glorified sub,
I
so it's not
forgot.
Vice. Before I reveal the answer, Leon, do you have a guess? What is the most banned character versus your team?
Isn't it fitting?
It's Finny by a
What?
significant margin. Finny
That's crazy.
has
We
been
never-
banned 7 times versus Kazan has only been banned 5, which is crazy. I ban Kazan every time if I can, except for the one time we didn't ban Kazan. All good. Okay. Now we're moving on to Demon Time. With obviously we have our wonderful Demon Time representative here. Yeehaw. Guys, I just have a simple question. They're currently setting a crazy record, and I want to see if anyone knows how many KOs per 10 does Demon Time average?
8. I was gonna throw it out.
That would be
there.
crazy.
I'm feeling an 8. You never know.
Dude, I don't know.
8 is
I'm between.
insane.
You never know.
I'm really between like 6 or 7 right now. I don't know.
I think it's got to be 6.
Oh yeah, hit it, Vaughn. Hit it.
Oh shit!
Okay. Between 6
I'd
or
say-
7?
I'd say I'm gonna go like 7.5. You know, not even an even number. I'm gonna do 7.5.
I know what you mean. Okay, well, you're all on the right track. 8 is insane, but it is 6 KOs per 10 minutes, which is a crazy stat. I think that's the most it's ever been. I didn't have time to check all the seasons, but 6 KOs per 10 is insane. Like that is that is insane to me. It's a one every minute, every game. It's crazy. Okay, now everyone that's not on Rat Pack, there are 4 characters that the Rat Pack current first place team has not played this season. Can you give me 3 of them?
Oh gosh. Okay, Juno's one.
Era?
No, they've played Era. I feel like Carmine's
I don't
played
remember.
Era.
I don't remember.
Carmine like seems like the kind of guy that play Era. I think it's Juno. No, Fresh plays Juno. I forgot. No, never mind. Fresh plays
they
Juno.
locked in Juno versus their 9-0 slaughter versus us. So
You know.
Oh,
Wow, this is really hard. This is actually really hard because I actually don't know.
Kazan?
I forgot.
Okay, I'm down with the Kazan, but I feel like Fresh has played that. Oh
Yeah,
my
but
god,
like,
this is really hard.
but all the other ones are like way more probable. Like
Has Fresh
Kazan,
played Mako? Fresh played Mako, right?
he played Mako today, didn't he?
This Fresh guy looking so smug on the camera
All
as he
right,
decides when
30
he has and
seconds.
hasn't played.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. I need all the picks in 30 seconds.
I'm gonna say Juno. No, fuck. I already.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna say Juno. I lied. I'm gonna say
20
Era.
seconds. Okay.
I'm gonna say Mako.
Okay.
I'm gonna say. I
You
feel like
think
I haven't seen
Vice?
Tempo play Zen yet. Yeah,
Okay.
Promise
Oh,
with
you're
Vice.
right.
Just
You're
hey,
right.
all I'm
Zen,
saying
you're
is
right.
more people gotta watch the boys 9-0 versus Rat Pack. They played Era and Juno in that game. Just absolute dumpster. The correct answer,
Well,
Fresh,
so
I've
I
already talked
remember.
to it about it, so he knows, is Kazan, Zentaro, Drakkar, and Vice. Those are the 4 characters
Oh, they haven't played
that they have not
Jakar?
played. They have not. They might have this week, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I've done RTF, I've done Bomb, I've done Time. Okay. Okay, this is for Sad Boys. How many sets have Sad Boys lost after 7 weeks of nasl? For context, the other team that is 5-1 is the Rat Pack, and they've lost 25 sets in their 7 matches. So that's for context. How many sets have the Sad Boys dropped over 7 matches?
I'm gonna say
It's gonna
10.
be like,
Yeah, I was
think
gonna
it's
say
gonna
10.
be 9.
Dude, I was gonna say 10 too. Yeah, we're all.
I think it's in that range because I mean,
I'll just
obviously,
go
Rat
with-
Pack is a
do
guaranteed 6. I don't know how many sets y'all
Actually,
took
no.
after the 2 games. Did y'all
I'm
get?
locking
I
in
think
12.
y'all got 3-0'd game 1, right? So
It was a slaughter. Don't watch that game back. It
yeah,
was a
so
little-
6 guaranteed, and
Yeah.
then it might be like 8. I'm gonna say 8. I'm gonna say 9. I feel like 9 feels right.
Okay. Is everyone down for 9? All right. Sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's a yes. Ryan, you were so close. Over the course of the season, the Sad Boys have lost 6 sets to the Rat
6?
Pack. They've lost 1. Hold on. 6 sets to the
okay.
Rat Pack, 1 set to EKC with Flowers, and 1 set to Polar Cortex, bringing us up to in 7 BO3s. We've lost 8 sets, according to the stats page. Beast mode, Fraud Boys, owned. Can I be honest? This whole bit was to brag about that. I literally came up with the other trivia just so I could
Nice.
drop that
Nice,
nuke.
bro.
Fuck yeah.
We didn't
Let's
drop.
go.
We didn't drop any
Let's
sets
go.
to fucking subs.
Let's go. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's
We can beat
go.
subs,
Let's
guys. We can
go.
beat subs
Let's
with
go.
Kainu.
Let's go. Beast mode. You're mad. We're better than you. Okay. Anyone have any thoughts about their games today?
I have a thought about the patch, the current patch. I'm just gonna put on the barcode
rip
hat. This is gonna be me for like the rest of the season. So there you go. It's just barcode picks, barcode clears. That's all it's gonna be.
That's facts. 50 barcode clears. I agree. Melee goalie's feeling really weak right now, guys. I'm excited for some Sheb too. Here we are. I'm locked in. Today I will pick an eject goalie in the modern age. Anyone have any thoughts on their games? Anything else? Any shout outs? Any vibes? It's open mic night today for the post show.
Do not give an XZD ad rush or you will die.
Facts. That's facts.
My take is that Mako is so back, and I don't even get to play her. All good.
You could, bro. Play Mako midfield. That's what we did.
Ooh.
It's fire.
I don't know about that.
It's fire, bro. It's fire. Okay. Everyone else, I think everyone has something to say on the desk. I think that was it.
Yo, wait, can we nerf Kazan again? Because clearly he's way too strong. Sorry. I just yeah, we have to nerf Kazan again. Just remove his forms at this point, you know? Just let him only have one.
Dude,
Screw
we
it.
have to nerf your goalie somehow. Like
Right.
there's only one. Like we can't beat the Kazan, and I'm not joking. Like it's that's just how it's gonna have to be. That's just how it's gonna have to be. Hey, I'm down. Kai looking great. I was ready to pick it today, and I did not get to play it because the merchant decided he wanted to play Kai. So next week I'm playing Kai. Anyway, that's that. Thanks everyone. W NASA week. Lots of game 3s actually. Shout out to RTF EKC. That series was hype. I liked watching it quite a bit. That's gonna be all from us today. A bit of a chill post-show vibe. You know, just get in, get out. And tune in next week for week 8. We've got some heater games. Playoffs is going to be decided, and I can't really tell who's going to round out those last spots, so you don't want to miss that. We'll see you next week. Hopefully, Drakkar will be back, and goodbye, everyone.
て苦しくてこの夜を見つめてたくて濡れた髪を撫でながらまたあなた裏切